Greetings and aloha, my friends. Just getting ready to get started here. Hopefully you're doing well. We'll have this all connected up here in a second. All right. YouTube says I am live. So, tell you what. Let's do this, baby. Let's go over here. And let me officially welcome you to the Cool Kids table, face-to-face and live. Greetings and aloha. What's going on? It's Mike's from livemyassoff.com. Happy Friday from the Big Mango. I hope your life is exceeding expectations, as it should. Got a lot of chat, folks, going on in here. Hello to Paul, Earl, Rackman, Patrick, and Stuck in Florida. How you doing? Todd, good to see you. Hopefully you guys are living the dream. If you're not, I can totally help out with that. There's a part of me that hopes you got a notification from YouTube. Caesar, good to see you, Paul. And you're watching. Okay, so was number 2 the one that was here, or was 3 the one that was here? You guys probably watch CB Media, right? I mean, that guy's going to become wildly popular. And he was joking around how he was like, "Oh yeah, no, I'm sorry, that bar wasn't in Hangover 3. It was in Hangover 4." I was like, "Wait, there was no Hangover 4?" Yeah, number 2. Okay, cool. Great to see you, Missy. Guys, I'm so excited. What I'm trying right now, you may not be able to see. It doesn't really matter if you can or not. But over my left shoulder is you got the notification that you bastard. Okay, Brian, tell me that you watch Family Guy. Because if not, then you just really don't know how to say the word bastard. ERMD. Aloha. Thank you for your service. It's good to see you guys. And what I've got the ability to do with this Restream product is a number of things that I already normally do. Ray, I'm in Bangkok. And not the least of which is to broadcast to did you hear the way I just said broadcast? Oh my God, Brian, you got to call me on that one. Missy too. I talk like I was from Southie. Giggity. Big fan of the Giggity. As you can imagine, the vulgarity and the juvenile portions of Family Guy, I am a huge fan. It was funny. I think maybe some of you guys have seen me and Rob do a show together, you know? And one of the things that we joked about is that we could be Easty, is that we could be like the when Dingo and the Baby from Family Guy. When Brian and Stewie had a radio show, and before that it was the joke about how they just read promo after promo after promo after promo for the Weenie and the Butt show. And I was like, oh my God, who thinks these things? Well, I know exactly who thinks these things up. Seth, he's a freaking genius. But you know what's funny about that is I actually did watch American Dad, to Todd's question. And, you know, because it was on right after, right? And I got to tell you, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, the delta in the quality, not the quality, the humor, basically, that I got out of American Dad, I was like, this is just isn't doing it for me. I'm like, Roger, like, how is he really funny? I mean, he's kind of like the American Dad's version of Stewie was in the character Roger, you know, and I was like, nah, I'm not doing it for me. Missy has the humor of a 12-year-old boy, which is awesome because I totally remember being 12 and hanging out with Missy at the time. I know exactly what you're talking about. And no, I'm not drinking urine. I'm also not drinking Mountain Dew, which is a drag. That's not as sort of, well, it's available here for sure, but it's not as available. What I drink are these things called 100, and they're really, really good. It's like lemon flavored Fresca. Bobby, you take drugs every day, right? How about a Fresca? Quick, what movie is that from? Todd says there was an episode where they were in Thailand. Oh, I need to find that. I don't know if I know of that. I like the Rick and Morty. Oh, MedTech, thank you, by the way. He made a... so there's a couple things I want to talk about today. Not the least of which is me. No. And so the first thing is the notifications. I and about 900,000 other YouTube vloggers are acutely aware or keenly aware of how imperfect the notifications are from YouTube. You can even go in, you can click on subscribe, and then you can go to the right like a centimeter and click on the bell and then click on all to get all notifications. And 95% of you guys will get notifications, sometimes only 90, some won't. But do remember if you are subscribed, because if you don't know, like there's a bunch of metrics that we get, you know, like how many people watch and what's the average watch time and that sort of thing. And one of them is of your subscribers, how many of them have the notifications turned on? And I was just looking the other day because I was like, why are these notifications not working? And this is very common, actually. It's about 30%. So about 30% of you that have subscribed have not gone into the bell, and then you click on the bell, and then you click on the little, there's like 3 bell choices. You click on the bell, and then you click on all, and then that ideally you should get all the notifications, but you won't. But to MetTech, he actually mentioned that he didn't get one, and then he said, oh yeah, by the way, I didn't go in, and I just like, oh, so that was cool. So I really appreciate that, guys, because I like to be notified of when the notifications don't work. Because, I mean, it's not like there's not technology there. I mean, I can put an additional layer on top of the notifications and let every single one of you guys know. However, what that will probably yield is about 90% of you saying, Mike, we got 2 notifications. You're really starting to piss me off. How do I unsubscribe? So I'm not going down that road. I'd rather get like false positives kind of thing. Jason, great to see you. Aloha, Asia Unscripted. I was thinking about you yesterday, actually, because Gracie and I were talking about like how she's going to be able to get in and out of the Philippines. And, you know, I mean, the delta in sort of lockdownish that occurs between just Cebu and where she's at in Jamindan. I mean, it's just amazing. Patrick says, hard to find Mountain Dew in Thailand. I mean, well, I drink Diet Mountain Dew normally, and that's literally impossible to find. I can find Mountain Dew occasionally at 7-Eleven, and it's really no more expensive. It is a few, you know, baht more expensive, which is not a big deal, but it is a little bit more expensive than like Coke Zero or something like that. Isaac says, g'day, Mike. Elbow bump from Richmond, Ka. There you go, man. I know where Richmond is, actually. What are your thoughts on Chiang Mai? I spent a month there in January of 2018. So right now, it's actually kind of coming out of the time when the air quality there is going to be pretty decent because they're done with sort of the burnings, right? So yeah, it's going to, in fact, I'll tell you right now, and that's the other thing that I was going to talk about. First thing is notifications. The second thing is the travel that we'll discuss. And then the third one is how you can get a hold of me better and how I can help you better. Okay. So those are the 3 big things that I want to touch on that if I don't, I hope you'll hold me accountable. It's like a brand new shaker, you know, so it's like it's really tight at the top. So no, I wasn't just trying to like give myself an appendectomy while I was doing this. I was actually trying to cover the device, whatever, the bottle. So I'm a big fan of Chiang Mai, and I don't know a lot about Chiang Mai, but what I can tell you is I want to go to Chiang Mai. To that point, I can go to Chiang Mai as of today. As of the 15th, I can literally go to the airport and I can get on a plane and I can go to Chiang Mai. I can't remember exactly what airlines there are that fly, but there's like 3 or 4. If you're familiar with Thailand, you're familiar with Nok Air and OK, and Thai Smile and Thai Air Asia, which is, and again, a lot of these are opening, but they're only opening for like 2 or 3 flights. Like again, to the point of CB Media, he went up to Udon Thani and he went there from Don Muang, and I'm really excited to do that. And so I want to talk about that a little bit more. But the other thing I can do, I'm using Restream, as I said, and what I can do is, for example, I can show one of my buddies' little comments here. So hashtag a little bit crazy. What's going on, Eddie? Good to see you. Eddie is one of the main reasons that I've come to Thailand, because for years he was like, Mickey, you got to go to Thailand. You got to go to Thailand. I'm like, oh, it's such a long flight. But yeah, so Chiang Mai is one of the places where I absolutely wanted to, or I want to go. And so episode CIA POW in 2014. I assume you're talking about Family Guy. That's cool. I'll have to check that out. Oh my God, you guys. The best person in the whole entire world has just joined us. Greetings from Jamindan. If you guys know anything about TV dramas, then you'll know why Gracie's handle, if you will, on Gmail is that. So, honey, I wish you were here. But that's close enough. I'm very, very happy about that. So Gracie right now is probably at her shop where they have Wi-Fi. She has decent Wi-Fi, so she can watch, and therefore my ego won't get too crushed. But it's great to see you, honey. She and I were actually talking yesterday about, okay, like, how do you get over here? And I go on this website, and they're like, oh, yeah, the Philippine Airlines is going to allow, like, I think it was like they're going to allow several planes in during the week, but they're not going to allow more than 400 people per day. I think that was the limitation. And then I'm literally reading down the same article 2 paragraphs later, and they're like, oh, no, they've actually decided not to do that. I'm like, who writes these articles? Like, single topic, dude, you know? And I was just like, this is so frustrating. So it's pretty difficult. And to that point, yesterday, I spent most of the day on the BTS and the MRT going around Bangkok because, you know, you can't just Google like and get accurate data on the trains. Okay. So, and a lot of times when you go to the train station, and Gracie and I have done this, it's like you go to the train station, you're like, yeah, I want to buy a ticket for tomorrow to plan ahead or whatever. And they're like, great, just come back tomorrow. I'm like, no, I kind of want to get that. No, you can't buy it today because tomorrow's train isn't happening today, dude. Focus, right? Ooh, yeah, okay, I guess you're right. It's not here yet, so I can't buy a ticket. Yeah, I'd like to buy tickets to, but you can always like do that with shows, right? So in my mind, I'm thinking, okay, I'm going to like front load my vacation time. I'm going to buy this ticket. Anyway, so because of that, I went online and you can like track the train schedules and that sort of thing, okay? So I did that, and then every single like origin and destination that I put in, it's just like no trains. But there are trains operating, okay? So, for example, that one train that you take from Wang Wai Ka, I think it's called, or Wang Wai, whatever. It's like that train station that's like down an alley. And all of a sudden there's this track, and it goes all the way down, and all the way down to the end is that iconic sort of train market that you see, you know, where like the awnings come in, you know, and then the train comes and they pull it all out, and then they just, you know, the train goes right through the market. So that train is operating. Like multiple times per day, but you know they all have these like sub schedules, and so it's weird because they describe that train as moving at the schedule of the buses. It's kind of weird. Anyway, so I just went around and like checked it out because I'm trying to figure out like, okay, if she gets over here, like what's going to happen, and you know, but the reality is that if she comes over here, I mean, the future is like so unknown that I'm like, okay, well, what we should probably do is get you a long stay visa, so we don't have to worry about this like visa nonsense. And then there may be amnesty or there may not be amnesty, so we'll get you a long stay visa. Well, you know, in the normal world, that'd be easy. She gets all of her paperwork together, and then she potentially sends it and or goes up to Manila to go to the Thai consulate to get her visa. You know, but they're not issuing these. You know, and so. Anyway, you guys, I mean, I'm preaching to the choir, right? I mean, this imperfection that is occurring is not just it's not just in Mike's life. And one could argue that mine is a little bit more flexible potentially than some of you guys. So, Paul, yeah, good point, Paul. Rob did a video on how to get YouTube notifications to work. What's interesting about that is that when he mentioned it to me like a week ago or something, he's like, yeah, I'm going to do it. So I'm like, okay. And I went through it. I said, no, dude, because I do not get his notifications of his live streams ever. The only way I get notified of his live streams is when he like rebroadcasts it, if you will, on Patreon. And I went through all of that. I did it on my mobile. I did it on my web page, or I did it on the browser. Still don't get the notifications about Rob's live streams. So I'm not saying don't watch his video and don't do what he says. Do that because you have a higher likelihood, certainly, of getting the notifications, but I can tell you that sadly I'm still not. Having a diet do as I listen. A way to just rub it in, bro. Todd says it'll take 5 days to get there. Yeah, I know. If Gracie, if I give her a life raft, she could probably swim or get there a lot easier. Right on, Go More Hike. Good to see you, man. Glad you're here. Go More Hike is a wonderful patron of my, not financially, but he's part of the cool kids table is the short answer, and comes over from Do More Life. Big fan of Jeremy's channel. Two-way street, sir. Let's all strive to help each other. Absolutely. And so here's what that comment is related to him, like letting me know, hey, so I didn't get your notification, but then I did. And here's, it's so it's a little thing. Okay, I get it. It's a little thing. But I will tell you that I've mentioned this before, and I hope I'm not like, jinxing myself or whatever by saying this. But like, I don't see any trolls, essentially, in the comments. And I like to think that we are building a culture here such that if a troll comes into the chat, everyone would be like, yeah, I'm going to need you to move your desk all the way back. Yeah, you're going to need to move downstairs. Yeah, we don't do that here. I'm going to need you to come in on Saturday. Yeah, that'd be great. Because it would just be so weird. Like, okay, dude, like, we don't, it's like laying at the beach, right? And having some like person just come up and kick sand on your girlfriend. It would be like, dude, what the hell are you doing? Like, you don't do that. I mean, right? So anyway, to that point, MedTech was helpful to me. I believe he was helpful to himself, and as he mentioned, mildly jokingly, but he hopes that his mistakes can help other people. That's what does help other people, making mistakes. And I'll tell you something. I'll label myself as being a little bit more mature than like I was, like Missy was saying, when I was 12 years old. By being able to say that I have transitioned into having to learn a whole bunch of things by doing it myself, making mistakes myself. Every now and then, I watch someone else make a mistake and say, don't do that. I don't do it all the time. Sometimes I got to make my own mistakes, probably more often than not. But I'll tell you, man, when I get to the point where I was like, oh, hey, so yeah, like they did something, I'm not going to do that. That was actually pretty sweet. Roy says CB just won't do it on Tiny because he is about the only YouTuber that's actually traveling. His subs. Oh, that's a bummer that it doesn't show at all. It shows it to me. His subscriber number has shot up. Absolutely. The guy's got like 80,000 subs. And I think he did a live stream walking around Bangkok, which was great. He's got an outstanding iPhone, by the way. And I think he had like 500 people on his live stream. I mean, so big thumbs up to him. I mean, I think he's a cool guy. He's like normal and he, he's got a really good personality. And, he's also got a shtick. He's got a niche, right? I mean, he digs like, performance cars. And there's a lot of people that like that. And so not only is he like live streaming and doing like walking around Bangkok, but he's got this additional thing. And that's awesome. I mean, I think the bottom line is I think he's adding value and he should be rewarded for that because the world either wants or needs some info from him. So yeah, the Udon Thani thing, I was thinking about that and I was waiting actually till the middle of May because I knew at the beginning of May, it's like, yeah, they're going to kind of open it up, sort of. But today, May 15th, it's May 15th in Bangkok. May 15th in this part of the world. And they're opening up a lot of flights. And so to that point, so today's the 15th. Right now I have a reservation via Agoda at this beach resort, basically, down in Koh Samui. Because I can fly from Bangkok down to Koh Samui, the island of Koh Samui, on Bangkok Airways. And I can do it on the 19th. As of when I looked yesterday, I haven't booked it yet. I can cancel the Agoda thing, but you're gonna love this because of the lack of people going down there. This is a room in this amazing place. It's normally 11,000 baht per night, and I'm getting it for 1,190. So that's a pretty damn good discount. So even if I like book the flight and I have to just like cancel it and throw it away, the flight down there, by the way, is like, it's like $100. It's like 86, 87, something like that. And that's with tax. But again, as of today, Bangkok Airways, and Bangkok Airways is really cool. I mean, what do they call themselves? The Asia's boutique airline. And so anyway, they have, flights that start today to go down there, and obviously if you went today, it's like 4,000 baht or something, and then it's like 20, and then I think like on Tuesday it's like 2,870 or something like that. So right now my plan Tuesday is to go down to Samui, rent a motorbike, maybe cruise around. I'm not completely 100% on it yet, because I have verified that like if I leave this province and I go down to that province, I can get back into this province, right? I just like go back to Don Muang, take a grab back to my condo, and I should be good. But I'm just double checking everything, and I think for the most part I should be good. But yeah, so to that point, I'm actually pretty excited to be traveling, and I definitely, many people, but definitely credit him for his recent video on Unantani, because I'm like, well, that's cool. At least I can go somewhere. And I'm like, okay, well, great. Just because I can go to Unantani doesn't mean I'm going to go further inland where it's even hotter and more humid and dry and less wind and no beach. And I'm like, okay, well, if I can get to the beach, like, I'll go. And so that's when I heard, Bangkok Airways is opening up. So I'm like, that's cool. And Roy even says here, Bangkok Airways flying Bangkok to Samui from May 15th. Yes, welcome to today and welcome to the next best day of my life. Kind of, because Gracie can't come. So that's a bit of a drag. But, the nice thing is that I can go down there. And hopefully, I saw that, Todd. Yeah, he isn't real thrilled about it. Or at least I saw the title of his most recent video of CB Media potentially not liking it. So Earl says, I hope someone will open up so I can get out of USA for a month. Yeah, something can open up. Yeah, I completely agree, dude. I mean, I got buddies that are I heard from my business partner this morning. He's in San Diego, and he's like, oh, man, thank God I've been going back and forth to, like, Mexico, living in a second country kind of thing. Having a job in Mexico, or working in Mexico, like, online, but then having his condos up in his house is up in San Diego, so he's been going back and forth and stuff. But it's just... it's taken too long. It's really, really taken too long, isn't it? And I want to make sure I'm getting to all of these comments. I'm trying to do it to the best of my ability. I'm looking in it sort of in a very similar display as you guys would, but it's I'm going a little slower, and I'm trying to show it on the screen. I've seen a couple other YouTubers like Billy and Geo. They were doing that, with Streamlabs. But I've been beta testing some new stuff when it comes out with Restream. So this is not in beta. Anyone can do this with Restream. But it's a pretty good service because not only does it do the webcam thing, and I can invite friends to this. I can invite, I can invite friends, I think. It's got a nice orange new on it. So I think that's still in beta. So we'll see if that's going to work. And says, hey, I'm up on the screen. Yeah, so there's nothing like instant gratification, is there? Right? So don't swear, okay, guys? But as far as Unantani last year, but now all the bars are closed. Yeah, I mean, again, that's not a requirement for me, but I know what you mean, right? In other words, the restaurants aren't necessarily open, and there's less to do. So I totally get it, right? Fancy graphics on the screen. Yeah, I don't know about fancy. There's something to be said for block diagrams, right? And yeah. So thank you for that reference, or thank you for acknowledging that reference. Yeah, Todd, that'd be great. Thanks a lot. I love this PC load letter. Oh, dude, I can't even tell you. Working in IT, being a total geek, I can't even tell you how many times we use that phrase. And not just at a printer. We just something breaks. We're like, PC load letter. What the, It's good to be a gangsta. Patrick said, really like the live stream with Geo. Good to get more insights on life and differences between the two countries. Okay, thank you, Patrick, very much. And just so you know, Gio and I had planned on going live this morning on his channel, and then we had, right now, we were going to take a 5-minute break, and then we were going to go from his channel, and then we were both going to go live on my channel. But I pinged him last night. He's like, oh, no, my girlfriend's got some travel, that sort of thing. And I was like, all right, cool, that's fine. So I figured I'd just hang out with you guys because, again, like I said, there's 3 big things that I want to be able to clarify. The first is notifications. If you're not getting them, trust me, it's probably 100% YouTube's fault and none of your fault. But it just, again, click on subscribe, go over to the bell, click on it, and go up to all, and make sure you get all notifications. Other than that, there's only so many things you can do. Indeed, Rob put out a video on the things you can do in the mobile app. But for the most part, that's just a duplicate sort of feature set that you're turning on. So it really shouldn't make that much of a difference. But to the insights thing. What I've been doing in the past is I'm like, hey, here's my email. You guys send me an email, and if you have any specific questions, then I can go for them with you. And the first thing is I adore and thank you guys that have emailed me pretty specific questions. Because while I love them and I totally understand why you might do this, when I get an email that says, hey, Mike, I'm thinking of coming over to Southeast Asia. What do you think? And I'm like, I guess I can't, it's difficult, right? It's really difficult to be able to give you I don't know you, that sort of thing. And so I do my best to respond to these emails that come in with some pretty specific questions. And so that takes attention units. And I've been going up and down, and I'll like see the thing. And then anyway, the short answer is that what I realized very quickly is that I cannot provide you with the service at the level that I'd like to. Okay, so that's the short answer. By email. So what I was talking to the other guys about, and so what I've done is I have like a calendar. There's many of these like calendaring things out there, and they're free. And you go to a calendar and you click on it, and you click on a thing, and it basically just like throws an appointment in my calendar. And I live by my calendar. Like if it's not in my calendar, it doesn't exist, and rarely does it get done. Anyway, so if you go to livemyassoff.com/calendar, then basically what that's going to allow you to do is to just simply make an appointment in my calendar. And the beauty of that is that then we are allocating 1 hour for you guys or whoever to ask me a bunch of questions, and I can get to specific details, and we can answer sort of those bullet points. I encourage you to have a list of questions ahead of time, but if not, that's fine. You've watched me probably more than 5 minutes. You realize that, wow, he never stops talking. But I am a good listener, believe it or not. And so when you ask me specific questions, I will try and interpret them and then potentially repeat them back to you if I don't understand them so that we can get to a good solution. And what I'm hoping is that will be a better solution than me. Well, I can tell you right now, for whatever reason, this one guy's email, it got in my junk folder. And for some reason, I was looking for something else that wasn't coming in. I'm like, let me check spam. And this guy's email was like, man, first, it shouldn't have been spam. I mean, it's not like he sent me anything weird. But of course, I'm delayed getting back to him like 3, 4, 5, 6 days. And I'm like, okay, that's not cool because, you could potentially infer that as intentional, which it totally wasn't. So anyway, so I'm going to put this up here, and then I'm also going to continue to get to the questions here. But at the end of the day, it's just livemyassoff.com/calendar. And if you go there, then the beauty of it is that basically you will be able to, it just like brings up a calendar, and then you can like click on a day or so in the future. I've got some time blocked off, and if you're in a time zone that is completely 180 degrees out of phase from me, and I'm unavailable, then do shoot me an email or send me a message on YouTube or something like that and say, look, Mike, I can't do it. That can we possibly do? And I can try and be as flexible as I can. Because I don't hate listening to myself, okay? But I am kind of trying to do this to help you guys. So anyway, that's livemyassoff.com/calendar. And I think it's like in the description of this video, and I may have put it in another couple of videos too, so you guys can like check it out. But in any case, I hope that will be an easier way and a more appropriate way if we schedule something, because then there's time. Because as you might guess, I don't get emails and be like, okay, so I'm going to like basically answer all these emails between 5 p.m. and 6 p.m. It's like, no. I would much rather talk to, say, that guy, right, from 5 p.m. to 6 p.m. And then that way we can allocate that. So that said, hopefully that will help. If it doesn't help and it hinders and it's a complete live my pain in the ass off, then hopefully together we'll come up with a better solution. So anyway, Patrick, thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Looking forward to hanging out with Gio probably like next week or something. Again, I'm going to be doing some different things, and then Tuesday, with any luck, I will be getting on a plane and heading down to Samui. So but that's my stapler. The red stapler. We actually gave a red stapler award out in my IT department because we all watched that movie and thought it was good. So if you did like really, really excellent work, I mean, that was the joke with it. If you were really outstanding, then it was literally a wooden plaque with like a gold thing on it, stapler award, and it was a red stapler. It was like zip tied to the thing, so it's kind of cool. 33 watching. Oh, thanks, guys. That's cool. Actually, you know what? I haven't gone over to the YouTube thing. I mean, I assume it's working, but 43 oh my god, you guys, I am like, okay, that means these comments are going way too fast, I bet. Shoot. All right, I'll tell you what. See, here's my challenge, is that I really, really, really think everything you ask me and on all the input there is like relevant and important, so I hate to miss anything. But anyway, I mean, that was back at 9:11 and it's now 9:23. So Tommy, thank you very much, man. I really appreciate it. I assume that you were one of those thumbs up, so thanks very much, man. I really appreciate it. Rackman, I'm hoping to go to Colombia soon, but nothing official on what the government is going to. Yeah, I mean, because the exchange rate there is really stellar, right? I mean, that's pretty awesome. Go more heck live streams getting on a name and lights. Awesome, dude. That's cool. I mean, I don't know. I was debating. I'm like, okay, should I do this? Are they going to be like, look, Mike, it was bad enough before when we had like a list of them. Now, if you do them one at a time, we're going to be like 3 hours deep, and it's going to be like, hey, so I noticed that there's like 4 people watching your stream. That's really cool. And I'll be like, oh, cool. Maybe I should catch up. So anyway, I'm glad you guys like it. And, again, I'm all about input, for sure. I mean, if there's anything that I think the number one thing that I sort of take away from Amazon and their culture, certainly AWS, is measure everything, absolutely everything. So you can imagine how much it bugs me that I can't get into the YouTube API and like figure out, how many people are doing what or whatever and how I can add more value. It's very frustrating because I'm telling you right now, Google Cloud Platform has an unlimited amount of data about everything that has occurred on my YouTube channel since the day I signed up, but I can't get to it. So that really bugs me. Office Space, anyone here like the TV show Community? Oh, I think, yeah. I think my dad likes that, actually. I think I've heard of that. About travel, what are the best ancient resorts in Japan? Is Okinawa? I don't know, Caesar. I really don't. But I'm sure there's some other guys in here might know. Bangkok Air, best domestic, nice and roomy. Absolutely agree, Brian. I'll tell you what, the first time I flew those guys, I think it was like Pattaya to Phuket or something like that. But I know it was I was out of Pattaya. And I'm going in there, and if you guys have ever taken it, I don't know if they still do this, but they did it when I did. It was like 3, maybe 4 years ago. They have popcorn and orange juice at the gate. but just before that and after that, I mean, the customer service was outstanding. It was the infamous Thai hospitality, right? But yeah, I'm a big fan. It's a little bit more expensive, but again, to get down to Samui after not being able to go across the street and buy groceries, that's a pretty big delta in freedom, and I'm more than happy to kind of check it out. That guy says it's so heartening to hear flights and reservations starting in Thailand. It feels like our old world. Yeah, it's slowly coming back. I totally get it, man, and I cannot wait. I am so looking forward to being able to get Gracie here in an appropriate way, meaning the watching from the Philippines at the shop. Oh, hey, I don't know who. Nasa. Oh, okay. Maricel. Okay, why do Filipinas have 13 different YouTube and more so Facebook channels, Because I know who that is. That's your sister. Who's awesome, by the way, up top. Thank you very much for watching. I will buy each of you a very large smoothie if you walk around the market there in Hamandan and you tell everyone to start watching the live stream and say, if you don't watch this, Gracie won't like you guys. But thanks for watching. ER, way to go. Yeah, cool, right? Pretty nice. I'm totally stoked. Yeah, they serve good food on Bangkok Airways. That's an interesting thing. I've never been a food guy. Well, you know what? To that point, I don't think they are. I actually think that the whole food thing, for example, they're absolutely spacing people. I saw that on the CB Media's live stream. He was at the back, but at the end of the day, he wasn't necessarily at the back because he was at the back. He was just, he had space between them. As far as I know, they're not giving out food, and the middle seats are empty. They have to be blocked off. I assume you can still use the restroom and that sort of thing, but you probably have to do additional cleaning or something like that. The flight attendants were wearing those clear masks, kind of thing. So, but yeah, I'm actually and the seat's good, totally too. Paul T says, "Don't burn the place down." Again, I love when you guys go back and forth. That's so cool because okay, you could argue that this is a monologue to some degree, but I've always said before, you guys keep me sane, man, with this input. I really appreciate it. You're my heroes. There is no cool kids table if you guys aren't here. Well, we need health certificates. So if you mean by doing domestic travel, so here's what I saw yesterday at the train stations. They have tables, and then they're pieces of paper, and then they're like attendants. And what I believe was occurring, because if you've ever been on a train in Thailand, you know that it is about 99.4% Thai. Nothing's in English. Very little is, maybe there's a booth that says information, and then you go up there, and they're like, Michael Chai. I'm like, oh, crap. So every now and but okay, to be fair, in the bigger ones, right? But I mean, if you're in they pretty much don't speak any English. Hua Hin, a little better, obviously Bangkok, more international. But the point is that is very Thai. So what I saw people doing, Metek, was the Thais were basically filling out pieces of paper, and they were they're checking my temperature, they're checking everybody's temperature, and making sure that you're less than 37.4, 37.5. But I believe that they were filling out something, and I don't know what it is. I believe it's some degree of health certificate to get on the train. It may have been like, what is your accommodation when you're getting down there? It could have been all of that. But like right now, no one's really going anywhere, so it's not so bad. But when it starts to ramp up to the amount of people that, there's like 3 or 4 people in front of you in line, man, that doesn't scale, because they had like, 4 or 5 card tables with like 2 people per table. And of course, people are spread out on the table. And so I'm anticipating that there's going to be some sort of health check. As far as the certificate goes to get on the airplane, I have not seen anything for domestic travel. And again, CB, he's kind of hard to get a hold of via email right now, and he even said that in his last or second to last video. He's like, "Look, guys, I'm going to be a little tight on time, so if I don't get back to you via email." And again, that was sort of another reason why I'm like, nah, I really should go to. I should really, throw this up there and say, hey, if you guys want to get a hold of me, just like schedule it. livemyassoff.com/calendar. And then we can and they're hour basically blocks of time. So hopefully that will help. Tony, good to see you, man. That's awesome. My buddy Tony from San Diego. I just saw him flash up there. Where is he? Gosh. And then it skips. Oh, well. And then I'm too far up now. Fancy grab. Yabba dabba doo. Anyway, so thank you so much for watching. I really appreciate it. What does Roy say here? Probably boots on the ground. I think you could get a good deal anywhere in Thailand. Yeah, pretty much. I think so too. It's not PC, but I didn't really like Samui Island. Oh, okay. So here's the thing on Samui. I'm going there because there's not a lot of people. Trust me. I mean, if it was like regular Thais, and even right now, this time of year, actually, I mean, it's basically low season anyway. But if it was like January, then, Gracie and I are like, nah, it's not good. We might go to Koh Lanta, or Koh Phangan. I mean, we might go to those places. But yeah, no, I think Samui is a little bit too overcrowded, and I would probably be disappointed. If we were going to go there and then go to other islands, we would go there first, so that the next islands we went to, I think, would be a little bit more refreshing. And don't worry about the PCs. I mean, dude, as long as you don't do something inappropriate. And just so you know, I mean, I watch these comments come in on something outside of YouTube, and so therefore YouTube pretty much filters out. I mean, it could be a little too sensitive, quite frankly. So, I mean, if you say livemyassoff.com, then chances are it's not going to show up. I mean, because it's a little bit ridiculous, actually. North Shore of Samui's Killer. Oh, cool. Yeah, I'm totally stoked to check that out. But at least he's checking out more of Thailand. Hasn't he been there for 5 years? Well, yes. I mean, but again, I think he only started his channel like 3 or 4 months ago. I mean, the guy is just like skyrocketing. But yeah, no, I completely agree. And I remember like when Rob first got to Thailand. I mean, again, he is Thailand Rob. So he was only doing Thailand and stuff. But, he and I would chat, and he's like, oh, where are you going? I'm like, oh, we're going to go to Singapore, and then we're going to have, because I like new stuff, man. I like doing it. And I'll tell you something. Here's another thing too. So someone pinged me and they're like, hey, so what do you think about this scenario? I'm thinking of going here. And then I potentially want to get a, Filipino girlfriend and, and maybe travel with her. And I said, I think that's a great idea, because I mean, I was only really, 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 really sure I wanted to move to Thailand after I had been to places that weren't Thailand. And, because I'll tell you right now, if I had never been to Vietnam, boy, would I have missed out. Gracie and I would have missed out big time. And that's such another great option, for us and for you guys too. And obviously, if you watch Rike's videos, you know that he was there. He effectively had a very successful year there. Learned a lot, loved the place, and I totally get it. The infrastructure is decent. Banking's pretty easy. You can be very, very comfortable there for, you can almost get a little bit more ROI as far as your quality of life, depending upon where you are in Vietnam compared to Thailand. But yeah, no, totally. I completely agree. Lolling in soup. And then, yeah, so that's where it was. I missed that. So if I come to Thailand, you will show me around me. Absolutely, T. Dude, Tony, I would be stoked if you came over here, dude. I've known Tony for, how long have we known each other, Tony? Well, okay, so what's today? Today's May 15th. So in 13 days, I'll have a lot of years. That's going to be pretty cool. But yeah, I think, shoot, dude, I think we've known each other 26, 27 years. Tony's a great guy, killer musician too. So glad he stops by on Facebook. See, this is why I don't just do YouTube, guys. And they're like, oh, well, you should just do YouTube because then you can monetize it and Facebook doesn't give you any money. Yeah, but Tony might swing by. Missy always swings by. And it's just like, I don't care. I mean, I will pay them to show up so we can hang out. It's like going to the coffee shop and you buy your buddy a cup of coffee. It's not relevant. It's like, don't worry about it. Dude, it's not, come on. I want to hang out with you. I don't care if the coffee costs $12, dude. And we're like in downtown Chicago. We're hanging out. Okay. So it's like, I really, it's very difficult for me to like roll this back and say, oh yeah, just YouTube and then post I really like having, my buddies around here. Cause like I said, guys, it keeps me freaking sane doing this. Keith says, just hoping things are settled by the time I want to travel. First part of next year. Yeah. Again, it depends where you want to travel and how you want to travel, Keith. But I think, at the end of the day, I don't think it's going to tighten down a whole lot more than it certainly was or is, but I I assume you're referring, Brian, to Scott Mallon, right? I got a letter. I can pretty much guarantee you that I will go to a lot of energy to not publicly chastise you for potential mistakes that you're making in your life on YouTube. I mean, I love Scott. I met him. He's a very cool guy. He's a sharp guy. He's got a really good conviction, and obviously the product that he puts out on YouTube is very, very helpful for a lot of people, and a lot of people like it. But I like to kind of like focus on the positive, and as you guys know, I wear rose-colored glasses, so that's my level of realism that I got going on right there. Do more hike, yeah. I didn't get Do More Left channel notifications either. See, that must really bum me out. Even though I rang the bell on notifications, yeah. But I got your notifications. So good, man. I mean, that's cool. I don't get it. I really just don't get it. I love that the cool kids YouTubers are collaborating. I think that will trend to deflate the jerk attacks. I hope so, dude. They'll do the math and realize that being crummy totally caps their growth. I hope so, guys. I mean, again, I'm honored, and I trust me, I didn't set it out to like get this label, but I worked in a place long enough and managed a team of IT athletes, long enough, and people come and go. There's attrition, and people like enhance their career and they go elsewhere and that sort of thing. And I heard a number of times for guys that got hired into my team, because there was like 10 of us, let's say, and the rest of IT was effectively like 100 people, right? So obviously you start getting to know people, and your sphere expands. So they were and several times these new hires would come in, and we'd have like the 3-month review or the 6-month review, which is ridiculous because I talk to my guys at least once a week, for God's sake. I'm going to be like, hey, what do you need to be wildly successful? You saw my leadership video, hopefully, that I did when I was walking through Lumpini Park without the gimbal yet. So I really appreciate your patience on that one. All future videos, I promise, don't have the gimbal. But they were like, oh man, you are lucky. You got hired on Mike's team. That's where we want to, because like internal guys there would be an opening on my team, and they would like apply to, the cool kids table, if you will. And their bosses would be like, oh no, you can't leave, And so, there couldn't be any succession planning. I mean, I said, look, we're going to take these people who like started out, in their late teens, sometimes, early 20s, college campus, and they're working at the help desk, and they're learning how to like, fix PCs and just do antivirus scanning and all that. And then I'm like, no, we're going to bring them into the systems team. This one girl, she was an absolute rock star, worked for us for like 3, maybe 4 years. And then she went on to be a director and everything. And she's doing great. But she came in from the desktop support, kind of side, the tech support center, where she would like help students, with their laptops and stuff. And like I said before in that video, it's like, look, yeah, I mean, she had a degree in psychology or whatever, but I'm like, do you know how to do, are you smart? Like if I give you like the ability to do something and I give you 110% of all the things that you need to be wildly successful, are you going to excel here? And, again, you figure that out. I mean, it doesn't take sometimes a year, for God's sake. And usually by 6 months, whether the person's got the chops. But I mean, day one, I'm like, hey, here's a list of, and I always say this wrong, and she always corrects me because it's not exactly this. But I basically gave her a list of 100 servers. And I said, okay, you're in charge of these. And trust me, she wasn't like, oh, this is going to be a cakewalk. I'm sure she yesed me to death. And then when I left the room, she like talked to the other guys and went like, what is he crazy? Was he setting me up for failure? One of the best systems administrators I've ever had in my life. Love Colette. Absolute rock star. Anyway. It was a great team to be a part of, and I was honored to be able to lead it. Florida in the house. Yeah, Stuck. What's going on? Stuck says, hey, Mike, how much does it cost to live in Thailand? As much as you want. Absolutely, as much as you want. You may want to live like me. You may not want to live like me. You may want to be able to travel. Her dad is watching. That's cool. So what time is it right now? Magandan Umaga. That's about it. That's all I know. Her whole family's awesome, man. I mean, her parents are just so great. And I've said this to you guys before. Maybe you haven't heard it, but I have never been welcomed into a family so warmly as I have been by Gracie's parents. And I've heard from other guys too that you get that from a Filipino family. I mean, they were just like, yeah, I mean, let me stay in their house. They fed me. I mean, come on, man. That's just here. Hey, here's this guy, and anyway, it was just such an honor. So thank you, honey. I'm glad he's watching. I'm quite certain I'm talking too fast. I'm talking too fast for a lot of people who English is their first language. So anyway, I love you. That says Maya Soft. Yeah, absolutely. I think Rike said, you should write to YouTube and tell them, hey, listen, my Hebrew name is Mayazov. Like, why are you guys, I mean, what are you singling me out here? What are you guys prejudiced? Anyway. TG says, planning on moving there someday. Should I just get a 60-day visa, I assume you mean, and establish a bank account to be able to transfer money, then apply for my retirement visa? I always recommend, to the point where if I don't get to these questions, I hope other people in the chat would have answered for me. Get your retirement visa in your home country, because the short answer there is then you do not need to move money into a Thai bank account. If you come over here and you want to get the retirement visa here, yeah, they want the money in a Thai bank account. Secondly, if you are over here and you do not fly back home to, like, for example, for me to see my folks or whatever, then you're going to have to renew your visa here. And in fact, during that time, they will want the money in a Thai bank account. But I mean, I'm planning on going back to see my parents like at least once. Well, I'm planning on doing it at least once a year. Normally I go in July/August. This year I was planning on doing it in August into like the first week of September anyway. So, so I'm planning on going back. But as far as the first one goes, I highly encourage you to get that in your home country if you can. And if you can't, and then you got to come over here and you got to get a bank account and you got to put the money in there and you got to let it season for a certain amount of time. And, and don't like try and like bang up against the rules. Here's the deal. Get 800,000 baht, throw it in a bank account, and then basically never think of it as being there. It's just, all it is that that's your ante, and that needs to sit there, and you need to basically keep it in the bank if you're going to keep that retirement visa. And I can completely understand why some guys are like, no, I'm not doing that. Okay, that's great. That's awesome. If Thailand doesn't give you enough of a benefit to do that, I totally get it. I completely understand, and I'm not saying that is wrong. It's a very, very valid response. And you could be like, look, here's what I like to do with my money, Mike. Not give it to somebody else and never be able to touch it. Hey, that's a very fair thing. Paul says that we actually watched Office Space. It was like so what happens at the university is there's what's referred to as move-in weekend, which is basically, for the most part, when all the freshmen get there and they don't know what's going on. Once you become a sophomore, junior, then like how to go back to school. You're like, oh yeah, I'm going to show up. My room's going to be here. They told me where it is. I know how to find it. I know where all the buildings are. But as freshmen, it can be intimidating, right? And a lot of certainly at our university, a lot of times it wouldn't just be the student that would show up; their family, their mom and their dad or their sister, whatever, they would all show up, right? And so move-in weekend was was something where we would essentially all have to be there for a while. And then I'm like, okay, well, this is silly. Like, we can automate this. Like, I can figure out a system that'll log people into the silly network. I mean, this is like a decade ago, but otherwise we'd have to sit there and like manually do stuff, feverishly working just, so that the student wouldn't get disappointed on their first day. And I'm like, okay, this does not scale. This is ridiculous. Everything, giggity. And so anyway, so what we would do is a lot of times we would be watching like Office Space, or we'd have videos playing in the background or whatever. So Gomorrah says, for ancient culture in Japan, head to Kyoto. Good. Thank you very much for that recommendation. Is there ancient cap on many temples and wasn't bombed in World War II? Good to know. When I was a software engineer, I received my certificate for good work, but no pay raise. I dropped it in the bin in front of management. Yeah, that can be a little bit disappointing. I get that. I'm more of a I don't need the plaque, right? I mean, again, you trade your time for money. Like, that's how work works. Okay, that's work. If you have a hobby or whatever, then it's like, if I get paid or whatever, it doesn't matter. But that's work. I mean, that's what we do. In other words, even the best job I've ever had, which I had for a long time, if all of a sudden I won $10 million in the lottery kind of thing, I would be like, okay, like, I love you guys, but I'm not in love with you. Like, I'm leaving and I'm grabbing the Gracie and like, we're going to travel, and eventually I didn't win the lottery, but basically I figured it out. And that was our goal to come here. So it's compensation, but it's also the future. Like, I want you to pay for my training so I can be a much better I need to have a future. I need to have a direction. I need to have some support from you guys. Otherwise, forget it. Why am I coming here? Also kept the emperor in place. Very good. It's good to know. Emperor worship. Nice, man. I like that. No, I'm in international flights. Yeah, and so I get that. As far as the health certificates, I'm pretty certain that there is going to have to either be here's what, in my mind, I think will happen, is that people will be smart enough to be like, okay, so like, there's no way I'm going to sell massage anymore in this airport. I'm going to sell a medical certificate. So people will come in and there will be like a doctor there, or there'll be a little clinic, and you will just go in, you'll get your temperature taken, and you will get maybe your blood taken. I don't know. You'll go through something that will not, involve having to wait days to get a result. And that's what will then be a standard inside of airports. Otherwise, this whole thing is going to go completely sideways if they want medical certificates. Again, that's Mike's opinion, and that may be, that's totally impossible, Mike, because they can't have enough phlebotomists and they need to take. So I don't know. I don't know what the limitations are of that. But in my mind, anything that is required for you to get on a plane, as much of that they can sell at the airport for arguably 10 times what it costs elsewhere. Like, in other words, if no one ever got hungry once they got to the airport, like Burger King wouldn't be able to sell French fries for $3, right? So, and I know I'm a total bigot, Brian. Absolutely. No, what does Dead Farang say? He's like, I'm not racist. I just hate everyone the same. I think that's great. I love Samui when I was there about 1991. Yeah, back then a runway ended before a gigantic palm tree. That'd be kind of cool, right? That wouldn't be so bad. Koh Lipe. Yeah, I bet it is really quiet, and I bet it's awesome. There's a ton of you got to remember, like, if none of this happened, right? Like, so Gracie and I would have been here for a while, gone back to the Philippines, hung out with her and her daughter. That would have been just so awesome, and I missed her a lot. And I'm also really bummed that her daughter and I can't, spend more time together, because that's just going to be just such a joy. But then after that, we would have traveled, and I'm sure Lipe would have been on the list. It is on the list. Everywhere's on the list. Every trip I went to bed had gone somewhere else too. Yeah, that's a great idea. That's a great idea, Todd. As much as possible, every single one of you guys should do that. If you're going to have a trip to Thailand, also planning on go somewhere else. And I don't care if it's like, well, yeah, I can only come over here for 2 weeks, and so I'm going to transit through Taipei. Awesome. Get a 24-hour layover in Singapore or Taipei, go into the city, cruise around, do like 5 things. Don't stress yourself out. Don't try to do like 100. How many hundreds of things can I get? No. But man, it's just such an opportunity. Just such an opportunity. And Gracie and I have done that twice, honey, right? It's funny because there are actually some airlines that purposely have a 23.5-hour layover in Singapore. And so you come in and you go and sometimes depending upon how much you're into sleep, like we got a condo Airbnb for like one night and then went there and then did that. Went and met a girlfriend of hers and her husband or fiance, I think, maybe husband. With that giant Ferris wheel thingy that they have. It's like the one that like you see in Vegas or London or whatever. They have one of those in Singapore. And we met him over there, went through that thing and, had just a great day. I think that was our first trip to Singapore. And I loved it. Absolutely loved it. There you go. See, Todd, samepage.com. Okay, cool. Nice, Dan. Nice, man. How would you describe the safety level in Vietnam and the Philippines? Maybe compare with Thailand. So the safety level in Vietnam, I would say for me, and I would submit Gracie too, is equal to Thailand. I can't speak with her. I felt, I probably feel the safest in Thailand just because it's really familiar. But I never felt unsafe in Vietnam. I would, if I had to guess, unless she's on here and can answer, I would say that Gracie probably feels safer in Thailand. She's been here by herself for over a week, like getting dental work and staying on Sukhumvit and then taking the BTS over to the dentist and then coming back. So yeah, I mean, I know she feels pretty safe here. As far as the Philippines, I feel safe in the Philippines, but it's not as safe. Okay, so again, and by that I mean I don't really feel like I'm going to get mugged anywhere. Like I'm never anywhere where that could be probably a possibility. Gratefully, but as far as like, and then there's going to be like some drilling because it's Friday. I forgot if it's Saturday and Sunday. Can you guys hear? Hold on. Yeah, you can probably hear that. That's the only downside to a concrete building with rebar is when they're drilling. Like it could be that wall over there, it could be this wall behind me, it could be upstairs, it could be that. Doesn't matter. It just like reverberates, right? But it's okay. It doesn't last that long, and hopefully it won't bother you guys too much. You'll just be like, no, Mike, it just sounds like you rattling on and on and on and on. So yeah, but the medical care in the Philippines is lousy. That's Mike's opinion and Mike's experience. And sadly, I have way too much experience, getting sick and having to go to hospitals in the Philippines. Trust me, I did it in Thailand too, but, Missy says, if moving to YouTube helps you, Wise, I can learn. Doesn't matter. Trust me, the amount of money is never worth it. It's not like, even if they paid me an extra $100, $1,000, Missy, forget about it. I want to hang out with you. I'm honored that you reached out however many years it was ago on Facebook and said, hey, dude. Because Missy and I have talked more on Facebook over the last like 2 years than we talked in the previous 20. I mean, it's just like crazy. Liz Linsner. Sorry, Liz Linsner. I knew it was pronounced that way, but for some reason I just went out there. I miss you too, lady. Liz and I met at a party at the Playboy Mansion. And she was there with a group of people that would go up there and support our charity. I was there as the president of the charity. And that was just, it was so cool. Liz, I believe, is still down in Florida, right? Hopefully. And she's a great lady. Paul says, apparently there is a process to monetize videos posted on Facebook, but I don't know how it works. Yeah, you can put in Pixel and you can put in other opportunities for advertising and that sort of thing. But, honestly, if it was like, again, like I said, I wanted the 1,000 subs and I wanted the 4,000 hours so I could use the community tab to try and communicate with you guys, hopefully better. It's better. It's not great. It's like one additional sort of step up the stairs, It's like, yeah, okay, that's cool. I'm glad I did it. It was a great milestone. It was fun doing it with you guys. I'm totally stoked. I think I have 1,200 subs right now, which just blows me away. And I'm totally honored. And so thank you for that. But yeah, I'm looking into that sort of stuff, Paul. But, for the most part, like I would rather spend time like hanging out with you guys and chatting and potentially trying to get the technology a little bit better. I need to get a better camera solution. I am buying a new laptop. And it's not an excuse yet. The only reason I'm not buying the laptop I'm not buying a laptop is because the laptop I want isn't available. So I want one with an i7 and it's got a 6 gig NVIDIA card in it. The 1660. And I want an Intel. Obviously, I want an Intel chip. The ones that are available have AMD chips, and I'm not totally opposed to Ryzen processors. I'm just a lot more comfortable with Intel. And for the most part, every piece of software that I download and run in Windows 10 is going to run fine on Intel versus, AMD. But I know there's going to be that one time where I'm like, I really wish I could, attach myself to the instruction set on the Intel chip. So this has happened to me before. I've tried to, do the infamous save money. Right now, basically, the cost difference between an Intel chip and an AMD chip in the series that I want is basically the same. But the Intel chips aren't available. I'm looking for at the Asus laptop. It's basically a gaming laptop, so therefore it has the GPU, so it can offload all of this video processing, and I don't need to chew up the CPU because I really want to expand on how I use OBS and slob and all of that to do stuff online. So anyway, Rice says seems the first country to start traveling will be the ones with the lowest cases. Yeah, sure. Here's the thing that I actually hope I get more data on. We all get more info on. Is the restrictions, right? So for instance, Cambodia is like, look, we got 7 cases. We got 7 dead people. Vietnam blows me away. I mean, yeah, okay, the data could be wrong or whatever. But here's the deal. Everything that's on the John Hopkins site, it's just easier for me to trust it all, okay? Because I trust the U.S. numbers, so I'm not going to trust the other numbers. Fine. And if you don't, I get it. I can understand why. It's totally reasonable. But for the sake of argument, I do. So therefore, if I believe the numbers, then I believe the number of dead people in the United States is ridiculous. And the number here is like 56 in Thailand, 70 million people. Vietnam has 97 million people that live in their country. 0 deaths. 0 deaths, dude. Less than 400 people have been diagnosed. Oh, yeah, Mike, but they're not testing everybody. Okay, whatever. You're right. Maybe they're not. But guess what? They also don't have a whole lot of people protesting outdoors. Oh, no, I'm not going to wear masks. It's against my constitution. Whatever, dude. Wait till your grandmother gets sick with it. Then you'll probably change your tune on masks. Okay. Soapbox, down off of it. Rose-colored glasses. Let's go back to the beach. Thank you. That was a little ridiculous. I apologize. But yeah, so anyway, but the point is Cambodia, they're probably going to open up. But the way that they're saying it now is that, oh, yeah, we can travel all day long. But if you're from Italy or the United States or Spain or, you can't come in. And I'm like, okay, well, right. But I got a U.S. passport, but I've been living in Thailand since November, dude. I'm like the healthiest friggin' guy from the U.S. you'll ever meet as far as this COVID thing goes. Maybe I'm not mentally capable, but physically I think I'm doing okay, because I'm drinking high fructose corn syrup and bubbly water. What could be better? So what I'm hoping is that even if you are from the U.S., they'll look at your passport and say, oh, you have been in Thailand since November. Come right in, sir. So we'll see. Somewhere between fantasy and reality. Reality always wins. But David, good to see you. Thank you for coming by, man. Really appreciate it. In Vietnam, just watch out for scammers. Had a kid come up wanting to shine my tennis shoes. Absolutely. I mean, that it's not just Vietnam. I mean, trust me. I mean, all I had to do is drive, basically 17 miles south of San Diego, and I could get scammed all day long. It's called Mexico. And so, yeah, they're everywhere. They absolutely are everywhere. There's plenty in Los Angeles, plenty in San Diego, very few of them in Coronado. But, oh, look at that. 100. Hey, thanks, guys. I really appreciate it. Look at that. How we doing? Up top, honey. Up top. Someday she's going to be right here, right there, hanging out with you guys. And actually, the Wi-Fi where she's at right now is probably okay. She could probably come on, but she's at work, and I don't want to really bother her from that, even though it's not really busy. Well, hold on. No, today's Friday, so it's market day, right, honey? So, yeah, so it's a little bit busier today, but I love you. Cost to live in Thailand, as much as you want. Yeah, I mean, that's like saying, how much does it cost to live in America? I mean, I don't know. I'll give you a great example. Okay, so what did I say on one of the recent streams? And I've said this several times, and now I'm actually rolling back. And thank you for the gentleman that sent me an email. And here's the reason I'm doing it. I said, okay, so basically take the amount of money that it costs you to have a certain lifestyle. And this was based on me coming from San Diego, divided that by 3, and that's what it'll cost you to live here with basically the same lifestyle. So this guy emails me, asks me a bunch of different questions. And again, thank you very much. And he says, okay, so it cost me I think it was Dallas. It cost me $1,000 a month to live in Dallas. And he goes, divide by 3. So he goes, $333 is what's going to cost. And I said, absolutely not. I said, dude, if you have a great quality of life for $1,000 a month in Dallas, and you potentially have a job or don't have a job or don't need a job, or you've got a great job, and if it only costs you $1,000 a month, I'm pretty certain that if you live in Dallas, you're probably making more than $12,000 a year. And so that means you are saving an enormous amount of money. And so I would be like, okay, so vacation here. But, I would submit to you that for $333 a month, you are not going to have a good, comfortable life where you have some cushion living over here in Southeast Asia. That has been my experience. So to the whole, take whatever it costs you and divide it by 3 and then move it. The caveat to that should be if you live in one of, let's say, the top 50 most expensive cities in the United States. So Boston, obviously New York City, San Francisco, those are ridiculous. San Diego's not free either. But, Denver's reasonably priced. Miami, those are kind of expensive and stuff. But if you live in Dallas, then you can live there very, very reasonably. I know there's no state taxes, but obviously you have to pay federal tax. And if you have a house, and again, I don't know whether that number was based, he didn't clarify, but anyway, it brings up a very good point, which is, if your quality of life on the globe is somewhere right now and you're living really well, because again, the other thing about, wake up every morning in Dallas, I'm sure you've been doing that for a while. You could probably just basically live your life probably 90% of the day with your eyes closed. You're like, I know how to do this. I know how to get from here to work. I know how to do this. I know this guy at work. I know this lady at the coffee shop. I know this. I know exactly where to go if I ever get hurt. If I get hurt this bad, I go to this hospital. If I get a brain tumor, I go there. If I go to get cancer. And all that stuff is not going to be as easy over here. So anyway, but the short answer is what I tell everybody. Come over here for a month. I'm not talking about just to vacation and fly all over the place, although I completely agree with Todd's statement about, come here and then go elsewhere. But check it out, dude. Do not uproot your life. And you can. You absolutely can. And it would be very exciting. It would be really cool. But I can tell you what my experience was. And I am so grateful that even though the day that I got to Thailand, if you guys remember my story, is I'm like, oh, I am living here. I am moving here. This is happening. I was like, okay, so by the time I'm 50, because I certainly wasn't going to commit financial suicide, and just come over here and be like, screw you, job, where it's like, no, they're actually paying for me to be over here and they give me vacation and health insurance and all that. So take a good big picture analysis of your life and say, okay, what do I need to be able to be comfortable for the next 10 years? So that I highly encourage that. Maybe try to defeat this episode by changing your channel to live my, yeah, exactly. I've thought about that. I actually thought what I would do is call it live my Corona COVID ass off. You think that would work? Billy says that one of the reasons that one of his videos got half monetization, it's it doesn't get demonetized like it was a copyright infringement, but it got less advertisers to do on it because he either said the name of my channel during a live stream, or it was published in it or something like that, because we were doing a thing together and he's like, oh yeah, Mike's from Live My Ass Off, he typed it in or whatever. Oh my God. But here's the funny thing about that. When I monetized, because you just click a button and the ads come up. So they all were, and 50% of them had a yellow dollar sign. They're like, oh, there's not a lot of people. And then I went in there a week ago and now they're all green. So obviously there's plenty of advertisers that are like, look, dude, we don't care if this kid. In fact, if we're Red Bull or GoPro, we basically want to advertise to people that are living their ass off. There's not a whole lot of wheelchair companies that are like, oh yeah, we need to advertise on there because his demo is going to be right in. No, come on. But if you're living your ass off, you might be like, oh yeah, I think it might be time to buy a Suzuki. What? Yeah, whatever. Anyway, what do we got Brian saying down here? I'm all for doing the 60-day, extending another 30, being forced to travel a little more, and then start the process. I am right there with you, too. That is another thing, is that the greatest thing about having to leave the country every 90 days, first of all, it's not expensive. It's not like, oh, my God, every day or every 90 days I got to leave the United States and I got to go live in Maui. There's no more expensive gas in the world. Maybe I don't know where it's more expensive or in the country. Anyway. Yeah, being forced to travel, that's awesome. That's why I was like, you know what? I'm just going to get the 1-year multiple entry visa in Vietnam if I go over there, because then we have to leave every 90 days. I'm like, that'd be pretty cool, honey. And you know what's funny is when we got Gracie's I mean, a lot of people just like look at the negative, right? So we get Gracie a visa. She's got a B1, B2. It lasts for 6 months. She can come into the United States for 6 months. And of course, inevitably, what do a lot of people say? Oh, yeah, but she can only stay 6 months. I'm like, dude, I don't stay 6 months in a row in the United States. I travel. I didn't think I met Gracie. I mean, come on. It's just like, there's a part of me that wishes my passport was like, okay, you're a U.S. citizen. You can stay. You can work here. You can pay taxes. We'll allow you. But at the end of the day, you got to get out of here every 6 months. I'll be like, pretty good deal. I'll sign up for that all day long, So I completely agree, Brian. I think that's a great way to live, ain't it? Todd, but if you have 65,000 baht a month to write, yeah, you can show either the 800,000 baht or you can show that you are getting 65,000. Yeah, and that's a great point because you don't have to take the money and like huck it into the thing. I completely forgot about that, so thank you very much for the clarification, Todd. Yeah, if you guys have, and what he's talking about is the renewal / application for a retirement visa, meaning you're over 50 years old. You have either 800,000 baht in the bank, or you can prove that you are getting 65,000 baht per month in salary, and prove to them that essentially you're going to be able to do that for the next year until you need to renew the thing again. And as of now, too, you also need insurance. So again, I think it's a pretty wise move to get insurance if you're traveling globally. Anyway, that guy says, does it make sense to get a retirement visa before I leave the U.S.? Even if I'm not 100% sure I'll retire there, I don't mind wasting some bucks if it seems like it might be a good backup plan. So here's the deal. In other words, like you're going to show them the bank account where you have some money, right? Or you're going to show them, hey, look, here's what I get for my pension kind of thing. So I'm getting at least 65,000 baht a month. So basically I'm getting like 2,200 bucks a month or whatever, depending upon exchange rate. Yeah, and here's the thing, that guy. I mean, it takes some time. I mean, you're not just going to like go like this and then magically like sending an email. Oh yeah, I sent an email to the the consulate and they replied back with a visa and I'm good to go. No, there's some time, there's some money involved. It's about $300-400 depending upon if, and you can't expedite it. Certainly, well, you can't even get one right now. So once Corona's over, right? You do need to get insurance, and you might be like, okay, well, I really, I may not like spend it over there, and I don't really want to shell out, like depending upon your age or medical conditions you have. Let's say for the sake of argument, your insurance is going to cost you 2,000 bucks a year, and to come into Thailand, you got to buy it from one of I think like 10 to 15 companies, and one of them that I would recommend anyway is on there. I actually bought my insurance, and then they came out with this rule, and I'm like, oh man, I hope my company's on that list, and it was because it's a very reputable Thai insurance company, Pacific Cross. And so you're going to get this. So yeah, I mean, basically to get to pay for all of the stuff that you need, it's not $5, okay? But again, you're paying for a whole bunch of stuff today that's going to last. Like, I mean, I bought my insurance, but it's valid until November, okay? So I mean, again, you got to front load a whole lot of stuff. So yeah, I mean, you have to have money that day, and you have to have probably at the end of the day, you probably have to have about $3,000 in cash that you can spend on doing that and getting the insurance and all that. And then, of course, again, if you're over 50, and you don't have the ability to show them that you have either 800,000 baht or 65,000 baht per month in income, then, you might consider it might not be a good place for you to live. Because really all they're saying is like, look, these are the minimum requirements that we believe are a good idea to have to be responsible. And look, I'm not saying it's not too high. It might be too high. It might be kind of ridiculous. And in a year or 2 or 3 or whatever, Gracie and I might be like, you know what? I'm not really in the mood to do that. In fact, if we live in Vietnam, we can get this amazing insurance policy that will cover us all over the world, and it only costs $300. And it's like, okay, well, that's $1,500 less than or whatever now. Okay, $1,500. That's like 2 round trip tickets to the United States. If you buy them like on a Tuesday kind of thing. So, we might be like, oh, no, it doesn't work for us. We're going to move to Vietnam and we're going to go for the benefits there. So does it make sense to get a retirement visa before you leave? I think you've been here before, that guy, right? So if you're thinking about coming over here long term, if you're going to apply for any visa, I would encourage you to just get a tourist visa that'll allow you 60 days to come on over here. Or for that matter, once you can come over here, meaning you've got like the medical certificate and you've got the ability to come into any foreign country, quite frankly. And the other thing too is that you've got the ability to fly back to the US. You may have to quarantine for 14 days, but still, right? And so you can do that, and then really check it out. Because here's the thing: like, if you come over here and you're on the 30-day stamp, and then you get another 30 days or whatever, and you just love it so much, I would submit to you that if you don't have the ability to like fly back home and like get that visa in the United States, because financially, that's a financial limitation, then you might want to reconsider your decision to move outside of the US if you don't have, an additional like $2,000 to be able to like handle all that. Because dude, there's going to be pop-ups. I mean, trust me, I get insurance because I believe there's some pseudo karma involved, meaning if I get insurance, I'm not going to use it. But if I don't have insurance, then I'm going to break my leg or my spleen's going to be, or whatever, And so, I mean, I know that's kind of weird, but at the end of the day, there's going to be pop-ups. Like, trust me, I did not schedule getting into a motorbike accident and having a hematoma on the side of my face. When Gracie and I went to that little food stall there in Mactan, right down the street from our ridiculously, obnoxiously expensive beach resort right there on the beach, and we walked, we were all excited. Oh, yeah, this is actually pretty, it tastes, trust me, the food tasted good. And then, later that night, like, I'm evacuating. And then Gracie got sick too. She's Filipina. My God, she can drink water from the river, and that doesn't affect her because she's got the antibiotic. But here I am. And then we just like, so there we are back in the hospital. Now, again, it wasn't that expensive, but who knows? I mean, I probably had some little thing, but the last time I had some little thing, we were in the hospital for 2 days. Okay. And thank God I had insurance because I didn't want to be distracted by the cost of everything. So, make sure you have like if you want to make a plan, I would encourage you to also have a backup plan to like get the hell out, if you need to. And I'm not just saying that for, Thailand, the Philippines, or whatever. But Todd says, but since the embassy, doesn't give out letters anymore, I would have to open an account and deposit that much into it every month. 65,000. Yeah, you would. And again, guys, don't get me wrong. I mean, some of these limitations, I can totally understand why you're like, no, I don't want to do that. But for me, it's like, you know what? I'm willing to because I really like it over here. Like my quality of life during this pandemic is better than it was when I had a full-time job living in Coronado, California. Okay. And the statement, I have a full-time job and I'm living in Coronado, California. There are people who line up in the United States to get that lucky. I am the luckiest guy in the world. Like, I'm not just saying that. Now, there's a part of it that I got to because I actually worked my ass off before I started living my ass off. The mild requirement is that you work your ass off, So, I mean, it's not like I just fell into that, okay? But the point is that my life is better today living in, and again, my condo here is about the same price, about the same size as my house was in Coronado. But it's quieter here. It's quieter here in Bangkok because there's an annoying yappy little dog, that was just lame. And, it would be barking. It wouldn't bark in the middle of the night so much, but I'd be sitting there and it's like 8 o'clock and I'm really tired and I had a long day at work. And it's like 9:30, it starts yapping. And I'm like, I just want to like snap this thing's throat and like just throw it into the pool. I'm like, I've got no use for you. You're adding zero value to my life right now. And I have a much more limited subset of things like that in my life right now. And, and because I wasn't living the dream back then and I was doing it wrong. So I figured out a way to do it. So Roy says you can pay an agent when you're in Thailand, get a good one, and then put the money in the retirement and do your research, of course. Absolutely. So here's the thing. If you're even considering having anybody else help you with this, I highly encourage you to hire a legal professional. This guy that I have talked to on the phone, I have sent him emails. I believe that he has integrity. I bet that he has competence. His name is Benjamin Hart. His company is called Integrity Legal. He has a YouTube channel called Integrity Legal. And I believe he and his staff are well equipped to help anybody with any of their visa questions. I can share with you my experience and I can give you my opinion. But at the end of the day, if you're over here and you're considering doing any legal matters, go see a legal professional. Trust me. I'm not one of these guys that all of a sudden, since the pandemic hit, have become a medical expert. I'm not like all of a sudden like, oh yeah, well, the CDC offered me a job. I just didn't feel like it because, I was overqualified. No, it doesn't happen. Inspired retired expat, aloha, mahalo for coming by. I really appreciate it. Thanks, man. Again, what doesn't show up there on the screen is do your research, of course. Absolutely very true statement. Thank you so much. Dead Frank Bar Girls Can't Eat Love. Isn't that a great one, Joe? That's a great one. So, Mike, it sounds like you were 100% sure you wouldn't regret retiring, i.e., no fear of not feeling useful. You were totally confident you were completely done. Yes, absolutely. And I worked a lot on building my self-esteem and building my comfort in my own skin and designing my life and architecting my life such that, okay, this, I like this, I dislike this. I don't want to be with that kind of person. I want these kinds of people in my life. I want to do this, and I could potentially do this for a living or not. I want to live in this healthy scenario. I want to do. So, yeah, I mean, again, I started coming here in 2013. And that guy, you've been here before too, right? I mean, you're going to come back. You're obviously going to come back. And yeah, it's, I mean, by the time, I got like 45, 50, I was like, okay, I kind of figured it out. Like I thought Mexico, if you've seen my video series on why Thailand, then you know a little bit about like why Mexico was so awesome until it wasn't. My job at the University of San Diego was amazing. It was awesome until it wasn't. And the good news is that it seems like the older, the mature, the more experience, whatever has gone by in my life, I have the ability to detect the things that add limited or no value to my life and just discard them as soon as possible. If I can potentially add value to the scenario, like, I mean, if someone enters my life and I'm like, okay, this person isn't necessarily going to add value, but it's an opportunity for me to maybe share something with them and add value to their lives. Okay, so you guys know a little bit about my story and some of the meetings that I attend regularly, right, to remain sane. And in these meetings, people show up and they have no clue how to live their life for the next 24 hours other than the solution of drinking, okay? So us people that have been sober for a little bit longer, we will occasionally, if we want to stay sane ourselves, we'll take them under our wing, and that's what that sponsorship relationship is, okay? Like, I mean, if you don't go to a 12-step program or you're not going to get whatever, you got to have a mentor-mentee relationship somewhere in your life, and you got to have an accountability partner somewhere. A lot of times that's your spouse, a lot of times that's your best buddy, the guy that we went to high school with, whatever, okay? And if you have that person in your life and they're a true friend, meaning that they're willing to save your ass before they're willing to save your face, they're not a politician. They're not willing to just say what other people want to hear. And they're going to tell you what you need to hear because they know you well enough, because you've opened up that door, you've opened up that relationship and said, listen, I give you the permission to tell me when the emperor's got no clothes. Like, I need this assistance, dude. If you do not hold me accountable, there's a high likelihood I'm going to go off the rails and I'm going to make a decision that at the time I think is a brilliant idea, but it's not a good idea, And so you get those people in your lives, and then you realize that the only way that I was able to identify that incredibly healthy person that I know is going to help me save my life is because I saw another relationship, and now I need to give that back. I need to let that other person be able, without me around, to be able to like see another relationship and say, oh, that's a healthy one, I should be in that. Or that's a great living scenario. Or that's an excellent car I should buy. Or this is an excellent blah. Or I should try. I mean, you got to be able to identify those things. And I'm telling you, man, it doesn't happen at 18. Okay? So like, you just got to go through stuff. I mean, the only way to have 10 years of sanity is to live 10 years in one day, right? And so travel. If you can't get out and I used to go on, Gracie and I used to go on road trips, and it would be so great because we would just get in the car and go. I mean, I'm talking about the rental car in the Philippines, my car in the United States. We would just go and experience and have new stuff because there's stuff that she's never seen before in her life, And so I'm like, I got a responsibility to show her this stuff, So anyway, I was, and it could have gone sideways, that guy, trust me, but I had a plan for that too. So anyway, I highly recommend you guys to go out, explore, do the best you possibly can with the awareness you have. Go to Harley's. Exactly. That's one of the things on the list, right? My understanding is that if you have a retirement visa, you can have a work/business visa. You can't have a work/business visa. So there are two different types of visas. Rarely do you get like two back, the overlapping kinds. But I mean, Gracie's got two visas for the U.S. She's got a transit visa, and that's good for I think 5 years, if not 10. And then she also has the other visa, which is the tourist visa, which has significantly more features. But she's got two at the same time. Yeah. I have had a business visa, and so I wasn't like, oh, I'll get another one. But if you do have a retirement visa, and you come over here and you want to change it, it's not trivial. Again, that's where you would want to reach out to a legal professional. And just because you have a business visa doesn't mean you can work. Okay, you need a work permit to work. You need a business visa to get a work permit, but you need a work permit. I'm talking about legally. I mean, again, you can work under the table in San Diego and make like, $15 an hour waiting table or whatever, but I'm talking about like doing it correctly, and paying into the social system and paying your taxes and having the company you work for pay into the social security system here in Thailand. So yeah, look at anything is fairly possible provided it's legal. But it's just like, why would you sort of do that? Now, if you want to transition, that's totally possible. It's not simple. It's not easy. Let me just say that. And it's not necessarily simple, actually. There's a lot of steps you got to go through. But OMG, too funny. Yes, sunny Florida. Good to know, Liz. I couldn't remember. I know you cruised up to New Hampshire for a little bit, but then I couldn't remember if you went back. All you have to do in Vietnam is learn to cross the street. And how do you do that, Todd? You just walk. Do not stop. Do not slow down. Be with conviction. You walk across the street in Vietnam. One of the more entertaining things was absolutely learning how to cross the street in Vietnam in Ho Chi Minh City. Oh, my God. You can do that. You can do anything, you guys. I swear to God. If you can cross the street in Vietnam, you can get a friggin' visa to come to Thailand. I've experienced the hospitals in all three countries and found them all. Hopefully you mean good. I didn't get notified. Yeah. And so that's David, right? Yeah. So David sent me a message on Facebook, and he didn't get notified. That's a drag. I'm really sorry. To that point, Gotta Love Thailand. Did I answer your questions? Because you asked me some visa questions, and I kind of touched on them. I seem to touch on them sort of every single thing. And again, let me also tell you right now that I am not a legal professional. All I can do is share with you my experience of having 3 visas, having 3 different kinds of visas, going through the process of doing that. And I live here. I live here legally. I live here comfortably. And so really all I can do is share that. And of course, again, along the way, yeah, I'm going to share my experience, strength, and hope. And I'm also going to share my opinion. I mean, I'm a human being, right? So I'm going to do that. But again, if you're looking at legal advice, that sort of thing, I highly encourage you to not make me be the only source for that. Absolutely, Liz. I'm right there with you. I look amazing. No kidding. Just ask me. Actually, I do look a lot better, don't I? Before, when I had like this slick, or not this, but yeah, the ponytail, and I would like keep it. I think I look a lot younger, and I thank Gracie for that too. New AMD laptops are getting raves. I hear you, that guy. I'm pretty close, dude, because those are the ones that are available. Like the Intel, they're not available, and I have pretty much reached my technical capacity limit on this Chromebook, as well as on my Asus laptop that is Gracie's laptop. It was like $160. So as you can imagine, doesn't have a whole lot of horsepower. But yeah, maybe I should look into that and go for it. The downside for me is that, of course, I have this experience where let me go buy a laptop at Costco, use it for 60 days. And on day 59, if I dislike it, I'll throw it back in the box and I'll bring it back to them and they'll give me 100% of my money back. That paradigm doesn't occur here in Thailand. Okay, so there's imperfections over here. Trust me. There's a lot of things that are a lot better in the United States. Customer service on returns at Costco don't exist over here. I've returned stuff at IKEA. It's pretty good, but it's not Costco. Royce is having experienced hospital treatment in most Southeast Asian countries, and I found the services okay. Yeah, I agree. I've been really lucky there, Roy. Trust me. But again, the Philippines was not good. Gomer Hike says, I always like the Dell Latitude line of laptops. Yeah, I'm very intimate with the Dell product line, meaning like Dell EMC, like everything, and worked a lot with those guys. I find Dell laptops over here to be very overpriced. They are not, and again, all they're doing is assembling parts, potentially better than the next guy. And what I'm seeing from Asus, when I was putting together PCs like years ago, right? Maybe some of you guys did that. You buy the motherboard, you buy the case, you buy the video card, you buy the power supply, everything. Asus was actually, one of the top sort of brands that you wanted to have for a power supply. I now have had 2 Asus laptops, and I think they've been really, really good. I've had a Samsung Chromebook. That was pretty awesome. This that I do a lot of the live streams on is a Dell Chromebook. It was given to me by Dell. It was one of the first Dell Chromebooks that allowed for you to download and install apps from the Google Play Store or Android apps, because initially Chromebooks you only could go to the Chrome store, and of course it was very limited in the amount of apps it had. And those guys were like, "Oh, you got to try this new Dell." Blah blah blah. I said, "Whatever." I said, "I'm not going to buy a Chromebook." And so I can do everything on my phone. It's just that it's limited, and I can't interface with it like I can with a big boy laptop. I said, "You guys make a Chrome. If the Chromium project basically finally allows people to download Android apps, then I'll sign up." They're like, "Oh, look at this one we got for you." So they gave it to me. It's heavier than I'd like, but again, the price was right. I think here in the US they are fudging the numbers for money. Yeah, I mean they could be. They could be, or they couldn't be. They could be lying in China, or they could be telling the truth in China. They could be lying in the United States, or they could be telling the truth in the United States. And I'm telling you, my experience is that as long as I sort of stick with one reliable source that I believe is equally incorrect on everything, okay, then that works for me. And again, I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time. Oh yeah, well this number's not 57,000. It should be 80,000. Okay, whatever. I don't. Guys, I'm retired. Okay, there's a finite amount of factual stuff that I really care about. I care about the fact that I have an insurance card that is valid. When I give them the money in exchange for that, they will give me medical care. When I buy an airline ticket and I get on the plane, I like to believe that the chances of us having an accident are next to 0. I will buy a ticket. Those are the kind of numbers that are important to me. The balance that I have in my bank account today is approximately the same value that it was yesterday. Okay, I mean, those are the kind of numbers that are important to me. But experience, less stuff, more experience. What is my experience right now? For all I know, there could be 20,000 dead people in Thailand from this, and they're just reporting it wrong. But I can tell you right now, my quality of life is outstanding. And I wish it for all of you guys. For all of you guys. Because if you have a really good experience, then hopefully you'll come back to the Cool Kids table and share your experience, right? So, anyway. Brian says CDC suggests that don't involve skydiving or gunshot wounds are actually, as of now. So he said, yeah, I get it. I mean, they're lumping a whole bunch of them in, right? I mean, it's just kind of, it's a little, I would submit to you, yeah, it's a little bit ridiculous. Even as rural as Alabama is, we had about 300 new diagnoses in the last 24 hours. I'm trying to think how many they had here in let's see, in the last 24 hours in Thailand, I think maybe 4, 6, something like that. But I don't believe they breached 60 dead people or deaths from it that they directly, blame. So one reason fudging the numbers is thousands of dollars to get a patient link for CV. Oregon has low counts, but people here are nuts. Yeah, so there's the downside. Everyone's crazy, right? So I binge TV. Hopefully you're not really drinking high fructose corn syrup. I'm quite certain I'm not, actually. You know what's funny? And so if you guys don't know, so that comment comes from Periscope. And Periscope is essentially the video streaming platform that Twitter uses. So I don't know I binge TV. But thank you very much. I really appreciate the comment. I appreciate you coming by. And no, I'm not really drinking high fructose corn syrup. Do you guys ever see that fake ad from Saturday Night Live about high fructose corn syrup? It's funny. You go watch it. Even pressure to put them on ventilators for money. Yeah, that's happening too. And there's a bunch of controversy that is disappointing and doesn't really help me enjoy the beach in Koh Samui anymore. I heard a couple of Northern Puri living on $40 a month, grew veggies and bought rice. Yeah, absolutely, dude. And I can tell you that I know a guy who lives in Dallas who lives a good life for $1,000. And there are plenty. I mean, if you Google there was a real sort of there was a real there's the vibration again. There was a movement, if you will. It seemed like a lot of people were getting vans. There was that tiny house movement thingy, and that's still happening, but it seemed like it just really peaked and got really popular on YouTube. And then it was a bunch of people buying Sprinter vans, right, and making that where they live, and then their monthly expenses got really low because they front loaded $15,000 into the thing and then reconditioned. And yeah, I mean that's awesome. But I can tell you right now that yesterday, Was it yesterday? Yeah, it was yesterday. I had two food deliveries, and in total, they were about 1,600 baht. And I didn't even think about it. I keep track of it, but yesterday to have my groceries, and trust me, it didn't cost anything delivered. It cost like $2 to get both of the things delivered. Well, that's not true. $4. Each delivery is 66 baht. Okay, so but I didn't even think about it. I didn't even think about it. I gotta buy groceries, and I probably could have walked to the mall and maybe even made a cool video and bought. I don't know. I mean, milk is basically the same price everywhere in Thailand for the same volume. Effectively, manufacturers differ a little bit. But yeah, I don't know. I just I think that there is a very comfortable spot where I've found to live my life, and for me and Gracie, it's approximately $1,500 a month to $2,000 a month, and that allows us to either both live here and travel, or it allows me to live here and do a little bit of travel, and it allows her to live in the province, and we have a house there, or she has a house that we built together. She doesn't worry about where her next meal comes from, and her daughter has, the ability to buy clothes, and go to school, and there is healthcare available, and people are comfortable, and it's a very good life. And so that's that's cool. And I'll tell you right now, Gracie's growing vegetables at home, and that's kind of cool, dude. I mean, because I think I shared with you guys, and maybe on the last stream, how amazing the tomatoes taste from a farm versus the grocery store in Southern California. You can't taste them at all. Oh my God. I still don't think it's real. I know no one, and people say they know someone, but they really know they have. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, again, it goes back and forth. Caesar says, I can do 300 to 400 during COVID because I have a studio. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you have a place, and I know he's got he's been living here a long time. After you live here a while, I mean, you just get it. It's really easy. And thank you again for the burger yesterday, my friend. Caesar lives here Paul lives here in Bangkok, and reached out to me the other day, and we hung out and had a great hamburger. So if you guys are ever in Bangkok, reach out to him. And he can definitely show you where you want to talk about the cool kids table, where the damn good burgers are. And drink lots of OJ. Absolutely, I love OJ, dude. I drink that, and I also drink Malee, that one manufacturer, Malee, I think, and pineapple juice. I love that stuff. It's really great, indeed. What do we got from Scuba Tom? I'm late. My plan is to move to Hua Hin. I close on my home in Dallas in 2 weeks. I hope my travel opens soon. My plan, what you don't see on the screen is, you probably saw it in the YouTube thing. My plan is to take my girlfriend from the Philippines there. Not sure how I will manage her visa. Well, that's awesome. And if you said you're late to get to Hua Hin, I understand. You're not late to get to the stream, trust me. And I apologize if you didn't get a notification. Believe me, I turn on notifications. So, but yeah, that sounds like a really great plan, man. As far as getting your Filipina to Thailand, as long as she has a Philippine visa, she can absolutely stay here for 60 days. And again, within that 60 days, you can totally figure out a solution. You can either go to, a legal professional, which, we'll probably end up doing. But again, for me and Gracie, it was okay, well, I kind of like that. Yeah, we got to leave every 60 days. Okay, let's go to Vietnam. I mean, here's the thing. Before this all happened, when Gracie was back home and she was going to be there and she had to start some legal paperwork, and then I was going to come join her in 3 or 4 weeks. I was just looking online, whatever. It was $27 to fly from, Bangkok to Da Nang. And I'm like, dude, I'm going to go to the beach for a long weekend. $27? Are you kidding me? It's just amazing, And I was just I'm gonna go to Da Nang for a long. Well, spoiler alert, this whole pandemic thing showed up, and I couldn't do it. But the point is that if you just want to live here and live here, then yeah, you're gonna have to get a visa. And there's a couple options. I'm assuming that she's probably not 50. But there are some long stay visas that are available. There's a tourist visa that's available. It's not as simple is getting one for, say, a U.S. citizen, someone who's got a U.S. passport. So, there's a couple more hoops you got to jump through and, proving to them that you're not going to come here and basically take a job from a Thai person. It's important that you get all your stuff together for that. And that's a very true statement. The further you get out, Bangkok, cheaper is. Absolutely. I mean, dude, you got to remember that, like, basically Bangkok and many areas in Phuket are the most expensive places to live in all of Thailand. So, I mean, the fact that I don't really sort of think about, spending money on groceries I don't even think about it. Like living here in arguably one of the more expensive places to live in Bangkok, in Thailand. Then, yeah, I mean, if Gracie and I, like when we lived in Cha Am, my God, we were on the 20th floor, fairly new condo building. Like I'm talking less than 2 years old, looked out over the ocean from our balcony. It was a very small place, but it was fine for us for only 1 month. It was $260 a month. We were blocked from the beach, guys. I mean, what are you kidding me? I mean, it was just, it doesn't exist where I'm from in the United States. I mean, even in Mexico, it would be more expensive. I'm not talking like Tijuana because you get the Tijuana factor and there's like, it's way overpriced. But I mean, even down like San Felipe, I mean, you just couldn't get it. Couldn't get it. It didn't even show up. Nuttin', honey. Oh, hey, and just so you know, so fan of the ladies, sorry. I appreciate you coming by. He's watching on DLive. DLive is streaming on the blockchain, and I'm a huge fan. That's why I'm over there too. If I want to travel, I do YouTube as I've already been places and see Samui relax. Good for the mood. Absolutely, man. I completely agree. Get the extra pages in your passport. That is a great recommendation. There is no downside, and I don't even know if it's more expensive. It may be like $30 more, but absolutely. Now, I will tell you, when I first started traveling, I felt pretty cool. I felt like I was like, kind of like hanging out with you guys at the cool kids table and before we made this. Because like every single page in my passport had like a stamp in it. Like it was full. Like I had to get a new passport. And I was like, oh my God. I mean, I only fantasize. I mean, like, oh my God, I'm going to be something. I'm going to be like James Bond. I'm going to have this. I mean, it was just awesome. I mean, it was just awesome. And I highly encourage you guys to do what you can to explore as many places as you want. If you only want to go to 12 countries, that's fine. I mean, I don't want to go to like 100 countries. I don't need to like, check off those, notches on my whatever. Just to say I went to that many countries. There are some people that do that and they want to do that. That's great, but I have no desire to go to Iran or Syria or Afghanistan. It's not on my radar. It's absolutely not even, I don't want to bother. But yes, get the extra pages. Best wishes said future, Tom. Thank you very much, man. That's very cool, man. Love you, Mike's dinner ready, and it's the Hub's 50th birthday. Yes, I am a cradle robber. Right. Gotta go. Love to you, Gracie. Missy, you're awesome. How funny is that, guys? Right? So she's a white girl, right, from like America, and grew up just south of Boston. Literally next. She's literally the girl next door. Yeah, she's a cradle robber. I mean, do we even want to start talking about age gap relationships? I mean, it's just like, come on, man. But she is so happy. She's a great mom. She's a great wife. Her husband's an awesome guy. Her kids are totally cool. She's living the dream, and she absolutely deserves it. Absolutely. So that's like totally cool. I'm honored she comes by. So thank you, Missy. 65,000 baht is about $2,000. Pretty good quality of life. Big time. Big time. That's the company I was looking at for insurance. I was going to go with Cigna, but found out that you can't use them now, even if they do. Yeah, the other thing I like about it, Todd, is the fact that they will insure me. I believe it's 75%, maybe it's 80%. When I go back to the United States, and I believe I can stay there for at least 60 days. It might be 90 days in the policy, but I know it was like one of those deals where it's like, I buy this insurance, I live in Thailand, and it will insure me to go back to the United States. Done. All day long. For literally the price of 1 month of insurance covers me for the entire year. My annual premium is the same as 1 month of insurance was in the United States. And, I didn't pay all of that. My company paid all of it, but, it was expensive, right? I mean, I had to pay $400 of that. So, yeah, it's absolutely worth it. So, yeah, it's a pretty good company. And my experience is that their customer service is good. And I've used it. I didn't get harmed incredibly, but I had an earache, right? I went in and gave them my card and they put it into the system. And that was it. I mean, that was the last interface I had with billing, basically, at the hospital. I gave the woman my receipt as I was leaving, and the only reason I stood there longer than I should have is because I wasn't understanding what she was telling me, which was, you don't owe me any money. You have insurance. Get along your way, white dude. I was like, oh, right. Okay, right. Yeah, because I paid for it. I forgot. If things don't change much, my plan is to live on $2,000 a month, including insurance, and save $2,000 a month. Dude, that is awesome. You're able to save 50%. It's going to change your life. Not only will it change the way of life, it'll change the way you look at everything. It changed the way I look at everything. Let me just say that. Caesar, I'm happy as a pig in mud and have many humble friends in my village, concrete village. But we have many old klong in my area with turtles and monitors and fish, my friend, even with his giant turtle views. That's great. Yeah, he lives in Bangkok, but he lives in a really cool area. So good for you, man. It's called Giant Asian Pond Turtle, I think. Look it up. Big as a briefcase. Big fan of the big turtles. Big fan. Pig in mud. Happier than a pig in mud. In Alabama, we say happy as a pig in slop. I've heard it pig in, That guy, thanks for the great advice. By the way, long story. But my ACA insurance is currently about $1,800 a month. Ouch. So the prices you're quoting don't sound bad. I am totally ready to bail. And you're in LA, dude. I mean, and again, yeah, California's not cheap by any means, but I mean, the quality of the care is pretty darn good, but yeah, I mean, I don't know about you, dude, but it sounds like I certainly was distracted by the price. It's like I almost wanted to get sick every month. So it's like, well, at least I got my money's worth. I even get why when I go to the grocery store. Kap kun, Caesar. Yeah, it's nuts. Also, I'm an idiot. No, you're not an idiot. You're absolutely not an idiot. Why is he not an idiot, guys? Because we don't hang out with idiots at the Cool Kids table. If you are uninformed or ignorant, we will absolutely help you with that. But you are not an idiot. And I would submit, by the time I get down to the comments, I bet someone else already said that before me. So thank you in advance. Or set in your ways like me. Maybe. There will be more people bailing on the U.S. for cheaper pastures. Possibly, yeah. I mean, you got to remember, it's not just cost. I mean, don't just come over here because you're going to save money. But come over here because you've experienced it and you're like, wow, my quality of life would actually be better. Money is a big deal. I get it. It's what we obsess on in the United States. It's what I obsessed on for too many years and then didn't after a while because I'm like, no, I just want to have a life where Gracie and I are together. Like, I mean, there could be a number of, here is the checkbox, bro. Life with Gracie. Everything else, we'll just figure it out. Because if I start with the foundation of happiness, then let's do that. Exactly. You get me. You know I get you, dude. I get you. Did you get my message? Yes, I did. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. And I mentioned that earlier on. I'm sorry there's not a whole lot I can do with that. I can't ping Sergey and say, hey, bro, your whole Google company thing, that YouTube announcement thing you got going on, you guys got to fix that cron job. It's really starting to tick me off, which is kind of a drag. Some people call insurance betting against yourself. I'm from Judeo-Christian background, so I have some faith about longevity and health. I've studied. Very good. That's very good. Nice. Hard come, easy go. That scares me. Gotta love Thailand. Need to get insurance. It cost me 1 million baht. I was in the hospital in ICU for 2 months. It is a must-have. Yeah, and this may sound a little bit weird, guys, but one of many of you know Kevin Thailand, and he was probably a buddy of yours, or you were really close with him or whatever. I wasn't super close with him, but we were absolutely friends. And when he went in and he went through all of what he went through, it was like about 1.5 million baht. And so because of that, I said, all right, well, he didn't have insurance, and he publicized that. He told everybody that. And I'm sure it was quite distracting, and it was, imperfect. But I like to think that the last, year of his life or whatever was as good as it possibly could have been. And he got, the best treatment he could have. And because, he was at Bummengrad for quite a bit of it, and that's like one of the best hospitals in the world. But nonetheless, based on the amount of money that at least he publicized that was spending, I said, all right, well, I'm going to get at least 2 million, if not 3 million baht of coverage. And I'm actually grateful. I hope I did get 3 million, because I know that for a while there, they were like, look, you're going to have the insurance equivalent to $100,000 US. And while 3 million baht is just south of that, I hope that it's close enough where I can be like, okay, I don't have to get another insurance policy along with this medical certificate to prove to you guys I have 100,000 USD in coverage, but this 3 million baht's enough, right? So, yeah, I agree. Paul, yes, insurance is a really way to protect your monetary assets. Absolutely, dude. I mean, that's what it's for, right? I mean, you insure many things, your physical assets, your monetary, I would submit your emotional. It's the emotional sanity. I was indeed entitled to Samui, but that was like 30 years ago. But I love how conscious you were about understanding what the best life would be. Totally impressed. I want to be similar. Yeah, well, I mean, that's like what we talk about here, right, dude? I mean, I learned from you guys. You know that, right? Like, I'm not just up here like, well, he's the professor. He's at the front of the room, so he has all the knowledge. No way. No way, man. You guys are like, again, you're keeping me sane. You're keeping me happy. You're keeping me engaged. It's already 10:43. I mean, my God, I've been doing this for 2 hours. I haven't even finished my pee. So, and I know I'm way behind in the comments, and I'm sorry about that, I think. I haven't decided whether that's a good thing or a bad thing. I know that when I watch Rike's comments, like he's behind too, right? But, you know, I like kind of addressing them to the best of my ability. So I hope that it seems like in the past you guys have said, no, that's good. I will say that I agree with you, though, is like when I was able to display it on the screen, which I can't do for this thing, then at least you were able to see where I was. So I may do that in the next stream. I may put it up there so we can all sort of, you know, agree on where I'm at. And then you guys just, you know, comment as you can. And again, let me just throw this up there too, because let me just put this up there too, because as I've said in the past, you know, if you want to reach out to me and you want to, you know, talk one-on-one or do a Skype session or something like that, I think this is going to be a much better paradigm, a lot more effective. It's going to selfishly, it's going to allow me to feel as though I'm adding the most value per person. Okay. Because when I'm like 7, 8, 9 emails deep and I'm like, okay, this is like only 9 people. And I really want to be able to help more than 9 people ideally. Right. But I also want to be able to help these 9 people. And doing it via email, that was not, I mean, I learned very quickly in the last week that will not scale. And it won't be the customer service that I want to be able to provide. So livemyassoff.com/calendar. It's a system called Calendly. And basically the times and the dates that you get to choose, you just click on the 1 hour meeting and then you click on the day. And then it will, in your own time zone, it will tell you the times that I'm available right now based on my calendar. And then you can go through the next like few days. If you get to the point where you're like, okay, dude, you're like never available, you know, like your daytime over there is my nighttime, that won't work for me, you know, then in fact, send me an email, send me a message on YouTube, send me a message on Facebook, do whatever, Twitter. But if you're like really, really up against it and you're like, no, I need some help and it's just your times are not working out. But anyway, let's start off with livemyassoff.com/calendar. And then with any luck, because I also realized after doing that thing with Geo that there were some guys that were making some comments in his chat, and we didn't get to that, and that, you know, that bothered me because there's finite time, there's finite time in life. So anyway, let me make sure that I am not. Oh boy! Now I see. Yeah. So what happens is it skips around. You probably have heard other YouTubers say that. Okay, so I see a little bit of Caesar, and I think I got to those before, but let me get down to this. I've always had a love for travel, but solo trip when I was 16 and 16. Yeah, that's totally cool, dude. That's really, really great. Bob, good to see you. How you doing, buddy? How's your sister-in-law? Right, sister-in-law? I'm not great with memory, but I hope your sister-in-law is doing well. That would make me smile. So selfishly, I'd like that to happen. Nothing is free. Absolutely. So true. Man's power comes from the woman. It's good to know that. Yeah, I like to think that, some of it, right? I mean, I want to be able to take care of myself. That way I can help take care of others. I need to be able to love myself before I can love others. So you think a ThinkPad? I don't know, Bob. I looked into that. I looked into the Lenovo's, and just because IBM doesn't own them anymore and they're Chinese, it doesn't sway me the fact that they're a Chinese company. But I think Asus is going to work for me. I think that's going to be good. So I just need to. I think like one of you guys had said, as far as like AMD processors being like fairly popular, and I mean, again, it's not like it's going to catch fire. Right, I'm sure it's going to be a fine processor, and to that guy's point, I get the hesitation on non-Costco purchases, but some of these new Ryzen laptops are so cheap and high performance. Not great screens though, but I'm considering buying 2 laptops in case one dies. Well, so here's the funny thing about that is that the laptops that I'm looking at are about $1,000. What I didn't realize is that 1,000 to 1,200. Congrats a lot on day 501, Daniel. Way to go, buddy. Congratulations. That's friggin' awesome. The reason that's awesome is because yesterday he told me it was day 500. And again, my belief, date of time. So anyway, congratulations, buddy. But to the laptop thing, what I realized about gaming laptops is a large percentage of them, and definitely the Asus ones that I want, they don't have a little camera at the top of the screen. So that means I'm going to need to get an external camera, which is fine. It'll be USB. It won't take up a whole lot of real estate, like in my bag or my pocket or whatever. But it is something I'm going to have to attach to. It's not going to be built in. So trust me, that is a little bit of a bummer. I didn't realize that. I didn't realize that really high-powered gaming laptops didn't have a calendar, didn't have a camera. Well said. Everyone is lying about everything, even that is lie. Very good. Yep. The enemy of my enemy is a friend, right? Vitamin D supplementation is the cheapest good COVID protection against available now. Take 4,000 IU per day, especially if overnight for the elderly. Google it for more info. Every new study comes out every day. I'm not disputing that, dude. I don't think there's any downside to vitamin D. Absolutely do not. One in the past 24 hours. Okay, thanks, man. I appreciate that. Yeah, I looked on. I was looking on John Hopkins last night, and I couldn't remember what it was. What is truth? And if I do miss one of your comments, trust me, it is not intentional. I am doing my best to get to the. Oh my goodness! Thank you, Reiner. I really, really appreciate it, buddy. That is awesome. In fact, that is the one thing that really bothers me about this is it does not tell me about the super chats. Leaders are cheaper. Enjoy your life the best you can. I am right there with you, man. I'll tell you what. Here, let me go to my channel because if I missed any other super chats, that's going to really bum me out. I mean, that's a drag. I need to figure out a way to get notified of that almost instantaneously. Because guess what? I'm not. And anyway, so Reiner, thank you very much, man. I'm really honored. That really, yeah, that's very cool. I cannot thank you enough. Literally, I cannot. And I will absolutely go buy liters of Coke because I'm buying in the can. And the thing I don't like about the liters of Coke is when you open the top, right, the fizz goes. And so after about you're halfway down unless you drink it really quick. No, I'm teasing. Liter's not that big. But again, thank you very much, man. That's just crazy appreciated. You're very, very gracious. I hope I use it wisely and learn something from it and bring that information back to you guys. People with darker skin also do not produce as much vitamin D from the sun. Yep, definitely the pigment keeps some of that out. I've heard that before too. Brian says, do me a favor, just pause for 5 minutes, stop talking, running to store really quick, be back in 5. All right, guys, ready? Brian. I just thought, remember Family Guy when Brian, the dog, when he was dating, what was it wasn't Olivia. What was that girl's name that he was dating? And she would call him, Brian, it's 10 p.m. specific time. Oh, where's Missy when I need to be a child? I just scrolled down actually on the live when Brian says, "Wait, where can you get Coke for $5?" Yeah, I think I know what you mean. But yeah, glad you're back, Brian. Good to see you, buddy. When did that comment come in? Actually, that you made? You made the comment at 10:29 that I should hold on for 5 minutes, and it is now 10:52. My God, I'm 20 minutes behind in my comments. I don't know. I just because otherwise I'm just going to skip past some, and that's I mean, why would you comment if you wanted me to ignore it, right? So I'm doing the best. Then restart and play it for what? Well, I'll tell you what I need to do, actually, is I can turn on the, I think I know you're back by now, considering that was 20 minutes ago and you only needed 5 minutes. But I'm going to refresh my coffee. Here's what I'm going to do. Actually, you know what? Here's what I'm going to do. I am back to the comments at 10:30, and I'm going to really quickly cruise down here and make sure I don't miss anything incredibly important. They're all important. Oh, hey, Kern, thank you very much. Actually, let me see how many people we got concurrently watching. That would be kind of neat. 39. Hey, that's awesome. Or at least the thing that I have. 35 likes. Oh, my God. You guys are awesome. I'm just so honored. It's so cool hanging out with you guys, man. That's like really cool. But anyway, thank you. I appreciate that, Kern. 30 million for 1,800. Oh, dude, that is amazing. Unless all it does is cover like 6 things. I mean, Todd, that is a stellar policy. I mean, I don't know how old you. I mean, I'm 52, dude. Mine was like 1,700 for an entire year. That is awesome, Todd. If you don't mind sharing in the group here, you might not be able to share a URL. Regardless, if you put it in there, I think that guy is here and he's moderating. Yeah, he is. So if you put a URL in here of whatever that insurance is, 30 million baht of coverage for $1,800. That guy, if you're still there, if you could just like allow that URL to go through, or if you want to like split it up, like THE space the dot com or whatever. But I think that'd be something great to share. That's a stellar policy. Stellar policy. Am I going to stream from Samui? Well, that's my plan. Again, I booked the hotel and I have it for one night. I've discovered that in places like that, I book a hotel for one night. I go down there, I hang out, I get a motorbike, I cruise around again in a island scenario like that, and then I find my next place, and potentially it's 3 or 4 more nights at the same place. But you went to the store without a mask, dude. Look at you. You break all the rules, buddy. That was BC. Okay, I'm sure it's not a 3,000 baht policy. I'm sure it's a 3 million baht policy. I think that's what you meant. And that would make more sense. I believe mine is a 3 million baht policy because that just would be amazing. But regardless of what it is, I mean, that's still a decent policy. And if you don't mind sharing it, I think that would be really helpful for the other folks in the group. Not there yet, but once you're over 70, health insurance becomes very expensive. Yeah, I get that. And that's another reason why the insurance that I got, if I don't make a claim, and I don't know whether that means like my claim for like 1,500 baht to have my ear looked at is a claim, but I think what happens next year is like if I don't make a claim, then I get like 15. I think I get like 1,500 baht off or something like that. Regardless, I didn't anticipate it. I'm like, I'm not going to do this to save money. If I need insurance, if I need healthcare, I'm going to go get the healthcare. But the other thing up to that point, Roy, is that mine, if I have it now, they will never cancel it. And as long as I just keep paying the premiums, then when I become 70 and 71 and 72, I believe it goes up, but I don't believe it goes up significantly. Bob, that is great news. Off the ventilator, getting her voice back. Oh, no. Yeah, I know exactly. You're like, the doctor says you should probably just like keep that in for the next year or two. Just gargle with some salt water. You'll be fine. Bob, you're great. That's great news, man. Right on. Indeed, I am. Thank you for thanking him, Paul. Guys, I'm really sorry that there's like the delay in gratification on that. I struggle with finding the best system to be able to respond to you guys, and so anyway, I hope that I'm doing the best that I can, and for sure, Reener. Oh my God, that's just like you're just fantastic. All right, so 10:56. Justin just got back from shopping, getting ready for the typhoon here in the Philippines. Where are you, Justin? Where are you in the Philippines? Because I know that I don't believe Gracie mentioned it. She probably mentioned that there was going to be, some there was going to be some water. There's going to be some rain. I saw her with an umbrella going to the shop this morning. But anyway, that guy says in Asia, self-insuring is not too bad, at least not compared to the U.S. The nomad capitalist guy priced out all of the more expensive affliction cancer and determined it wouldn't be more than about 80,000 U.S. max. So the nomad capitalist guy, he's one of these guys that I absolutely subscribe to, and I believe a lot of what he says. He's one of these guys that I label into take what I like and leave the rest for later. There are some opinions that he has that don't work for me. But I think a lot of the data that he gives is good. I don't like his model of trying to get new customers. I have had the experience where, at least in my belief, the way that he sort of sold what he was giving was, send me an email and I'll get back to you, that sort of thing. And really all it did was put me in a funnel to be able to sign up for one of his seminars that cost like over $1,000. And I kind of thought that was a little bit of a bait and switch. I thought that lacked a little bit of integrity. I do believe that if you are, in fact, he's very clear. Like if you're a 6-figure earner and you have this business and you're going to be I believe that he's absolutely valid, and he can probably do a lot of one-on-one, and he can probably do a lot of good, for some people. But just the little way that he was like sort of, selling his stuff online, his internet marketing, I just was like, it kind of put me off a little bit. But that said, like again, I take what I want and I leave the rest for later. I don't learn less listening to his videos or watching it, but I kind of got soured on it, so I went off for a little bit. But I agree. Go check him out. Storm in Northeast Indiana. So I can't remember what part of Indiana it's in, but my uncle taught at Purdue in Lafayette, Indiana, in Lafayette, Indiana. But and I can't remember. I think it's more in the middle, isn't it? Isn't that right? I can't remember. Angela's not going to be that bad. Lots of rain and wind. Yeah, it seems like that's what sort of happens, right? I mean, in the northern parts, they seem to get less storms. It seems like the southern parts get the worst storms. Is that right, or is it the other way around in the Philippines? I can't remember exactly. That guy, yes, agreed. Yeah, I mean, again, I don't learn less like listening to him, right? And I'm sure there's plenty of people. I mean, I've even seen a comment from some other guy on one of the other channels, like, maybe not Gio's channel, but Rob's channel. It seems like, some of Rob's subs really have no interest in me. They also have no interest in Rob doing a live stream with anyone but Rob. And that's fine, but it's funny. Like if I'm on Gio or Enrique or Billy or whatever, it always seems like at least it seems like this cool kids table is kind of like spilling over elsewhere. Again, if the culture's there, then it's like, yeah, I want to hear what he says, and if he says something stupid, then I'll bail. But not everyone thinks what I say is absolutely valid, and that's fine. That's why there's the subscribe button. If it's not red, then it unsubscribes you, and you can like move on, and you can say, no, he didn't work for me. And so anyway, I've heard mixed things. Yeah, I mean, again, I'm just sharing my personal experience. It was okay. I also used to subscribe. I mean, for years, I subscribed to International Living. And if you know that magazine and sort of the way that they did, at the end of the day, they write articles to entice you to want to live primarily in South America and to retire down there. And, coincidentally enough, they have a seminar and they have a package and they have the ability to provide legal, and they try to entice you that you can live in, all these foreign countries for $1,000 a month. And, a house on the beach only costs $250,000. I'm like, dude, are you delusional? Like, come on, 250,000 US. Oh my God. That's ridiculous. You don't need to spend that kind of money in a foreign country, certainly. And their goal is to sell real estate. Their goal is to get you into a funnel such that you will get to the point where you will be asking them and their affiliates on paying them for their experience on how to buy real estate. So why will will my Blue Cross Blue Shield federal insurance work for my retirement visa? It is good in Thailand, Bangkok Hospital. So there is a link. It is good in Thailand, Bangkok. If Bangkok Hospital takes it, then I would submit it will be. You can verify this by Googling Thai retirement visa insurance companies. There will be a URL that shows up in the top few, and it's something to the effect of like thaiinsure.co.th or whatever. There is a web page, and actually, if you go to your consulate, whatever consulate scuba that you're going to get that retirement visa, many times they will have a link in there that says, it needs to be one of the insurance companies on this list. Now, again, that said, every single consulate, every single embassy, every single immigration office here in the kingdom, they all have a little bit different way of doing stuff. For the most part, they're quite similar. They're very similar, but there's always that little bit, and if you have some documentation that from this company that Bangkok Hospital gave you or whatever, then you got to remember Bangkok Hospital is awesome because it's not just in Bangkok. Bangkok Hospital is basically an HMO, and there's Bangkok Hospital Pattaya, there's Bangkok Hospital Phuket, they've got a lot of facilities, and so I would submit if they are absolutely direct bill over there, then that would be fine. Now, I will tell you that I also have travel insurance, and I had that long before I got the annual policy. Now, my travel insurance, they would Blumengrad, Suvarna, all of it. Bangkok Hospital, Pattaya International Hospital, Pattaya. They absolutely had a direct bill agreement with them. However, I couldn't use that insurance policy. So the point is that I would always go to the website for the consulate where you are, or embassy where you are going to get your Thai visa, and because they will have the steps and they'll usually be numbered for the things that are required for you to get that visa. So anyway, but there's a high likelihood that it will be approved, provided it's an annual policy. Daniel says, ironic that a guy that's dead with instant gratification issues in his past is now dealing with delayed gratification. Yeah, trust me, that's an absolute. That's why I'm such a complex man, Daniel. Scootone, I think that is what Foreigner Joe has. Yeah, so Foreigner Joe, I'm guessing he has one of those amazing insurance policies from probably the U.S. government, right? With his in the service, but he's a very it's fairly easy to get a hold of Foreigner Joe. So if you know of him or you're on his YouTube channel, whatever, in the past, whenever I've sent him a message, he's always been very cordial. And if you send him one that's very specific, there's a pretty good chance that he'll get back to you. Probably not right away. I mean, he's busy down there with his life, of course, and he can't have his monthly meetups here. I'm actually looking forward to doing that. I mean, it was neat meeting with Caesar, Paul, and having a burger. So I don't know whether I'm going to be able to do that, but yeah, I get a lot out of it, man. It's really cool, and I think Foreigner Joe does too. Mindanao and the islands east of the country get it bad. Yeah, that's what I thought. I could have sworn it was like fairly far south. And you said you're in Angeles, right? Yeah, nice. That guy says, Paul, yes, that's my feeling for when I age out of being insurance. Insurance doesn't mean that you won't get sick. Yeah, absolutely. It just means you won't bankrupt yourself in Asia, and it's harder to get broke medically over here. I completely agree. Todd says you can go to Thai embassy in DC. Yeah, and it does, absolutely. I will tell you though that I did that. I went to the consulate in Los Angeles. I mean, unless you're sending it in and you're doing everything through the embassy in DC, that's true. There's only like one embassy. Everything else is a consulate general. And so in Los Angeles, they have a consulate. In Dallas, I believe they have a consulate too. So to the gentleman that asked me the specific question, who is from Dallas, about going there, again, check with your specific consulate website, because I have noticed there is a difference sometimes. But additionally, go to the embassy. That's a great thing to do as a baseline, Todd. Definitely go, if you're from the U.S., go to the Thai embassy website in DC and look at all the stuff they want. Then go to the website for the consulate where you're going to go. And just because there's potentially something in there that's missing, don't think they're not going to ask for it. Like, there was a guy, he was literally right behind me in line. And as we were waiting for them to open the doors in the morning for the consulate in LA, he was telling me all this information that he knew. He knew exactly what he was doing because he had been to Thailand for 3 weeks one time. And he met a girl, and he was getting his visa, and he was going to, he sold his whatever, and he was going to go live over there. And he was telling me all of this information. I said, oh, that's great, man. That'll probably work for you. That's really good. He's like, well, how did you do this? How did you do? I said, well, I have the pictures, and I have all this. I didn't really want to get into the details. He was kind of weird, but he was a nice enough guy. And so he was like going through whatever he's talking about. And I'm like, oh, that's cool. And so we went in, and I went upstairs. And of course, literally, so I go in, and you give them your ID. And therefore, they take your ID, and then they give you like a badge or something, and they allow you in the elevator, and you go upstairs. So I'm like first in line. He's basically second in line. So he comes in after me. Well, the minute we get through the door, he starts like, well, I don't want to give you I'll let you see my license, but I'm not going to give it to you. And I just turned around and I said, dude, you need to stop. I said, because if this is your attitude now with the Thai people in the United States, you're not going to last 5 minutes. You're going to basically alienate yourself in a second. Oh, yeah, I'm just messing around, man. No worries. Grabs his, leaves his ID. Fine. Goes upstairs. Standing behind me. What happens at the consulate in Los Angeles is there's basically 2 or 3 windows. The first window is simply a woman who's looking over all of your paperwork, making sure you have all of your paperwork. Meaning you have the, now insurance, but you have the financial, proof. You have the background check, and you have the first application along with the second application filled out. You have 3 pictures, or you have whatever you need to do, and everything is in triplicate. You have 3 of everything. And the guy behind me, bless his heart, Well, I didn't see anywhere on the website where it says I have to have 3 copies. So I have 2 copies. And I mean, you guys didn't tell me. You didn't have, and I just turned to him. I said, dude, you're blowing it. He's literally the second person these people have seen all day. And I'm like, I hope you figure out a better solution. I hope you figure out, what did I say to him? I hope you figure out a better way to be happy, because you're not going to last in Thailand. And so I go downstairs, and there's like a coffee shop down the street. And, I either go to that coffee shop or I hop in my car and I sit on the 405 freeway and, sit in traffic to get back to San Diego in the morning. So I'm like, so I walk down, and of course, up behind me from, huffing and puffing and all this. And I was just like, oh man, I really hope I don't run into you in Thailand. Like, I hope you're going basically on the Lao border, or you're going over to Myanmar, because you and I are not going to enjoy a smoothie. I cannot imagine you'll ever join me on the cool kids table. Like, we don't jive, dude. And, he walks across the street, and of course, there's a place where you can get photos and you can get things, copied. And, as you might guess, they don't have the least expensive copies available to you. I mean, they're kind of the only game in town. And so charging 10 cents or whatever they charge, to copy each page. I'm sure he was pissed at that. He made some comment like, oh yeah, now I got to go pay these people to make copies. I said, dude, for the love of God. I mean, are you seriously going to complain about paying what? Maybe on the outside, $15 whole, for, I don't know how many copies you needed to make. But I'm like, dude, if you're bitching about $15, then don't get on a plane where the ticket's going to cost you $500 to $700. And I just like, I just felt sad for the guy, in the sense that my interpretation of that was that he was uncomfortable. And quite frankly, he was kind of throwing some uncomfort my way too, which I immediately deflected. But I was like, man, I don't know why you're going to the land of smiles, dude. You should go live in Brooklyn or something like that, because I don't know, it's just not going to work for me. Anyway, I guess I was soapboxing there for a little bit, guys. I apologize. The flip side of the lower medical costs is that they are more insistent on being paid as you go along versus being required to treat you regardless in the USA. Yeah, I agree. And I don't particularly like the paradigm that we have in the U.S. I know for a fact that a friend of mine, she was Thai, and she was at work, and she passed out. And so what you do in the United States when someone passes out, you dial 911. They called an ambulance. An ambulance showed up. They brought her to the ER. They figured out she was okay, and then she just needed fluids or whatever. And she left, and she came home, and then she sends me a message. She goes, I just got a bill for $8,500. What do I do? And I'm like, nothing. I said, well, do you have the money? She's going there for school. She goes, no, I don't have the money. And I said, well, do you have insurance? She's like, no. I said, all right, well, I mean, they can't break the door down and make you pay. Now, they might figure out a way to not allow you back in the country, which is pretty unlikely. They might not allow you to renew your student visa if you're over here for that. I said, here are your options. But I said, at the end of the day, there's no, other than the fact that they're going to bug you forever. I'm like, but, unfortunately, they can't throw you in jail because you owe a hospital $8,500. And sadly, because of that, that is the way many people use the medical system in the United States, because they have to treat you in the ER. So pluses and minuses. Pluses. Joe is a great guy. Oh, good for you, Scuba. That must have been great. Down in Prat Shop Currycon or up here in Bangkok? Because I love where he lives down there. I know exactly where he lives, man. And I think Gracie and I did a video on it when we were down in PKK. We were going down the beach, and then we ended up later in the video. We ended up at the it's like a state park, basically all the way down the end. And he just lives towards down the end, and I love it down there. She and I loved Prat Shop Currycon. I mean, I'm sure you saw those probably maybe dramatized videos of us climbing up to 396 stairs, I believe, to the top of the temple there in PKK, and it was awesome. We loved it there. I mean, it was so quiet. It was so chill. The hotel we were staying at was pretty lousy. I do it over again. I definitely wouldn't stay there. So if you watch my video and you see the link to it, I would recommend it. Just show up there, get off the train, or if you go the way I go and Gracie go, you go there, you go to the train. It's only less than a kilometer, basically. It's about a kilometer from the train station. You just walk straight east to the beach. And then, you walk a little south, and there's some little boutique hotels, and for certainly less than 2,000 baht a night, you get there right on the beach. I think we paid 1,500, but it was an older room, and they said they were sold out, which is nonsense. They were sold out because they were doing repairs at a very slow pace. And so that's Anyway, I love PKK, loved it down there. But again, the way we were planning our lives then, every 60 days, Gracie and I basically had to get back to Bangkok so that she could leave and then, come back in. And I'm not talking about, visa runs, having her live here permanently and just doing visa runs every 60 days. She needed to leave every 60 days. And she can do that about 4 times a year before they start saying, hey, you should have a different kind of visa. So MedTech says after the current social conditions improve, the flights are available. I hope we can have a cool kids meeting somewhere. Oh, dude, that would be awesome. MedTech, that would be outstanding. That's a great idea. I can't wait for that. Cannot wait. Thank you very much for suggesting that. That'd be so awesome, guys. I'll tell you where we're going to go is we're going to grab Caesar and we're going to go have burgers. Unless you guys don't like meat, that's fine. We can go to some vegetarian place. There's another really cool place that he actually tried to take me initially, but they're closed until I think they said June 1st, right? It's not Roy Thompson. It's called something like that, but it's this old multiple teak houses. It's just awesome. Just awesome. Great place. So I can't wait to go there and hang out. So that'll be really cool. Justin, Dallas does have a tough time finding. They moved. It was 2 years. Oh, yeah, I have heard of that. I heard that they changed the location. I would hope that the address on the website is updated for the insurance company. Yeah. Somewhere, not someone. Oh, good. The New York City says nothing about the $65,000 a month, where the DC website say the only thing the New York site says you have to have the 800,000 baht. Yeah. So again, it is absolutely one of the options. There's actually a couple of options. There is the 800,000 baht in a Thai bank account, or there is a $65,000 a month, regular income. Or if you're married, there's a 400,000 baht amount that you need to have in the bank. But again, those are based on you getting them renewed here. So I will recommend this. If the New York site doesn't say that, go to the Los Angeles one, which I believe is LA Consulate. I believe it's LA Consulate, LA Thai, something like that. Anyway, regardless, just type in Los Angeles Thai Consulate. Go to that website and then click on visas and then long stay visas, and then OA is what you're looking for, which is a retirement visa. Because I cannot believe that that's only 800,000. So, but again, no sleep till Brooklyn. Absolutely. You guys know who that is, right? DMC, baby. Nationwide curfew in Thailand, 10 p.m. to 4 a.m., 2 years in jail or a 1,000 baht fine. Yeah, so, trust me, all this traveling I'm doing, I plan on being in bed well before 10 p.m., and the likelihood of me getting up before 4 a.m. is pretty slim, even if I'm on vacation and I only got 2 days at the beach and I want to spend as much time as I can on the beach. But yeah, I'm going to try and max that out. But yeah, I don't have any requirement to do that. They saw the medical debt. It shows up on the revolving credit that you have no payments. Yeah, and stuck in Florida. I completely agree with that. And if you are a U.S. citizen and you've got a social security number and you've got credit attached to it, that's totally true. She was a student. She was over here on a student visa, and she was a Thai citizen. So, Rob, great to see you. The extra pages is the same cost as the regular passport. Good to know, man. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. I think literally it's just a checkbox, right? And so that's totally cool. Because if you don't know, you can't actually. I had to get a second passport just because of pages. So I had my old passport that was full, that had 2 visas in it. And then I had a new passport that was empty that I had to carry around. But I had to carry the second one around because it had the visa. And then this new one so that they could actually stamp me in. And I'm like, okay, well, this is 8,500 sounds excessive. Trust me. Yeah, it's ambulance rides in San Diego are not cheap. And I'm not saying that all they did was give her fluids when she got to the hospital, but I can tell you that she showed me the invoice. It was a way more money. I was just but yeah, you're right. It is excessive. Extra passport pages cost extra. That depends on the applicant's nationality. Oh, okay. Fair enough. I assume you're talking about U.S. passports, but yeah, I couldn't remember. Paul to Rob, thank you for the video about YouTube notifications. I mentioned it earlier in the stream. You absolutely did. And yeah, that was really awesome that you did that, Rob. I can tell you that I have followed it. I still don't get notified of your live streams. And one of my guys didn't get notified of this live stream, even though he and I were chatting back and forth on Facebook before the silly live stream started. And I was just like, it's just so imperfect. But at the end of the day, you can only do your best. So ambulance trip was 5 miles, $5,000. They gave me an IV. That was all they did for me. Yeah. Ambulance rides are not cheap, dude. I absolutely agree. And let's see. So stuck in Florida, St. Augustine. I assume it was around St. Augustine, or maybe it was down in Miami. I mean, again, it is going to kind of vary. I mean, I'm sure it's going to be a little bit more expensive it's going to be a little bit more expensive potentially in New York City and Los Angeles and that sort of thing. But anyway, what does Todd say here? I put the link for the insurance companies up. All right, cool. Let me go over to the YouTube thing and make sure it's there. Or if Rob or that guy can see the link that he put in here, if you can allow it through, if it doesn't allow URLs or something. I actually don't see it popping up in here, so I apologize. And I'm on the YouTube side, so it would actually show it in gray if it didn't, show up. So Punta Gorda. Oh, Punta Gorda, that's a pretty cheap area, dude. I can't believe they were charging extra for that. But anyway, thank you very much, Todd. So I literally just clicked on Maple Leaf and it went away. Like, what happened there? Why? Okay, there we go. Maple Leaf Dave and... Okay, there we go. Is there a certain age of retirement visas otherwise stuck doing for a certain age? Well, you have to be 50. You have to be 50 to get a retirement visa, to get an OA long stay visa. Hey, Cambodian visa, they take the whole... Yeah, no, I know what you mean. Same with that. Well, I mean, to be fair, like so does the Thai visa, right? So it's a sticker, right, that they put on the whole page. The Vietnam visa is the same way. My Chinese visa, that's actually another reason why I have my old passport, and then I have my new passport that's good for another 10 years. I also have a second valid passport. If you guys care to know what those are, then make an appointment. We'll talk about the specifics of why you would have a second valid passport. Those are traditionally good for about 2 years for the first one. If you renew your second valid passport, it's usually, it will renew at the same time that your main 10-year passport will renew. I have my Thai visa in my second valid passport. So I have to carry my second valid passport. I need to carry my old passport with my Chinese visa. And then I need to carry my new 10-year passport to use that if I want to go into China. So believe me, it's an imperfect process, but at the end of the day, it's not like the passports are, yellow pages, for God's sake. But there's a lot of benefit to having options. There's also a lot of additional things that you potentially need to carry around in your backpack. But yeah, Justin, I get it. It takes up a whole page. And then usually that's the reason why many countries will be like, you have to have 2 blank pages. The reason they default to that is they're assuming that you're going to come into the country like you would come into Vietnam, where you have the letter, right? And then you give them your passport and it's like $110, I think. And then they physically put the sticker in there, the visa, the stamp or whatever, in the sense of like a postage stamp. It's not like a stamp. They have the sticker that they put in, and then they stamp an additional. So they need the 1 page for the actual visa, and they need the 2nd page for basically the entry and the exit stamp that you get when you go in and go out. Just renewed my U.S. passport. The extra pages does not cost extra. Good to know. Thanks, man. I really appreciate it. And then, am I missing anything? Todd, I'm not seeing an insurance link for you, so I can't approve. Sorry if I'm screwing up. You're absolutely not screwing up. And I'll tell you what, if you want to just, Todd, if you just want to type in like whatever it is, like, Pacific Cross DOT.com, I mean, I'm sure it'll go through. I'm not worried about it. But that would be really helpful. And then I'm caught up on comments when I go to this one. U.S. Visa is also a whole page. Yeah, absolutely. I'm a foreigner in the USA. Oh, very cool. Where are you from? That'd be good to know. Yeah, Gracie's got 4 pages taken up by visas. She's got her U.S. transit visa. She's got her U.S. B1, B2. She has her Vietnam visa, and maybe just 3. Hearing about all these full-page visa stamp makes me think I need extra pages even for just a few. Well, there's no downside, right? I mean, literally, when you're applying for it, all you got to do is check the extra box. And even if it was like $5, $10, $15 extra, it's like there's no big deal. It doesn't make it massively thick. Trust me, it's a little thicker, but it's not that much. But yeah, I don't know why anybody wouldn't check on it. I mean, it's not so massively bulky that you're like, oh my God, I got the extra pages. Now I can't fit it in my clutch. I think you'd be good. Thank you. Long stay Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so I know what you mean. Yeah. So you're talking about the URL that lists all the Well, here, let me find it, guys, if I can, because I can put it up there. Hold on. Long stay. Visa insurance. Thai long stay visa insurance. And it's like, yeah, you're right. I remember that. It's like, there we go. Longstay.tgia.org. And I will copy and paste that right now into the chat. And I apologize for like outsourcing that to you, dude. That wasn't really cool. I should have just taken this on myself. So anyway, there you go. Longstay.tgia.com. .org. And in fact, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go to the OA. So just so you know, when you go to that, they're going to list different types of visas. The main one you want is OA. If you want to get the OA for 10 years, then go for it if you can afford it. It is more expensive, but it is basically kind of like the elite visa that people have been talking about. But it's just the visa. It's not like with the golf course and all that sort of stuff. But that URL that I just put in. Anybody been to Leyte? Great question, man. Don't know. Yeah, so I put that in, and then no problem. Thank you, Todd. I appreciate it, dude. Yeah. I figured it wasn't a big deal, and of course you're part of the Cool Kids table, so why wouldn't you do that, right? But anyway, yeah, so there's the URL, and thank you very much. What does Brian have to say here? While you're at it, get the passport card and do get global entry. Absolutely. Okay, there's probably about 5 mantras for the Cool Kids table, okay? The first, don't be an idiot. No, I'm just kidding. Don't be a jerk. How about that? The next is that if someone asks a question, it is never a dumb question. It is just that they don't have the knowledge that potentially you do. But secondly, if you're from the U.S. and you are going to get a passport and you're going to travel in and out of the U.S. even more than once a year, maybe it's once every 2 years or whatever, but if it's once a year, definitely get your passport card. Thank you very much, because that's just an additional checkbox. And I don't even know if it's more money. It may be. It doesn't matter. It's not relevant. Apply for global entry. Apply for it the minute you think about it, even if you think you're not going to use it, because there is going to be a delay in the time that they get back to you and make your first appointment. Secondly, if you can, there's no downside to after you get global entry as part of Trusted Traveler, you go back into that website and you scroll down one more inch, basically, and you click on APEC Business Travel Card, because I submit anybody that's listening to this, they're going to be traveling in Southeast Asia. There's not a whole lot of people that, well, Mike, what do you think of Vilcabamba, Ecuador? I'm like, who cares about South America? That's not my bucket. I'm all about Asia. I'm all about Southeast Asia. So absolutely. Passport card, global entry, APEC Business Travel Card. Zero downside. Another guy sent me an email about that. I know that I did sort of highlight the fact that the background check that they do for global entry is significant. And, a buddy of mine, he got busted when he was 16, 17, 18, whatever. One of those deals where he was like, oh, yeah, but it got expunged from my record when I got 18. No, trust me, they know about it. And absolutely do not lie. So even if you think it's not on your record, assume it's on your record. Tell them it's on your record. If you get denied, you can absolutely appeal. And again, if you got so one guy sent me an email. He said, I got busted with a DUI 30 years ago. And I said, okay, well, that's not, that's not nothing. I mean, that's not imperfect, but it was 30 years ago and you haven't gotten one since then. And, depending upon where it was, if it's not in the same state, then there's a pretty high likelihood that they don't have record of it in the state. Okay. Not for global entry, but the point is that, you can absolutely appeal that. It's not like you were a flight risk. You didn't have, if you got busted with a DUI because you had too much cocaine in your system, then that's bad news. But if you got with the DUI 30 years ago because you had excessive alcohol, then, there's a high likelihood that they'll be like, okay, well, he doesn't seem like a big flight risk. And he wasn't, transporting any illegal substances and that sort of thing. You were doing the wrong thing. Don't get me wrong. And you could have potentially killed somebody. But As far as I know, it's not a felony. As far as I know, 30 years ago, drunk driving was a misdemeanor. So I don't know that for a fact. But again, if you have that in there, just don't not tell them and don't lie. And then if you get denied, then definitely just appeal. ECQ got extended in Angeles City until 31 May. That's not too bad. Another couple weeks. Is Clear worth it? So that's a great question. So if you guys don't know what Clear is, basically it is, so to back up, if you're not doing any international travel, what a lot of times you'll do in the United States is you kind of need to get a real ID in the United States, which you basically get through your local DMV, Department of Transportation kind of thing. And that is simply it's sort of an additional background check, but not much. It simply allows you to use your driver's license to board a plane and travel domestically versus having to use your passport. Because as you probably know, most people in the U.S. do not have a passport. So you get that. And as part of that, what you can do is you can get TSA pre, which simply says, okay, well, we did a mild amount of background check. Sometimes none, meaning if you pay an additional $45 for this ticket, we'll let you go through TSA pre, which of course, all that means is that you had $45 more than the other guy that you were willing to spend. It doesn't mean that you're less of a, risk or anything. But nonetheless, you can get this thing called TSA pre, which simply allows you to go through a faster line. Okay, great. So as part of it, like you don't need, or at least you didn't need to, who knows what's going to happen now. You didn't need to take your shoes off. You didn't need to take your laptop out of the bag. Sometimes you do, sometimes you don't. You can, I would usually travel with a scarf. I didn't need to take my silly scarf off. Okay. So there's all that. So there's TSA pre. Clear, I believe is 100 and, well, they discount it because they're really trying to push it, but it's only at a handful of airports. And basically with TSA pre, you go up and they check you. And if you have the TSA pre little logo on your sticker, then you go through fine. Clear, you go up to another line and there's a person standing there and you use your thumbprint and potentially your retina scan, and you don't even need your boarding pass or your ID. Or you might need your ID, but you don't need your boarding pass. And then someone opens the door and escorts you to the front of everybody else. You still need to go through the X-ray sort of machine and the scanning. But again, don't need to take your shoes off. Don't need to take your laptop out. Don't need to take your liquids out into a bag. It's got to be in a bag, but it stays in your thing. You don't need to take things, that sort of thing. So that's Clear. And it's available. I mean, I had it because they were like, hey, do you want to sign up for it? I'm like, yeah, sure, whatever. It was brand new and it was free. And then they were like, okay, yeah, it's free, but then it's like $80 or it's $100, whatever. So I used it a couple times. I used it in Vegas. I used it in Atlanta. I used it in Chicago. I think it was Chicago. But I was amazed. It wasn't at the time. It wasn't in San Francisco. It wasn't in Los Angeles. I'm like, dude, if there is any airport that I will pay to get the hell through as fast as possible because the people that work here are incompetent, it's Los Angeles. And so they didn't have it there. And I'm like, well, you're of no use to me. So they tried, oh, you might 40% off, 50% off. And I just finally saw, I said, look, you don't have any market penetration. Get your act together. I said, look, if you have like this business model, and I mean, because someone like actually called me and it was like a VP and we were talking, Mike, why don't you do this? You know, you travel a lot and I see you're with this user group and you have these blah, 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 blah. Maybe you can get it for your company. Maybe you can offer it to the user group. I said, look, here's the thing. I said, you guys didn't plan this out. I said, you basically needed to take the next 4 years and make zero money because you got to get this thing in almost every single decent airport. Otherwise, it's a complete waste of time. Additionally, it's got hours on it, so it's not available 24 hours a day. I've been at the Las Vegas airport at like 9:58, and it closes at 10, and they closed the thing. And I walked up to them and I said, you have no integrity whatsoever. You're like sitting there watching the clock, and it's like maybe 9:59 or 10:01, and you're leaving. So that is my experience with Clear. Now, if you are someone who is in business and you want to get in and out of there, meaning that you basically want to arrive at the airport as late as you possibly can and still get on your flight, and you only travel with a carry-on and your ticket is effectively always on your phone, and you know you have your and you just want to do, then I think it's totally worth it. For me, it was not worth it, and I had it for just under 2 years. Oh, I also used it in Austin. And yeah, you get this concierge experience. I mean, there's literally a human who like escorts you through this gate. So, you know, I mean, from an ego perspective, it's kind of neat. But I mean, unless you're one of these guys that shows up at the last minute and you're like, oh yeah, I got to make my flight, hey, I've been there. I mean, I've been on a lot of business trips in a row where it's like, look, dude, I am not getting to the airport an hour early. I don't have any time for that nonsense. The fact that it's going to take me that long to get through there, that just means that your lack of preparation is not my need to be stressed out. So, but if you have to do it, it's actually pretty inexpensive if you think about it, because to pay like $100 or $150 if you're a business guy just to be able to go in and get out, then yeah, I think it's worth it. But for me, it was not. Girlfriend won't be coming to see you anytime soon. Yeah, I know, that's a real drag. I mean, you mentioned that about Angeles. Do you have any? Because again, I don't know if I told you, but at the beginning of this thing, I was telling people how I read about Manila and how they're like, oh yeah, we're only going to allow 400 people in, but ECQ in Angeles for the 31st. So Gracie's down in Jamindan, and that basically means she needs to go from Calibo or Rojas up to Manila and then out. But I don't know. I mean, again, trust me, I didn't anticipate she'd be here. Honestly, if she can get here by July 1st, I think that would be, well, it would be disappointing because it's not tomorrow, but it would be probably pretty reasonable. And but I mean, again, don't forget, like I live in Southern California and she lived in the Philippines. So we were like on the other side of the earth from each other. So at least now we're in the same time zone. And, when she can get over here, it won't take that much. It'll take her, 3 or 4 hours. And if I can get over there and be guaranteed that I can get out and get back here, then I'll definitely be the first one to get over there. Paul T says passport card is only good for land and sea travel. Absolutely accurate, but there's no downside to it. Additionally, I have had people say that what they do is they take their passport card and they carry that in their pocket around here. And then they have copied their visa and their visa stamp from their passport, U.S. passport, and then they leave their passport like in their hotel, in the safe or whatever, or in their condo, and they walk around if they ever get stopped by the thing. I don't do that. I carry my passport around. I carry my Thai driver's license around for the car, the Thai driver's license for the motorbike. I mean, I'm not going to delay anything. If some official in Thailand says, "Hey, I need I will be like right here." Like, no, let me go get it. Let me make it more difficult right now for us to get to the next. No, dude. If I have to carry my backpack around with enough documentation to prove that whenever you ask me, I'm going to move like on to the next fun task in the next 10 minutes, I'm doing that. So it's very interesting how, some people are like, oh yeah, but I'm not going to carry. And they're like, well, what if I lose it? I'm like, what if you lose it? What are you going to do? Leave your wallet at home with all the money in it in case you lose your wallet when you go out? You need it. Carry it around. I mean, it boggles me. The way that I think, I can tell you right now, is not correct for a lot of people. But the way that I look at stuff and then the way that they explain to me their reasoning for doing things, I swear, I look at it, I'm like, I think I'm from another planet. Like, I don't, but again, not everyone is, I may not even be valid for the cool kids table right now, but you guys are here, so I'm hanging out. But that was just, carry it around, dude. Live my ass off. Funny. When at the investigation site, the officer said to me, first words, how's retirement? Enjoy your travels. They knew everything before I walked to the desk. Absolutely, dude. Yeah, you're like, look, I'm going to go. They're like, awesome. Give you a great example. When Gracie went to get her U.S. visa at the Bangkok U.S. Embassy, they looked through her paper, everything, whatever, and he stamped something, or he said, okay, it's going to be approved. Or here's the downside. Here's the big indicator. If you're going for your interview and you give them your passport and then they give you your passport back, you don't want that to happen. You want them to keep your passport and say, okay, well, when we put the visa in it, you can come back and get it. You're like, whew, So anyway, but he said the exact same thing, Brian. He said, well, okay, that's cool. All right, enjoy your vacation. And basically it was us proving to her that she was going to come to the United States for approximately 2.5 weeks in July. Because again, you got to have a real ticket. You don't have to. I would recommend if you're getting a U.S. visa, you have as much real documentation that you're giving to Customs and Border Patrol. Meaning don't just make a reservation, buy a friggin' ticket. Okay, if you're worried about, I might lose my money. Well, you know what then? If you're worried about losing your money, then you probably shouldn't be coming to the U.S. to vacation, because the harsh reality is if you don't have $1,000 to throw in a fireplace, then coming to the United States, for a significant amount of time, it might not be a good solution. It's the reason that Gracie and I don't live in Singapore. It's too expensive. All right. I mean, I have budget limitations just like everybody else. I had 4 of them over 30 years ago. Yeah, I get it. I absolutely get it. Trust me. Caesar says, when I lived in Long Beach, you could only see Catalina Island vividly a few times a year. Lady is much clearer air for seeing the offshore islands. That's totally awesome. That's really cool. Brian says, what's ASEAN version of global entry again? So there is an ASEAN visa. And if you are I'm sorry. Okay, I know what you meant. APEC business travel card. You said ASEAN. This is APEC, so Asia Pacific Economic Community. So APEC actually includes more countries than ASEAN. So ASEAN is the Association of Southeast Asian Nations. It's ASEAN. So anyway, APEC business travel card, APEC BTC, and that's what you get through global entry. And then again, Brian, and if you have global entry, Brian, you can log into your global entry page and literally just scroll down because they're not going to give you, like, in other words, if you have global entry, you don't get the option to choose global entry. Like, it won't even show up. So scroll down, and towards the bottom, you should have the opportunity to click on APEC Business Travel Card. And you will go for an interview, and they'll probably do exactly what they did to me, which is like, okay, well, why do you need the APEC Business Travel Card, vacationer? And it just so happened that I kind of anticipated that, so I had a shirt, like I actually probably had this shirt, and it was a white shirt. I don't think it was this one, but I had like a sport coat or whatever. And Gracie and I went there, and I anticipated there would be an interview that was related to business, and I absolutely do come to Bangkok at that time in my life, and kind of still do, for business. I don't work here, but I absolutely do business related stuff, and I have conferences and I go to meetings and that sort of thing. So anyway, so the guy says to me, he goes, okay, well, why do you need a business? What kind of business are you doing? Like, why do you need the APEC business travel card? And I just said to him, okay, I don't know if you've ever waited in a line to go in and out of the Bangkok airport. I said, but it takes a long time. That's basically what I said. And I was in Tucson, Arizona, and I was fairly confident that the guy working at Customs and Border Patrol at the Global Entry Trusted Traveler office there in Tucson, Arizona, there's a pretty good chance that he hadn't ever been to Bangkok. But if he had debated it, I would have been like, okay, well, I don't know when you go to Bangkok, but yeah, the line is. And so I just said, I don't know if you've ever been in line. And he said, oh, yeah, that makes sense. Ka-chunk, and there we were. And so it literally took us longer to sit in the chairs and wait for the person in front of me to be done than it did for my interview to occur. So anyway, so that happens. And it may be another $100, Brian. It may be $25. It's irrelevant. It's good for 5 years. And I can tell you right now, the beauty of it is not only does it get you into Suvarnabhumi or Phuket. I've used it. Used it in the Philippines. I've used it in Kuala Lumpur. I've used it in Singapore. It is awesome. But in Bangkok, if you, not now probably, but in the past and certainly in the future, you land at the wrong time and 7 giant planes unload at the exact same time and everybody goes to the same thing. When you're able to go to that priority lane, dude, change your life. And here's the interesting thing about it too. Every time I've gone through priority lane, and I used to get like those passes that would allow you through priority. They were those like brown stickers or whatever. Sometimes you would get them as part of buying like a business class seat, or like I never went first class, but I definitely went business class before. And sometimes it would come with that. Or you could buy them through like travel agencies or whatever. And it would essentially, or you can get like the, that service where they like pick you up at a golf cart, like right at the gate, and then they drive you or whatever, priority, whatever. And so I had gone through priority lane in the past. And so that's when someone told me about it. I was like, oh, I absolutely want to be able to do that. And I don't want to have to get these sleek brown passes every single time. So that's the other reason I did it. And every time I've gone through, they've never, ever asked me any questions. None of this, like, how long are you staying? What are you doing? Whatever. It's just like, okay, the only thing, okay, so I will tell you this. If you are one of the few people, but potentially you could be because you travel a lot, one of the people that has a second valid passport, realize that the APEC business travel card is only attached to one of those passports, okay? I have 2 passports. Both of them are valid for global entry. So I can use both of my passports in the kiosk with my 4 fingers for the fingerprints, and I can use global entry to know that. But the APEC business travel card is only attached to one passport. So when you enter any country and you give him your APEC business travel card and you give him your passport, just make sure it's the one that, because I've done that before. I've handed them the wrong passport. And, for the most part, you're in priority lane, and usually they put people in there that are pretty skilled immigration people. I've never had anyone who was like, what's this? Because you hand them a U.S. passport and they're like, oh, this doesn't match. And then I pull out like my other U.S. passport. A lot of people that don't know anything about a second valid passport, they'll be like, okay, are you like James Bourne? Like, why do you have the Jason Bourne? Like why do you have two? It's like, look, you get a second. If you don't know, the short answer is you get a second valid passport so that your main passport can basically be off at a consulate or a embassy, getting a visa put in it, and at the same time you need to be able to travel. That's the reason I found out about it, because I'm like, oh my God, I completely spaced. I have like plans to go to Cabo San Lucas for like 4 days, and my passport, I think it was at the Vietnam embassy in Washington, and I was getting my first Vietnam visa. And I'm like, oh no. And again, I hadn't done this yet, but I was literally like inches away from like sending my FedEx thing off to the Vietnam. And I'm like, wait, whoa. I'm not going to have oh man, I can't just go down there with my license. And then so I contacted my passport renewal company. There's those in the United States, and you give them the documents, and then for $100, they can get it to you in like a week. For $300, they can get it to you in 24 hours, and all this stuff, right? And they offer visas, and they also offer second valid passports. And I was like, oh, well, what's this about? So that's the reason you get a second one. Anyway, I made sure that my APEC business travel card was actually attached to my 10-year passport. But as I mentioned to you in the past, my second valid passport is the one that has my Thai visa in it. But that's a retirement visa. So again, you got to kind of jockey it and be appropriate, right? Like, in other words, don't enter the priority lane using your APEC business travel card and then show them your retirement visa that clearly on it says cannot work. Okay. So, you need to, decide like how badly you want to get in where fast. But I don't have any visas for any other countries. So every time I enter Singapore, I enter Hong Kong, same thing. Oh, Hong Kong's also part of it too. So while they're not necessarily ASEAN, are they? I can't remember. They might be, but they might not be part of ASEAN, but they're definitely part of APEC. So anyway, highly, highly recommend it. Global entry and APEC business travel card. Thailand seems pretty hazy. It can. That's absolutely a true statement. Jomtien, I can see about 4 islands from a balcony. Oh, that's right, Ray. I forgot you live down there. That's like totally cool. Yeah, he lives in one of the View Tillets, right? No, those are great. My buddy, View Tillet 6, he stays in View Tillet 6 all the time in Pattaya. I like Jomtien. I really like Jomtien. The problem is that when you say the word Jomtien, to many people, all they hear is Pattaya. And then they make a judgment, and then it's like, for the love of God. Catalina, 26. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's totally awesome. Have I had Franklin's barbecue in Austin? Oh, you know what? That's a great question. I actually think I did. As you might guess, we were there for Dell, right? They're a mild employer in Austin, Round Rock. And so we were over there for that. But I've definitely been, I'd love down. In fact, Gracie and I went to Austin just for like a long weekend. I had to like burn through some Southwest points. If I didn't use them, then they went away. And I had like already extended them for like additional $50. So they'd last another year. And I'm like, all right, let's just do this. It'd be a great opportunity for Gracie to see some other part of America. So we went there. I think it was like September, October. The weather was pretty nice. When the sun was out during the day, it was great. So we were in Austin, and I think we did do Franklin's barbecue. If Franklin's barbecue is the one that's like on that, like, I hate to, because I don't know the name of it, but like the main strip of Austin, that comes all the way up right towards the Capitol, then we probably did go to it. And we saw the bats come out of the bridge and stuff and walked along. I think it's a great city, man. It's a great city. It's got a lot more expensive than it used to be. It used to be incredibly. Thank you, Todd. Yeah, sorry guys, I'm late now in answering. Passport card good for things like money. Yeah, there's no downside to it. Again, I don't even think it costs that much more money. It's only the size of a credit card. It's only the size of an ID. It's no big deal. Applying now. Yeah. All right. Cool. I remember I only had a U.S. driver's license with me one time, but they accepted it. What for? I'll have to find out. Manila Manila is a disaster. I love the majority of the people that I interface with. And as you might guess, I love Gracie. I love her family. I love her daughter. I love her sister. I love her hair. I love her shoes. I mean, everything. She's amazing. Okay. And there's a lot of stuff that like sort of, explodes outside of Gracie's sphere that I love too about the Philippines. Obviously, Boracay is a beautiful beach. There's many other beautiful beaches. There's a lot of opportunity. The cost is very inexpensive there. But man, when it comes to anything where you have to sort of like queue up or there's a process that should be involved, I would submit that if you come from the US and you're used to like a certain process that's supposed to operate with even a mild amount of efficiency, having the expectation that it is going to occur in the Philippines and especially in Manila is just it's not going to happen. Yeah. So Stuck says fast track. Yeah. So that's that thing that you buy, right? The fast track that you buy. Pay a lot of money to have stuff done faster, private agency. Yeah, you can, absolutely. And there's what is mine? Mine is called It's Easy, ITSEASY. It's Easy Passport. If you just Google that, I use those guys. They have offices in Florida. They have offices in Washington, D.C. They have offices, and they have gotten me now they've renewed my second valid passport. They have renewed my main 10-year passport. They got me a 10-year Chinese tourist visa. That's in my passport. I don't know if they'll help with Thai visas. I don't believe they do that because I was like, oh, well, maybe I'll just have you did my Chinese passport. And it was, standard visa, right? For a foreign country. It's like, $200, $300, $400, whatever it is. And I believe like on their website, it's easy. It's got like that easy button, like from Staples. So that's how you can find it. Anyway, it's easy. They have an app actually that you can install on your phone too. It's easy. And, they're not a sponsor. They're just really good people that I can always rely on. And you know how like I joke around, right? So every now and then I'll like be working with a company or whatever, and I'll just like respond, okay, thank you very much. And then we'll like, go back and forth a couple of times. And then I'll respond with something like kind of cute and kind of funny. Well, I did that with these guys one time and they immediately responded. They're like, we're not quite sure what you mean by that, but, we take this process very serious. And I was like, okay, that's fair. I need to grow up. But secondly, like if I have someone dealing with my passport, I need them to be obsessed with accuracy and data and fact and basically not have a sense of humor. So I will tell you that they have a ton of integrity. And their offices in Washington, D.C. Actually, what happened is that I live in California, right? But I was going out to Washington, D.C. for a conference. And so it was just kind of around the renewal time. And so on their website, you can be like, well, where do you want to pick it up? And of course, most people would be like, in my home city, mail it to my house, or I'll go to your local office. And I send them an email actually. And the great thing about them is that, so you sign up and I believe you have to send them the money, but the minute you do that, they send you like in 3 different forms, a PDF, a website that's got a checkbox. They're like, these are the things that you need before you send any of your stuff to you. And the best advice is they say, look, print out the PDF and literally check it off on everything. And then they send you a form that you look through and you make sure you have every single thing. And then you sign it at the bottom that basically says, look, I've given you guys all of the information that you've asked, because what can really screw up the efficiency of their process is some guy's like, oh yeah, well and he forgets to send them like 3 pictures, or he forgets to send them the check, for example, or because you got to get the right cashier's check, right, to like usually the consulate or the embassy. Anyway, so It's Easy. They're very awesome, and I don't know how much I paid them in the past. I think I usually get my passports or my stuff. I usually like, it'd take a week or whatever. So I think I pay them like, it's either $99 or $199, and it's always been amazing. It's FedEx both ways, and it comes and everything. Fast track is about $40. Yeah, that sounds about right. I mean, there's different versions, right? So it can be just like I used to just get the pass. Like I never bothered with the silly golf cart, because I got to tell you, after even a 6-hour flight or a 4-hour flight, by the time I finally get back to Bangkok, I want to walk. Like when I land in Bangkok, I don't take the people movers. I like walk around. I go upstairs. I walk downstairs. I need some exercise, man, because so the last thing I do is the only time I've ever really, one of them was when I met Rob for the first time, but the only time that I ever really try and like just get there as fast as I possibly can is when I know my cab driver is there to pick me up, or I don't have luggage, because I've blasted through immigration before, and then I get there and I stand there and I stare at the luggage thing for 30 minutes and it goes around, and there's 650 people on a plane, right? I mean, how many pieces of luggage? So it's like, okay, well, hurry up and wait now, right? But yeah, I've only kind of like done the stickers, and it's been worth it in the past. But I got to tell you, I think the APEC business travel card is Paul T says, yeah, well, dude, you're getting Adele. So you know what's funny about that is that that guy was really popular, right? And obviously it was a great campaign and everyone knew about it. But what happened was the poor guy, he got visions of grandeur in his head, like, oh my God, I'm going to be a movie star for the rest of my life. And he basically only did that one commercial. And then he took the money and thought he'd be totally awesome. And he was out at a nightclub and he got busted for smoking pot. And so if you know anything about Michael Dell, he's pretty conservative, right? And so he and so therefore so is his company, with the culture and the way that they represent. So he and I those were gone. And I'll tell you right now, you do not joke, like you don't walk into Dell or you don't walk into the meeting with Michael or whatever, and you don't be like, oh dude, I'm getting a Dell. That is taboo. As far as Dell is concerned, those commercials never existed. It is, but yeah, I'm right there with you, dude. I absolutely think about it. Sorry I'm late. Hope you're doing well. Been to Boracay 4 times and plan to return there again in the future. You're absolutely not late, Daniel. You're absolutely here when you're supposed to be, dude. And I really, really appreciate it. Thanks for coming by. And I'm glad you guys are chatting around. Street 500. Love to hang, but I am going to go test and ride a couple Harleys. Good for you, Todd. Kick ass, right? Oh, that's what you probably meant by Street 500. Yeah, I don't know the models of Harleys. Sorry, I'm not really. So I got my motorcycle endorsement on my California driver's license, and to do that, I had to go take a motorcycle class and all of that stuff. And it took about I think it took 2 weekends. 1 week, maybe it was 1 or 2 weekdays, and then a couple of weekends, and then you take a test, and then you go. I mean, it was significant, but they were all about safety. I was really pleased with it. But they were like, oh, and people are like, oh yeah, I'm doing this because I want to ride. Or I mean, some people have even bought what are the Roadsters? Is it a Harley Roadster or a Roadmaster? I can't remember what it's called. Anyway, it's a gigantic Harley. It's got it's got a bigger engine than my Acura had in it. And it's just it's just a beast of a motorcycle, but giant. And I guess if you're a real motorcycle Harley enthusiast rider, it's like, oh yeah, this is amazing. It's really smooth. It's comfortable. You can ride it for 4 hours straight, kind of thing. And so I'm like, okay, cool. Street Glide, Road Glide. I remember I heard about those, but I can't remember what that giant one is. Regardless, this woman, her and her husband bought these even before they got the license. Anyway, so we're going through the process of getting it. And they're like, well, how are you going to ride? Like, oh, I got this, I got, and they're like, oh yeah, so what are you going to do with it, Mike? I'm like, I am going to get my motorcycle driver's license so that I can get my motorcycle driver's license in Thailand. I am never getting on a freeway in California on a motorcycle. Absolutely not happening. It is safer for me to ride a motorbike in Vietnam or Thailand. Good luck convincing any of the other people in my class of what I just said. Absolutely impossible. But that was absolutely the truth. The only reason I got the motorcycle certification on my California driver's license is so I could walk into the Department of Land Transport, hand them my driver's license, and they were like, oh, okay, cool. They gave me the motorcycle and the automotive California driver's license. They're 2 different IDs. And I had to sit through the video and that sort of thing. It was all in Thai. I had absolutely no clue what they were saying, the safety video. And then I had to pass the reaction test, and I had to pass the test for color blindness test, and then I went down and they gave me my driver's licenses. That was at the Department of Land Transport in Phetchaburi, and I did a video on it. It was actually a really fun day. It was really cool because Gracie and I went over to immigration in Phetchaburi, and then we went over to Department of Land Transport, and then we cruised home. And I don't know, it's a really, I would have preferred to have done it on a website, and then it just shows up in my mail, but yeah, it was a good product. I liked Cha Am a lot. Gracie and I did a lot of really cool things in Cha Am. I mean, I obviously I'm waxing, I'm having massive euphoric recall of every single thing Gracie I did because she's not here, right? But yeah, no, Cha Am was cool. And I got to tell you, if I could get on a bus tomorrow, which I was trying to do, I may go over to Ekamai even later today and see what's available, what's not available, what might be available June 1st, and what I might want to plan for. I think I'm also going to definitely book my flight later today for Bangkok Air down to Koh Samui on the 19th, which will be Tuesday. And yes, I plan on doing a live stream down there. I cannot imagine that Koh Samui, being as popular as it is, has bad internet. I'm sure there's coffee shops. I mean, I was in the BTS and the MRT last night or yesterday afternoon. And, there's not actually probably maybe 20 to 30% of the food establishments and stuff are open. You know how they have the little food courts in MRT and BTS. But there was a Starbucks open, and you just like have to sit like away from your, they had the like the yellow tape or whatever, or Caesar, if you'll remember when we went to the burger place, how they had like the red X's on the seat, and you had to like sit apart from each other. But yeah, I mean, you can go to Starbucks, get a coffee, sit down, use the Wi-Fi. I mean, that was absolutely happening here in Thailand. So, sitting there like talking to your buddies real close wasn't happening, but it was absolutely a possibility. In fact, I almost did it yesterday, but I'm like, I don't have my laptop and I don't want to do a whole lot. Is Boracay the best beach in the Philippines? I'll tell you what, it is one of the most beautiful. The sand is outstanding. As I mentioned the other day, the slope of the ground that goes out into the water is so low that you can walk like at low tide, you can walk like 1.5 kilometers and you're maybe like, up to your chest in water. It is beautiful. The water is in really, really clean, good condition if you are there at certain times of the year. There are certain times of the year where there's a lot of algae on Main Beach, or White Beach as they refer to it. I mean, it's called White Beach, but they also refer to it as Main Beach. And the beach on the other side of Boracay is called Back Beach. And you could literally walk the entire island. It is outstanding. I'm a little biased. I met Gracie there. You may meet a Gracie there. I don't know. I like to think that once it gets a little bit more popular, girls that are really nice with integrity will go there. So maybe you could meet the women of your dreams there. I don't know. But I'll tell you that I went there. I left there. I went to some other places in the Philippines, and then I went back there within a week. And I really like it. It's a little expensive. If you've been in this part of the world for a while, if you're coming from the U.S., it's cheap because it's like, oh my God, this hotel right on the beach, it was only $85 a night, $85. But I was there, and it was like, I had a great time, and I had gotten back there, and I didn't particularly like the hotel I was at, and I walked down the beach, and I walked right into this fairly new hotel, and I walked in the lobby, and they had like signs on the walls, like 7,000 pesos or whatever, and I said, well, do you have a room? She goes, oh, yeah. But I said, well, I could book it through Airbnb. And they were just signing up for their Agoda account and stuff, which you don't know. No. If you don't know, that simply means they're just signing up for the ability for those people to advertise for them so they can pay basically 20% of their income to Agoda. And I said, well, how about 5,000 pesos? And, of course, she's like, yeah. So I stayed there for like 3-4 nights. It was right on the beach. We had it was amazing. Calypso, by the way. Calypso is the name of the resort that I highly recommend in Boracay. It's basically on Station 3, kind of. It's pretty much Station 2, but it's Station 2 away from where all the... so the middle of Station 2 is the party area. There's Station 1, there's Station 2, there's Station 3. They're called that because the only way you used to be able to get to Boracay is you took a boat to the beach, and then you got off of the boat and walked in the water holding your luggage over your head. And that's how you get to a lot of other non-populated islands in the Philippines. But there's a pier now, and you can take, the boats over, and the boats will hold like, 20, 30, 40 people. All the luggage is on the roof. They take you over there. You never have to get wet. Don't worry about it. Anyway, so there's stations. And so Station 2 is like right in the middle of White Beach on the west side. And for the most part, it's got the highest density of like nightclubs and bars and that sort of thing. So, it can be fun. I mean, I really like, there was a club there called Epic, and it was fun. It was a dance club. I mean, the DJs aren't great, it's Boracay, right? Okay. So it's not like you're going to a nightclub in downtown Bangkok. I mean, they're not going to, Avicii's not going to, well, of course he's dead, but, Martin Garrix isn't going to show up, kind of thing. I mean, so, have expectations that you're going to be on a little island that is, and it's little, dude. It is little, but I loved it. I got an Airbnb there. I've also gotten, places to stay there. So, it's definitely one of the top. Ultra classic. Road King. Thank you. I couldn't remember for the life of me, Rob. Roadmaster is a Buick. I knew it was. I knew it was just like, wait a second. Isn't that like a Pontiac or something? Yeah, Buick. Absolutely. Yeah, I'm with you, Mike. I only need my MasterCard cert, motorcycle cert, so I can be covered by insurance putting around in the scooter. Yeah, absolutely. Mm-hmm. Scooter in Southeast Asia. Yeah, I was just like, you cannot pay me to get on a motorcycle to go on a California freeway. That is never happening. I mean, I'll ride maybe through like the back roads of like Florida or whatever, when Gracie and go back there, but my God, California is, look, the speed limit is 65, but I would constantly go 80 miles an hour, and I would just be cruising along, when there's no traffic in California, those freeways are, You move fast. And, I mean, it's not like they get damaged a whole lot, like in Boston or New York or whatever, New England, wherever it snows. You don't get frost heaves. You don't get, the potholes and that sort of thing. So, I mean, it's like concrete. So it's like, bzzz. I mean, again, brand new car, 85 miles an hour. You don't even know. You look down, you're like, whoa, I got to, So, yeah, I'm not a good place. Not a good place for me on a motorbike. Is it legal to ride small scooters in Thailand with only a regular driver's license? I do not believe so. Not illegal, I don't think, but you may not be covered by your travel insurance if you don't have it. Or your native license. So what I would highly recommend if you're coming over here as a tourist is that you make sure that you have the motorcycle endorsement on the driver's license that you bring over from your home state. Additionally, you get a international driver's permit. There is no such thing as an international driver's license. It is an international driver's permit, which is effectively a agreement with a whole bunch of countries and a piece of paper effectively with your picture on it traditionally, certainly in California and many other states. They're only issued by AAA. Approximately $15. It's good for a year, okay? And you actually tell them when you want it to start. Okay, so like you can go in and get it in October, but if you're not traveling to Thailand until November, they're like, well, when do you want it to start? And you say November, and then they basically date it 1 year from then as the day that it'll expire. But again, it is an international driver's permit. It is only valid if you have a valid driver's license from your home state. So if you have a California driver's license without a motorcycle endorsement on it, and you have a international driver's permit, you legally cannot drive a motorcycle in any other country. Okay, so you basically need to have the permission to drive a motorcycle legally elsewhere to be able to put a international driver's permit on top of that. And you make a very, very good point. I would submit to you that it is a hell of a lot easier to get away from the illegality of driving a motorbike in Thailand by basically paying the cop, a couple hundred baht or whatever, like at a checkpoint. That's probably the easiest thing you can do. The next thing that you might have to pay even more money for is if you're driving around without a helmet. Usually the two will, if you're a farang and you're driving around without a helmet, and you're driving in a popular area, they're going to pull you over, and their chances are they're going to fine you for the helmet. At the same time, they're going to check your credentials, and if you don't have the legal permission basically to drive a motorbike, then they're probably going to fine you for that too. But the worst thing you could possibly do is get into a motorbike accident, heaven forbid, and end up in the hospital and think that your insurance is going to cover it when your insurance is like, look, dude, you didn't have the driver's license. I mean, and then you're out however much you're out. So that is actually probably the thing that you need to be the most concerned about, in my opinion. Also very expensive over there, like $50,000 for a top model. They are big cash over here, big cash. Lots of Thais have no licenses. Ticket is like 500 baht. I can tell you that my friend in Pattaya, and this is actually very common, she was on the motorbike driving, and then we came up. We both had helmets on. But we came up and the cop stopped her. This was like actually in Jamtien. We were cruising down the beach in Jamtien. It's high season, but still. He stops her and they talk. And she's like, okay, hold on. So we move the bike over and I'm on the back. I'm like, okay, whatever. I got my helmet on and I'm thinking to myself, I got an international driving permit. But what do I? And so she goes into the little booth and she comes out. And I was like, well, what was that for? She goes, oh, I don't have a license. And I'm like, oh, okay. And I said, so what did you do? She goes, oh, I paid him like 200 baht. And of course I said, well, what does it cost to get a driver's license? And she's like, oh, it's like 400 baht. And I'm like, okay, so in the course of your lifetime, I'm submitting that you probably have gotten more than 2 fines. She goes, yeah, but it's just easier to pay the fine than to go get my driver's license. So again, everyone that we're talking with here in the Cool Kids table is not Thai. So don't think you can do Thai stuff unless you're Thai. You have to do things more appropriately and more legally than the locals. And that's just the way it is. I don't have my license yet here. And expired California motorcycle license, never been stopped, but I do wear a helmet and just ride locally. Great. Absolutely. Don't forget, like I've never needed my driver's license in California until I got pulled over. Okay. And I haven't gotten pulled over in like 4 years. So, I mean, I haven't needed to have my driver's license with me, but I still get it. That's just me. Brian says best way to do it, book nothing. Walk into hotels, check rates. I plan nothing except my flight. Just go and find the best place for you. I completely agree, dude. I love traveling that way. Backpack, laptop, maybe, definitely have my phone or two, and, passport, money, credit card, bam, just do it. That is so rad. Daniel, the beach on north end of Boracay Island is called Puka Beach. Yes, it's outstanding. Absolutely pristine. The island hopping tours there in the afternoon, but once the boats leave, you got the beach all to yourself. Here's what's really cool, Daniel. I don't know if you've been there so if you've been there like 4 years ago, Puka Beach, 5 years ago, Puka Beach was, you're right, very empty. Like you get there at the end of the parking lot and there'd be places you could like buy food and there'd be a couple places you could sit. And then you could walk down maybe like, 200 meters or something. And then there was nothing. And then about 4 years ago, about 3 years ago, about 2 years ago, Puka Beach got really, really busy. And there was like chairs everywhere and all of this, and a lot more of those tours, like you were saying, would come, and not just in the afternoon, like for the sunset island hopping tours. And then last year, when they basically closed the whole place down for 6 months to redo the sewer and everything, one of the things that they also did, and they did this in White Beach too, as well as Puka Beach, is they said, okay, nobody can sell anything here anymore. So there's a few chairs, and there's a couple of resorts actually that have like sections of it that they consider to be their private beach, even though it's not, but they have those. But like there's no, and here's the thing that bums me out like crazy, Daniel, because I loved this about Boracay, is the fire twirlers, right? They would like twirl the strings with like the huge, they don't do that anymore on the beach. You can't do that anymore on the beach. You can't get a chair on the beach. You can't, like, those little restaurants that would take like 4 or 5 tables and put those out with tables and chairs like on the beach at night and you could eat dinner there. You can't do that anymore. That really pisses me off. But the fire twirlers, dude, I miss those big time. I am so bummed that they're not doing that anymore. But, from a beauty of the beach perspective, I guess you could argue that it's like a little bit better. I don't know. Always tempted to just wing it like that with the hotels and other things, just be spontaneous. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty cool to do. I mean, don't forget, dude, if you guys are flying in, I would encourage you to have a reservation at a hotel, at least for a couple of nights. It's appropriate because you're going to have to fill that out on your TM7. And it's just a better idea to do that for the first night. But after that, I completely agree. And if you're living over here, dude, absolutely all day long. And you don't need to worry about the silly TM28 anymore, so don't worry about that. So now actually is the time where normally I'd be doing my 90-day reporting. But because of the sliding or whatever, although I am going to see if the app on the phone works, because I'm definitely within the days. They said, the earliest you could report is like, I think it was like May 4th. Probably like whatever the last Monday was the first day that I could start reporting my 90 days. So it's like, it's 2 weeks before your 90 days, and then it's 1 week after you can do your 90-day reporting. So I may check the app or whatever, but I got a buddy he's lived here for years, and he just got his thing in the mail, and then they announced it. They said, look, you can do your 90 reporting if you want, but it's going to be delayed basically until the end of June. Don't worry about it. Puka bingo. Philippines is famous for puka jewelry. Yeah. International driver's license. International driving permit is the appropriate label. I heard the easiest thing to get is an international driver's license before you leave. License here is difficult because of the language. Can you pay big money to overcome that? So you mean international driver? You heard you're going to get an international driver's license before you leave the United States or leave here? Again, it's an international driver's permit. There's no such thing as an international driver's license, with the exception of a very broad a very broad driving license that you can get in, I don't think it's all of the EU, but several countries in Europe. MedTech says, wheel bearings wear much faster when a car driving fast with regularity. Okay, cool. I might have missed something. Live my ass off, get 500 baht, get you out of most traffic infractions. Sure, totally. And I think, actually, no, I haven't done this. Daniel, actually, who is, again, I'm so honored. The guy's gone back and watched, like, literally ever since my first video. And I really, really appreciate that, dude. So that's, like, totally cool that you're doing that. But anyway, one of the ones that he reminded me of is when I was talking. It's a video entitled "How Corrupt," in air quotes, are you? Because I was talking about how in Mexico, when I got pulled over, and it was a lot more efficient. Basically, I gave the guy $20, because it was speeding, versus in California, I get pulled over, I get a ticket, I have to go to traffic school, I have to take an entire weekend, I have to go this, I have to not notify my insurance company, I have to make sure I fill out the paperwork, and I have to pay $350, and I have to pay the traffic share, So it's like, okay, this is infinitely more inefficient. I mean, you get 7 people in line, whereas like I give this cop $20, bam, and trust me, I mean, I also said, well, I should probably stop speeding. But yeah, I mean, there's a lot to be said for it. There's a lot to be said for it. I think that, one could argue, well, you're bribing, you're part of the problem, Mike, part of the solution. Well, you know what? I gave that cop $20 and solution's taken care of. We are done. The good news is the traffic on Boulevard's not that fast, 40 miles an hour. Bad news, tons of traffic. Yeah, it can be. I mean, there can absolutely be tons of traffic here in Bangkok. If you're on a motorbike, though, getting from point A to point B, it can be a lot better than a Grab, that's for sure. Okay, just 200 pounds. Yeah, 50 cc's. I see what you mean by that. What is this? The new 150s have 18 horsepower at 12,000 RPMs. I probably just have to bite the bullet and get the endorsement if I want to spend some serious time living in Asia. That's what I did, Paul, because I was like, I mean, now, okay, don't get me wrong. If you're going to spend some serious time in Asia or you're going to spend some serious time in Thailand, then you can come over here and you can go to the Department of Land Transport and you can show up with no license and you can be like, I need a license. And they will give you a test that you won't be able to read. They will have you sit through a video that you won't be able to understand. I mean, again, unless you can read and write Thai. I mean, I'm not saying you're not able to do that. And you'll have to do a motorcycle test. And it's not simple. Even the one at the California DMV is not simple. And so that was another reason that I took the class. But I'm actually really glad I took it. If you have the opportunity to take it there, I don't know where you are, Paul, but I can't remember. I apologize. But if you're in California, I got to tell you, the ones that they offer there, they're pretty cool. They're pretty cool. The north end of Boston is called... What's the matter you? What's the matter you, son of a? Absolutely. No fire show in Boracay. Absolutely, dude. And it bums me out.com. Now, there are a select few, finite number of private resorts that if you're like sort of in their compound, they will have someone performing. But you can't just like before, if you guys have ever been to Boracay, you could literally just like walk down the beach and watch someone twirling fire. And if you're like, oh yeah, they're okay, but I don't really like the beanbag chairs and I don't particularly want hookah, so I'm not going to hang out there. And you walk down 2 more resorts and there's another person doing them. And I got to tell you, the most talented ones I've ever seen, the ones that are the most energetic, that are the most skilled, were the ladyboys. And they were awesome at it. I mean, the fire twirling, oh, it is so, so cool. And I am of all the things, I am really, really bummed that when Gracie and I go back there, they're not going to have that. That's going to be a complete drag. I really want to get a driver's license as soon as possible. As far as I know, Department of Land Transport's open now, man. Going to ask a girlfriend to help, even though I have Google Translate. Yeah, I mean, so obviously Gracie and I speak no Thai, okay? And I even did a video. Actually, if you watch the video that I did when we were leaving the Department of Land Transport, it was probably January of this year. But if you just like on my channel, if you just go to the far right, kind of at the top there, there's that little hourglass. If you just magnifying glass, click on that and just type Thai drivers probably, and it'll show you the video on that. And I'll describe my experience we had when we left, because I mean, if you compare it again, if you are, let's say you're a Thai person and you speak little to no English, and you show up at the California DMV, and you're like, "Oh yeah, well, I just want to get a driver's license." Oh my God! Well, first of all, customer service would be horrible. But my experience, and again, this wasn't in Bangkok. This was in Phetchaburi, okay. And however, to be fair, my customer service experience at the Phetchaburi immigration office, as well as the Changwatana gargantuan immigration office here in Bangkok, it's been outstanding. They've both been nice to me. They've both been very supportive. They've walked me through what I need to do. They smile. They don't make me feel like I don't want to be here. They're not like, oh my God, we hate all Farangs. So anyway, again, I know I'm a broken record of good news as far as Thailand goes, but again, that's just been my experience. Many places that Gracie and I have been. But it wasn't that difficult, and we did not need a translator. So I would, and again, at the end of the day, if you go and you don't get it, you can go back. I mean, it's not that expensive. I mean, I don't even know how much it costs. I don't even know how much it costs. The only way that I may have referenced it is in my my Try Driver's License video, and Gracie and I got mine. So Anyway, Daniel says, I really like that How Corrupt Are You video. I never thought about whether people in the Philippines accuses foreigners of trying to scam them. Thank you very much, man. I really appreciate that. Yeah, it was just a different way of looking at stuff, right? So, I don't know. Again, if I wanted everything to be the same and it to be easy and it to be predictable, then I would have stayed home, okay? And there's trust me, there's a lot of things that I look at and I'm like, okay, that is ridiculous. Like, why are you doing that? So I'm like all like rainbows and unicorns about broken record about the rose-colored glasses I have about Thailand and yada yada yada, right? But I'll tell you, I mean, if you've ever been anywhere in an office in Thailand, there is an enormous amount of paperwork, and I think that's a little excessive. I mean, like, I'm not saying that like the medical system in the United States, I mean, obviously they've gotten strides above where they should be in the last 10 years as far as EMR and, like the the Obama administration basically really, really pushing that forward as far as like, okay, look, you've got to do electronic medical records. This paper nonsense is ridiculous. And, they pushed as much as they possibly could. But again, it's better than it used to be. But around here, man, they do have electronic medical records. They do have EMR systems that are very sophisticated in all the hospitals here. And they have an equal amount of paperwork. And I'm just like, I don't get it. I mean, it just seems, anyway, it's excessive to me. But, I guess if all of the computers burned down and none of the paper did, well, then you'd have a trail, wouldn't you? And you'd be able to get the medical care that you want. Where's the best puka jewelry? That's a great question. Is puka the same as abalone? Is that no, I don't think it is. I don't know where the best puka is. Well, they have giant clams. Nice. Stuck in Florida. I quit going to Boracay a long time ago because of all the people, same as Koh Lipe. I get that. But the fire shows were my favorite part. It's great, right? It's absolutely great. I mean, it literally is one of the top 5 things that I think you can do in Boracay. The number 1 thing you can do in Boracay, and if you do not do this in Boracay, you are doing it wrong. You should not be permitted to stay there any more than 2 nights in a row. You have to leave if you do not watch the sunset on White Beach every night. If you do not watch the sunset on White Beach in Boracay every night, you're doing it wrong. I'm telling you, it is amazing. And I'm not talking about like it has to be perfect. You don't have to be up at that. I can never remember the name of it. Gracie always has to remind me the name of the restaurant. It's like up on the rocks and, you're having a beer or you're having like a $12 cocktail or whatever. I've done it. I just like was walking along and I just stopped and I looked at the sun and I sat down right in the sand and I just looked out there and I was like, this is fantastic. Or I used to go to meetings and I would be staying in like station 3 and I would walk all the way, station 3, and I would walk all the way up to station 1 to go to a meeting. It'd take me about 30, 35 minutes and I'd walk on the sand on the beach and all of a sudden I'd be like, well, you know what? I'm going to be late getting there. And I would just sit there. And I would stop. And the people that come out during the sunset, that's another reason you want to be there. There will be people that you'll never see during the day at all. And all of a sudden, like an entire school of kids will come and they'll start playing soccer on the beach. Oh, the other thing that they can't do is, how they used to make those massive sand castles and it used to say Boracay on it, right? And then they would like charge you, like 10, 15, 20 pesos, whatever, to like take a selfie in front of it, the kids that would make these things. Can't do that anymore. Or at least I don't think you can. I was told that. I don't know that for sure. I'm absolutely 100% sure that they're not doing the fire things anymore. Gracie's been there a couple times since they cleaned it up. And I was just so bummed. So friggin' bummed. Oh, man. I really miss that. In the USA, there are even paperwork reduction laws. Yeah, I know. Oh, right. And then there's always that option, right, to go like, what is it? Just go paperless, right? Like you log into Chase and you can click on like go paperless and not get the stuff. That's if any of you guys are thinking of coming over here, one of the first things that you should do is log into absolutely every single website that you get any paper information from and just go to the main page of whatever that website is. Chase, Bank of America, State Farm. I don't care what it is. Go there, log in. Find the little, magnifying glass thing and type in paperless and just go down there and click on go paperless. I mean, oh my God, I had no idea how much nonsense I was getting in my mailbox because it just came like every few days. I'd be like, oh, yeah. I mean, I would 85% of the mail in my mailbox I would throw away. And then I didn't really sort of realize it until I'm like, man, what am I going to do with all this paperwork when I move to Thailand? Oh, right. I don't need any of this nonsense because for the most part, it's just advertising. MedTech, from a certain point of view, Mike, you are home. I would agree. I'm the luckiest guy in the world. And like I've always said, I hope every single one of you guys could run to a mirror right now, look at yourself and say, no, Mike, I am. I'm the luckiest guy in the world. He says, I think pukas are small, round, white shells with a natural hole in the top. So kind of like pearls. I see huge pieces made from them in string. Yeah, that's kind of true. Gotta let that. 35 years ago, I got them in Hawaii. Oh, I can't even imagine what Hawaii was like 35 years ago. Oh, it must have been so great. Well, same with Thailand, right? I can tell you that 30 years ago, San Diego was about the same. Certainly where I first lived in Pacific Beach, that building is still there. That beach is still there. The restaurants might be upgraded and they were a little better. And maybe like a 2-story building became a 3-story building. Downtown San Diego is significantly different. I mean, basically the only restaurant that used to be in downtown San Diego, there were 2 of them. There was the Spaghetti Factory and Dick's Last Resort. And that was it. And basically if you went outside of those areas, you were in a slum. And you could after it got dark, it could be. And now there is one restaurant after another in San Diego where the average meal I would submit to you for 2 people is at least $150. Cheeseburgers cost $26 in downtown San Diego. Salads cost $17. And, you take a Thai person who is basically vacationing there and you take them to downtown San Diego and you go have like khao pad gai, which is basically chicken fried rice. And they're like, $19.99. It's like this bowl that serves 2 people. I'll never forget that, man. After coming here and then going back home, I don't know if you guys did this. I came to Thailand and then I came back home and I looked for everything Thai. I went to Thai massage sometimes every single day. Different Thai massage places. I got to know the Thai people. I knew this lady that owned the Thai place that she would bring girls over from Thailand, and she had this entire condo complex. She would put them there. She would house them. She would send them to school. They would get university degrees, and they would I mean, it was just so awesome. I got to know all these Thai people in San Diego. And I would do as much Thai as I possibly could. I would go to one Thai restaurant and then the next Thai restaurant. And then I would find Thai people at that restaurant. And if they were there like with other white people, I'd be like, okay. But if they were there with just the Thai family, I'd be like, okay, what should I order? And they would be like, Michael Chai. I'd be like, oh, awesome, right? Or the other thing I would do for Thai restaurants in San Diego was I would walk in and I would see if I could like look into the kitchen. A lot of times in San Diego, you get a lot of Mexican cooks, as you might imagine, because it's so close. And I'll tell you right now, some of the best Chinese restaurants have Mexican cooks. But it's also been my experience that the best Thai restaurants potentially don't have Thai owners, but they have Thai chefs. You get Thai cooks and Thai waitresses, and the Thai food is going to be excellent. And when you say my wan, when you say not sweet, right? Because, I mean, they see white guy, they're, oh, yeah, we're going to just toss a bunch of sugar in there as we're like cooking this up and this stuff. And I'm telling you, if you can get them to make it like Thai style, the best experience I've ever had at a Thai restaurant is absolutely going there with a Thai person. That got me the best food ever. The best food I've ever had in my life is in probably Hong Kong in a restaurant where they spoke no English and there was nothing written in English. And there were only a few pictures. Like usually you go into a restaurant, right? And you look, oh, I can't read Thai, but there's a picture of absolutely everything. And you just point to it. You're like, oh yeah, that'll be oh my God, those were drunken noodles. That's how you squiggle drunken noodles in Thai, right? But Hong Kong, man, I had some of the best food by just like walking in and being like, or I would like point to the guy next to me like, yeah, that would be good. But I mean, I've been in places where like the entire menu is just Mandarin. And, like maybe there would be number one, number two, number three, but that would be it. I mean, the rest of it would be in like Mandarin, no English. And I just been like, I just point like, oh, wow, those were dumplings. They look like feet, and it just, that's some of the best food I've ever had. Gracie and I really liked Hong Kong. I was so disappointed to see it turn the way that it turned. With all the riots and that sort of thing. And I was like, oh, man, because I was thinking to open up a company over there. And now it's like, forget it. So, you know, for basically the same amount of money, anywhere from the same amount to about 50% more, you can form a company in Singapore. And, you know, you've got little bit more cachet in this part of the world, too, if you have a Singapore company. So, Spider House, thank you very much, Stuck. I really appreciate it. That's the one I always forget, and that's the one that she reminds me of. So, thank you very much for the reminder. Spider House Restaurant and Bar up on the cliffs. Great view of sunset. Absolutely. I'm not saying that you shouldn't go there. I'm just saying that it is arguably one of the more expensive places, certainly in Boracay, to go. But it is, yeah, it's great. Great view. And get there early, get there long before sunset because you want to sit at the edge. You know, even if it costs you more money because you got to sit there and like nurse your drink or whatever it is. But, you know, because of course I show up, I'm like, yeah, so Gracie and I we'll have 2 soda waters. No big whoop. Can I get the 1971 soda water? And hopefully just let it breathe for a little bit. Just let it breathe. That guy, last time I was in San Diego, it seemed like every other car was a brand new turbo Carrera. Yeah. Well, we also breed Teslas there. Depends where you were in San Diego. I mean, if you're right underneath the bridge that goes to one of the more expensive places, then if you're in Barrio Logan, you're not seeing a whole lot of turbos, a whole lot of Porsches. But yeah, I mean, La Jolla, Del Mar, you know, Cardiff by the Sea. If you're there anywhere on the coast, it is not inexpensive. Found a lot of Chinese and Korean massage places, but it seems hard to find Thai massage. Paul, I don't know. I'm sorry, Paul. You probably already told me like 4 times now, and I keep forgetting. But I can't remember where you are. There are a ton of Thai. Now, Kevin is from San Diego, but I can't remember where you are from. I'm sorry, Paul. Regardless, in San Diego, there's a ton of Thai massage places, and they're all really, really good. If for some reason I completely forgot and you're in San Diego, then just go to Thai Way, W-A-Y, just Thai Way. That's a great place to start, and there's a ton of Thai people there that speak English really well, and they can also, the Thai people that work there, you can easily like hang out with them. You can go across that one street to go to a Thai restaurant. You can walk across the parking lot to go to a Thai restaurant, and you can hang out with all the people that are there in the Thai massage place, and they'll tell you some other great places to go. Great places to go. So. What's more expensive, Honolulu or Singapore? Singapore. Easy. Everything. Honolulu is, so again, okay, so like, I mean, I lived in San Diego, paying $1 million a year, okay? And people are like, oh my God, you lived in San Diego. Yeah, it can be expensive, but it wasn't. You know, I figured out a way to not make it expensive. Honolulu, you know, you can go 3 or 4 blocks off of Waikiki, and you can get, you know, a decent hotel for $150 to $200 a night. Singapore, we got an Airbnb, and it was, you know, you take the MRT, basically. Is it MRT? No, MTR Hong Kong, MRT Singapore. Okay. And had to take that, you know, for a while away from city center, but it was like, it was about $100, $110 a night. It's a 1-bedroom condo, had a washer and a kitchen and stuff. So, you know, but overall, if you're going to go there, Singapore. Stuck says you can drop $100 on 2 people at Spider House easily. Yeah. And just so we're clear, that's basically 5,100 pesos. And that is a lot. That is a lot. But again, you know what? It's Boracay, and, you know, very few people are there to live there long term. So you're there on vacation. And so, you know, I don't know about you guys, but I look at full on vacation a lot differently. I mean, Gracie and I don't overspend, but when we were down in, okay, great example. So we went down to Koh Lipe, which is basically the closest island here to Bangkok. It's just south past Bang Sien. Basically, it's on the way to Pattaya. It's about halfway, maybe a little less than halfway, and you take the ferry over to Koh Lipe. So we go over there. And, you know, I mean, our room was very reasonably priced. It was standard, you know, Thai rates, like 1,000 baht a night or something like that. And then, so we walked down, and, you know, I asked the woman, I don't know if she was actually being honest with me, but I don't think she was, only because the place she sent us was pretty expensive. But we went and had lunch, right? Like, and this was in February. So like it is, so not only was it February, it was February of this year. So there were no Chinese, 0 by that time. And, you know, it was starting to get into sort of, you know, lower season. And so we were one of maybe 3 or 4 couples at this restaurant. And I think our lunch bill was, I think it was 500 baht. And Gracie and I don't drink alcohol. We don't like get king crab imported from Maine or something, lobster imported from Maine. I mean, it was, so I mean, it was $500 for $500, 500 baht for lunch. So, but we were on vacation. I was like, all right, well, whatever. Like tomorrow night, we'll just find some place where it's like 60 baht. And then it was like a couple of nights later, and we kept driving by this place on our motorbike, and they looked very American or very Italian or something like that. And they had hamburgers. And so we went in there and I got a hamburger. And, there's very few foods that are that expensive in general in Thailand, or we could have gotten rice for like, 24 baht or something like this. And, but the burger was good. And I don't know how much it was. I'm sure it was like 200-300 baht. But it's vacation, right? So when you're on vacation, it's like, yeah, okay, I'm not going to go to Spider House every night. And I'll tell you right now, I've never been. I've been there with Gracie. I've been there without Gracie. Gracie's been there a bunch of times with me. I know that she hangs out with her girlfriends, and every now and then they'll like all get together and they'll go for like a meal, But as far as I know, like she's never gone to Spider House, for the sunset, because it would be very distractingly expensive, I would submit, for her. And so that's kind of how we. North of Seattle. Sorry, Paul. Well, if you're not too far out of the city, I mean, I would submit that there's got to be some time. That's too bad, man. Because I mean, I am bummed that I can't get massage here because I'm in a Thai area where I could go down. I mean, I've already had a couple and the foot massages and stuff, and they're great. And it's like 350 baht, and usually it's like, oh, why? Because why are you here? Like, do you work here? And it's like, oh, no, I'm here with my girlfriend. And, she's from the Philippines. It's crazy. So, usually that's one of the questions, right? Are you married? Do you have a girlfriend? And I'm like, oh, yeah, Gracie's from the Philippines. Easily, more than 51% of the time I say, oh, yeah, she's from the Philippines. They're like, oh, she must be beautiful. And I'm like, well, yeah, I mean, yes. But the point is, it's like, wow, that's kind of interesting that that's like your default setting, because I don't know if when I was meeting and talking with Filipinas regularly, I would say, well, where you been? Is this your first time to the Philippines? Like, oh, no, I traveled Thailand. Oh, do you have a girlfriend? Oh, I had a Thai girlfriend, but not anymore, kind of thing. I don't recall them ever, like, I mean, this wasn't just like one girl that said this, one massage person or something like that. So it was interesting. Like, it seemed like it was more common than I certainly would have thought that the Thai girls believed that Filipinas were beautiful. I was like, oh, that's kind of interesting. Anyway, one bedroom was $1,000 a month back in 1976. Dude, that is big cash. One bedroom for $1,000 in 1976. My apartment in San Diego in 1989 was $475, and I think, and it was a block and a half from the beach in Pacific Beach. And I mean, right now it would probably go for like probably $1,500, but back then $475 was not a lot of money for a studio apartment a block from the beach. I would say, I'm trying to think, in '89, like what was expensive back then? Back then in '89 in San Diego, $1,000 a month was expensive. So that's pretty high. Now again, if you were like right on the beach, I get it, okay. But, again, location, right? 4 in a 1 bedroom. Yeah, that's kind of what I saw there, Paul. I was like, dude, really? Like that was, oh, absolutely. Yeah, what did you guys have, bunk bed? Yeah. Salvation Army certificate. It looked like the slave ship at night. The bodies packed at the door. Yeah, that probably wasn't super comfortable, dude. It's like a dorm room. Yeah, absolutely. Sky high and a mile from the beach. No, that is dense, dude. That is like far away. That is absolutely crazy. Didn't I say like half an hour ago that I was going to go refresh my drink? Actually, all the ice is melted now. Anyway, before I forget, I want to thank you guys for the 44 likes. I want to thank the 32 concurrent guys that are hanging out with me right now. I want to make sure I pronounce his name right. I know it begins with an R. But the gentleman that super chatted me $5, that is an absolute honor, man. Reaner. Reaner. Reaner, right? That's how you pronounce that? All right, cool. Anyway, I want to do that. I'm going to take like a quick break here. I'm actually going to go ice up. And what I'm going to do is I am going to change to the... Hey, good to see you. Make it fix it. Right on, man. I'm just taking a quick break. We're gonna go hang out with Pigeon Cam, or you guys are gonna hang out with Pigeon Cam, And I still haven't found any decent music to play in the background. All I have is like really, really cool modern music that we would have to pay copyrights for. So I'm not going to damage the entire stream just by doing that. So I'll give me like 2 or 3 minutes, guys. I'll be right back. Okay, Rainer. I want to let you know that in anticipation from your mighty donation. Look at that. You guys see that pigeon? I swear. I'm telling you. Live pigeon cam right out there on the balcony, guys. Let me tell you something. I cannot wait till June 1st when I can finally use that silly pole. I'm going to be able to swim in the Gulf of Thailand before I'm going to be able to swim in my own pool, meaning I'm going to be ideally Tuesday down in Koh Samui. So anyway, so Rainer, thank you very much. I'm back on the Coke. I'm a big fan of Diet Coke. To the point where if I drink regular Coke now, it's like, whoa, it almost tastes, I don't know if it tastes, well, it does taste sweeter, of course, but it kind of tastes bitter, you know? Oh, I think I lost someone, right? Stock, absolutely, dude. Oh my God, 1:36 in the morning. You got to work tomorrow. You know what? You got to figure out a way to stop doing that. Just get yourself a YouTube channel. Then you'll pull in the big bucks. 12:35 p.m. here in Bangkok. Absolutely, ladies and gentlemen. Which actually, so it's 12:40. I'm actually going to go to 1 p.m. and enjoy a cool and refreshing beverage with you guys. Obviously, and maybe this isn't obvious. I hope it's obvious. But yeah, I absolutely love hanging out with you guys. I really appreciate you being here. And hopefully you tell your friends if you like it. If you dislike it, hopefully you'll tell me. And indeed, Paul, the night is absolutely young in Seattle. I completely agree. 90 degrees and humid, so I'm inside with the aircon. Yeah, I get it. I have the window open a little bit just so I can just so I don't damage the cable that's going out to the pigeon cam. But yeah, I got a fan going too, and the air conditioning is like just right above me. I got it set on like 26 or something like that. So absolutely. See you, Stuck. Thanks for coming by, man. Very, very cool. -2 there. Ouch, brah. Ouch. I hope you mean Celsius and not Fahrenheit. -2 Fahrenheit is just brutal. Yeah, I mean, that's the one downside, right? To everything is opening back up, which means people are opening up their garages and starting to drive their cars and trucks more. And so, you know, I was actually, you know what? Here's what's crazy. I'm cruising around all day yesterday. Like I'm on the MRT, I'm on the BTS. And I looked down at my phone. I didn't really think about this before I left the condo. And because, normally there's like a time where pretty much, usually in April, I don't leave the condo without an umbrella unless I, don't care about damaging every piece of electronics that I have with intense rain. And so I left yesterday and I thought, oh, yeah, it's be no big deal. I didn't really think about anything of it. I'm on the BTS, flipping through my phone and I'm like, 60% chance of rain. Oh my God, I'm going to get pummeled here. And it never rained. Like everywhere I go in Bangkok, it seems it's not raining. Which I suppose you could argue, well, Mike, right. I mean, many people carry a dark cloud over them. You carry the sun. The rose-colored glasses sun. Bright and sunny, but cold, damn cold. Yeah, I remember, well, hey, it's May. So my parents in Boston area, they got snow like last week. Dude, are you kidding me? Oh my God, Mike, the schools are so great in Boston. How come you didn't stay there and finish up your undergrad? Because I was going bonkers. B-O-N conquers bonkers. Abstitute. Samui is Nirvana. You think? I mean, I'm going. Hey, wait, hold on. I'll show you where. I'll tell you where I'm staying. It's on the. I think it's on the east side. I've never been. Oh, you know what? I can share my screen. All right, stand by. Where the heck am I going? I don't even know. I just basically Googled the place and it threw up. It showed up in. Oh, wait, no, it's on my phone. It showed up on. In Agoda, and they were like, I think I told you guys, it's normally 11,900 baht a night. And I got it for 1,100. So, yeah, pretty good deal. Let's see. So, where's Grab food? Oh, my God. You think, oh, yeah, there's a shortage of food? Whew. I'm amazed at how Grab, like if I go to a restaurant and pay, let's say 100 baht for something, if I order it on Food Panda, it's 50 baht. I'm amazed. 50% off on stuff. Chura Samui Resort. Chura is where I'm staying for the one night. And I'm trying to think if I go to, well, it's on 99/line Mu 2, so I'm sure you guys are very familiar with that. Anyway, it's on the Chaweng Beach. Chaweng, Chaweng, in Koh Samui. Chura Samui Resort. So, anyway. I don't know if you know where that is, but hopefully it's got Nirvana written all over it. Mike, did you ever do magic mushrooms? I never did. Never got into the psychedelics. And gratefully, never used needles either. That would have been bad news bears. Chatting with girlfriend online. May have to split. Thank you so much for the stream. MetTech, I'm really honored. Thank you so much for coming by. And again, I really appreciate the fact that you let me know about the notifications. I also really appreciate the fact that you guys let me know you didn't get the notifications because it's helpful in trying to get a sample size of how I could possibly improve it. I haven't figured out a solution to it yet, but nonetheless. Had jet lag for 15 years. Yeah. Yeah, that can happen, huh? That's kind of a drag. The body never knows what to do, but likes to resist all the deadlines. Yeah, there you go, man. What's up, Mike? Buck Socket, good to see you, man. That's great. Oh, hey, over from Twitch. Right on. Very cool. Appreciate it. Thanks for coming by. Cool. I'm only about 3 minutes behind on my chat, so hopefully I didn't make you wait too long. But thank you for coming by. I really appreciate it. Great to see people on Twitch. I also got to see some folks coming over from D-Live, which is rad. I don't know. I think it's going to be slow going, but I really hope D-Live catches on because I got to tell you, live streaming on the blockchain is just an absolute great idea. Because the goal is, in case you guys wonder why I care about that, the goal is you get paid for watching, okay? Like, I mean, yeah, the creators, we get paid, a certain amount based on advertising. And, of course, there's not a whole lot we get paid for doing these live streams. We get paid afterwards, like right, the people where they watch the live streams. But, yeah, if the D-Live thing catches on the way that I hope it does, the way that they're describing it, then that means the viewers will get paid to watch. And that is just such an amazing paradigm. Just such an amazing one. I hope it comes to fruition. But I'm streaming on there now, and every now and then I get one or two folks that come over and comment, and then I look back on the metrics, and 5 or 10 people watch me during the stream. So, with any luck, Jesus says I'm thinking of the north coast of Samui with a view of Phang Nga. Pangan. Is that how you pronounce it? Or okay. Anyway, trust me, I can only pronounce about 10% of the words that I see in Thai and correctly. Saw a vid on Samui on YouTube. Yeah, there's plenty of them, man. That's for sure. I mean, talk about a great place to go if you're a vlogger. Koh Tao is cool. Went to Samui 20 years. Yeah, I'm really excited for Koh Tao too. I mean, again, there's probably no island in the vicinity of 5,000 miles of Thailand that you would say it. I'd be like, oh yeah, no way we're going to that one. I mean, if you've ever been down to Phu Quoc, which is like right off the coast of Cambodia, it's part of Vietnam, but that was great. Gracie and I just went there on a whim because the weather in Da Nang in December was lousy. So I'm like, okay, if we don't get to a beach, I am leaving like this Vietnam place, because I'm thinking, okay, Vietnam's got to be amazing. The whole friggin' country's beachfront. I'm like, I gotta love this country. And so we go to Da Nang in December, and I'm going, how come all these like hotels at New Year's Eve on December 3rd, how come everything's so cheap? This is great. I love this country. We show up, there's no people, open the doors, and of course it's rainy. I mean, we're talking rainy, like 60 degrees, drizzle, chilly, windy. I'm like, oh my God, this is San Diego all over again. I'm like, get me out of here. So I think Gracie and I lasted maybe 2 nights. Certainly not 3. I think we lasted 2 nights. And we got on a plane back down to Ho Chi Minh City, and then from Ho Chi Minh City over to Phu Quoc. And that was great. We had a great New Year's Eve over there. And even though the place we stayed in, it was this really awesome house. And we had the top 2 floors. And I mean, it was a balcony. I mean, it was just amazing. But unfortunately, it had some plumbing problems. And so, like a lot of places, they have the giant water tank on the roof, right? And so the water gets and they filled up there, and then it goes down to and unfortunately, there's this massive leak over the shower at night. And then I was just like, nah. And they're like, oh, no, we'll fix it. And I said, look, I'm on vacation, dude. So I'm not really in the mood. I said, I'm going to call Agoda. You guys can or cannot give me my money back. It's up to you. I mean, at the end of the day, I'm not going to lie on my review, but it's going to be truthful. So it's up to you whether you want to give me money back or not. And they were so gracious. And like the uncle owned the place, and his nephew was there because it was like Christmas break, or, whatever you want to call it. I guess over there they do have Christmas break, holiday break. And, he was a wonderful young man. And I was just like, yeah, but I don't want to deal with this. Like, and so then we just went across the street, which was even closer to the water. And I'm trying to think. I mean, I think I did several videos actually. From us being in Phu Quoc. And one of the, I can't remember the name of the beach, but I went on these 2, I think I did 2 videos on these walks of just like sort of, waxing philosophically as I do when I'm on the beach, talking into my hand. And that was great. Anyway, I can't wait to go back. And I also can't wait to check out new places too. Oh, I love traveling with Gracie. 15-year jet lag after, yeah, absolutely. Do you know we're going to be able to travel inside of Thailand, have 1 week reservation at Koh Chang on the 13th of June. Oh, Koh Chang, shoot, I think you can go there now. I mean, as far as like today goes, like I can get on a plane today and go to Samui. It starts today on Bangkok Airways. And after this, I'm actually going to go on to, I'm going to make my reservation for the plane flight down on Tuesday. And here's the cool thing I will say about Agoda, because, obviously I'm looking to save the most amount of money. Maybe not that's obvious. I am, based on still having a very quality experience. And so I use Agoda quite a bit. I use booking.com for the most part, like as a second thing. But for the most part, I use Agoda. It's just easier. It's next finish. The customer service has always been great for me. I understand it's not been always great for everybody else, but for me, it's worked great. I'm like a VIP member guy that gets like points or whatever. So it's kind of cool. Much like if you use Expedia a lot, you'd be like one of their really awesome members or something. But it works out great because I really prefer to stay at like sort of, mom and pop, if you will, places, and all of those advertised through Agoda. Like I can't get a good deal on Marriott.com over in this part of the world. So Agoda it is. And anyway, so I am used to getting the lowest price. Traditionally, that will mean it is non-refundable. But now, given the climate, if you will, not the weather, but given the climate of this silly disease and everything, in this pandemic, I mean, I think I have like the next 2 days to schedule it. I mean, basically, as long as 48 hours before I get there, I basically have to commit. But before that, I mean, I can cancel it. What's today? Friday? So I can cancel it until midnight Sunday. So I mean, if I don't have my flight by then, well then yeah. But I figured, okay, I get a really good price on this hotel. Let me lock that in. And then I wanted to cruise around a little bit yesterday. I may cruise around a little bit today. I actually after this, I am going to cruise over to the Ekamai bus terminal because I want to see like what's going where. The nice thing about the Ekamai bus terminal is that they'll sometimes have some notifications in English. But if not, usually it's a big poster with big writing, so I can take Google Translate and like put the camera and like try and get it just so I can like read the English translation rather. Because what I would really prefer to do is I would prefer to get on a bus like right now with my backpack and go down to Cha'am and get a little place like right on the beach there for like 2 or 3 days and just like chill out there and like stare at my foot. And maybe go there. I actually really like to be there through next Wednesday, because Wednesday is an amazing day in Cha'am, if you don't know. Although right now you can't go to the beach, right? So it's kind of like, okay, do I want to do that? And that's that was the other thing that I need to double check on. Yes, I can get a hotel. Yes, I can go to the airport. Yes, they're going to have massive cleaning procedures in the Samui airport, which I'm thrilled about. I'm not going to have to sit next to anyone on the plane, which is going to be amazing. So I don't need to buy extra leg room because I can just like throw my legs on the side. It's going to be elbow room. It's going to change my life. I love traveling like this. And but I want to make sure I can go to the beach because if I have to like fly somewhere and I can't get to the beach, well, then I go to Urantani. Because if I go up there and walk outdoors for 5 minutes, I'll lose 2 kilos. I just sweat like bonkers, man. So anyway, but yeah, Koh Chang. Now there's 2 Koh Changs, right? There's one down kind of like off of Rayong, maybe further. I can't remember. Your name is Gotta Love Thailand, so I'm thinking you know everything about it. I liked Koh Chang. I don't know if you've ever been there. That's the one right here near Bangkok that I'd never heard of. And then I was like, and it was the infamous closest island you've never heard of. And Gracie and I went over there. We had a great time. Such a great time. Yeah. I don't know. Oh, Gracie. Anyway. Something mushy for sure. Haha. More like the wahinas that never seem to sleep. Not before dawn, anyway. PP is topless, apparently. I don't know about that, dude. I don't know if you're going to get any sort of ties that are okay with topless beaches. That would really, maybe if you're at a private beach at a private resort. It's inappropriate for a guy to walk around off of the beach without a shirt on. If you're in a beach city and you see some farang like walking up to a bar or into a 7-Eleven without a shirt on, then he's either very disrespectful or he's new. So Phuket was Patong. Phuket was topless? In the bars, but not at the beach, dude. That's for sure. Sorry, missed. Oh, the King Leeway. Your channel is cool, man. I was trying to. That's the downside. Is a finite number of attention units, right? I'm doing the standard 7-hour live stream, so I've only got so much time afterwards to consume content. But yeah, the King Leeway. I was over. I'm like joining the Cool Kids table late here in LA. It's 10:48 p.m. At least I can count on you always to be live streaming. Absolutely. Yeah, so, you've commented before. I really appreciate it. I think one of the comments you made is like, oh, my God, hopefully I can get to South Korea, right? Yeah, I completely agree with that. But yeah, I don't really know a whole lot about your story. I haven't really watched enough videos, so I apologize. But it sounds really interesting, dude. I'm really psyched to sort of get to know you better. And I really appreciate you coming over here. And I can tell you right now, all the other people that make it the reason that it's the Cool Kids table, they're probably pretty happy you're here, too. So thanks for coming, man. Good to see you. I have an 24-hour chance of catching Mike. That's a great point. What up, Mr. Math? 18 out of 24-hour chance of Mike. What's the longest you guys think I should go? Like, if I were to put it this way, if I were to go like super, super long, like what I don't mean this the wrong way, but like what would be the benefit? Obviously I'd have to get up and go to the bath. So the benefit wouldn't be me peeing my pants. But I don't know. Like, well, should we do something? Like, should we do like an ultimate live stream for like X amount of hours to do something? I mean, obviously the fun factor would be cool, but I mean, I'm not saying we like, you know, do a telethon kind of thing and like raise money or something, but it's kind of boring. But Paul T said, I joked that he could call his channel 20 hours in Thailand. I loved that, Paul. I couldn't remember who made that, so thank you very much. That was that was pretty cool. None of this 20 seconds thing. Maybe that's why he doesn't have a girlfriend. Boom, boom. No, come on. I love Rob. I'm just teasing. I'm surprised more guys don't like joke. Oh, what's up, Mr. 20 Seconds? Anyway. Caesar says, Mike's an electrical engineer. Good thing for 2020 for sure. Yeah, it never hurts. I mean, you know. I get to judge all of the technology. Actually, I will tell you. So if you don't know, so right now I'm using Restream. Restream is basically an in the browser solution that allows me to do this stream. It like connects to my thing, and I can have the chat. I can bring up the chat. So it's kind of similar to what you've probably seen some other YouTubers doing with live streams when they use Streamlabs. And there's another solution too. StreamYard. And then there's obviously Streamlabs OBS, which you can install like on your Windows desktop. But I like to do it in the browser. I like to stay in the cloud as much as absolutely possible. So StreamYard is a very similar solution. Me on here, chat on the side. I bring up the comments, you know, one by one, and we go through them like that. I can bring friends in. That's actually in beta. But I talked to this company the other day, and so I'll be working with them. And they have a technology that is going to be very similar to this, but there's also sort of a social media thing mixed into it. And I've experienced that before. I also stream on a solution called YouNow, N-O-W. And that's more of a social media / live streaming thing. And so, like, for example, and it's only live streaming. So, for example, like on YouTube, you can do produced videos, or you can do commercials, or you can do these live streams like this, right? And same with like YouTube. Facebook. You can upload a lot. You can do a live stream for only 7 hours, by the way. I figured out the limit the other day. Or you can upload, you know, pre-produced video, one that you'd spend a lot of time editing. You can do the live streams. You can do the premieres, where you essentially are playing a pre-recorded, you know, content and then chatting at the same time on the side. But YouNow is only live, so it's only live, and you really can't go back to the people's previous things. Kind of like Twitch, you know. I mean, there's some degree of caching, but for the most part, it's just live streams. But YouNow is very, very interesting. I've been surprised. I've gone on YouNow, and although the one that has just blown me away more than anything else is UpLive, UP Live, UpLive. It's an app on your phone. For the most part, people only stream in this format, not like the YouTube, you know, format. And I get on there. I've like turned my phone on, gone live on UpLive, walked down the street towards the BTS. I knew exactly where I was. So I was 5 blocks down the street, and I looked down, I had 700 people watching me. And I'm like, what? And I forget that the enormity of China it just eclipses anything that is in the West. I mean, the numbers over there are so great. I mean, if you're able to like I had only one day, but I had a #1 selling book on Amazon. Okay. And that takes some finesse as well as some marketing, you know, but it happens. And I don't know how many books we sold, like 7,500, 25,000. I don't even remember what it was. But the point is that it was like, you know, a finite amount. And it certainly wasn't 100,000, and it wasn't 1 million. And, but we were #1 on Amazon. But I mean, if you're like #1 on Alibaba, it's just amazing, the numbers. I mean, it just blows me away. Caesar says minivans are less comfortable than a bus if you ask me. And if you ask me, I 150% agree with you. I hate minivans. There is one good seat in the minivan, and it is the seat where I can actually extend my legs, where I'm not chewing on my knee in front of the door. But of course, it's like a lot of minivans, they stop along the way. If someone like just basically goes like this, they stop. If they've got a seat, the person sits in, blam, they just made another 40, 60, 100 baht. And I hate that. If it's a minivan nowadays, where the chances of the whole thing being packed are pretty slim, and there might be the demand that there are no people that are sitting next to each other, then I might be able to extend my legs and I could like lean back. So that might not be so bad. But again, it stops too many places. I like the big buses with the either 1 and 2, like 1 row of seats or 2 row of seats, or 2 and 2. I prefer 1 and 2 because then you get quite a bit of room and the seats are a little wider and they recline back. The 2 and 2, like the one I take from, say, Pattaya up here, it's like 100. How much is it? I think it's like 150 baht or something like that, and you get it at the bus station down there, and then you can just take a sungtan down to the beach. I've even walked down to the beach from the bus station down in Pattaya. Look at that. See? Mike, how come you do videos that are so long? Well, about 25 minutes ago, I said I'd be done by now, and I'm not. But yeah, I absolutely agree with that. Especially if you sit up the back of the Hayasi. Am I pronouncing that wrong, or did it anyway? Where the driver does twice the speed along. Oh, I know what you mean. Yeah, the second. Yeah, no, totally. I don't like that either. I get it. Yeah, twice the speed limit along Thailand's roller coaster roads. I don't know why they drive so fast. It's like, look, dude, if you just drove 70, like we're gonna get there. My friend walked out around the rocks on the beach, and some topless French models were there on the rocks. Okay, got to tell you that okay, trust me, I don't have anything wrong with topless, but. In Thailand, topless is not, that's you don't do that here in my experience. So saw for sure in Patong Beach, but I think it was low season, more than one lady too, seemed natural. Maybe the Thai military changed it. I mean, I don't know how long ago that was. I mean, you've been over here like 5 years, right? So it's fairly recent. I mean, shoot, I'm trying to, what is it, 20? I think my first trip to Phuket was 5. Anyway. Who knows? All I know is that my experience is that right out of trot. Crazy. Paul says, I like the long streams. We can always join your stream of consciousness at any point because it never stops, baby. What is the cloud, please? The cloud, Caesar, is essentially a big bunch of computers elsewhere versus having your desktop computer here. You are using the browser on your phone, so Chrome or something like that, or your desktop, and you are connecting to services in some other traditionally very large data center elsewhere. And they simply use that as sort of a label. Exactly. Yeah. Good for it. Totally, Paul. It simply is a label for stuff that's, right. Sorry. Yeah. It gets sick from the van. Yeah, that's happened to Gracie too. So we are always pretty conscious about that because I hate getting sick in the car is no fun. I hate seeing Gracie sick. Got it. All the white minivans. I forgot that was the model. Thank you. 14 years ago, the old king. Yeah, well, he was pretty conservative. So I'm really, but anyway, it doesn't matter. That's cool. I mean, I believe you, dude. I'm just saying that's really amazing. BKK to Koh Chang, 260 baht by government bus. BKK to Koh Chang. I'm gonna have to figure out where that is. I can't get there by plane, right? Because I mean, again, I could get to Samui much cheaper, in the real world when I could take the train and then the bus, and that might be kind of fun, I mean, give me something to do. And because I'm going to check in with Gracie no matter where I am, but if the reality is that she can't get over here, then it's like, all right, well, I can sit in the apartment and do my live streams with you guys. That keeps me sane, and I enjoy it a lot, and I hopefully you guys do too. And again, if you have any questions, what? Here's what I'm going to do. Where is the biggest local data center? To Bangkok? Probably the biggest local one in Bangkok is probably the Switch Nap that is down in Chonburi. That's the biggest local one. Amazon has them all over. I stream from here actually to Singapore. And Google's got a giant data center there. Amazon has giant data centers there. Azure has the ones there. Nobody's really got any in Bangkok. I mean, there are data centers here. I mean, AIS has their own data center. Alibaba's got, some points of presence and that sort of thing. But probably, yeah, I mean, it's, it depends on the company. At the end of the day, the biggest data centers are going to be owned by AWS, Google Cloud Platform, GCP, Microsoft Azure, or Alibaba Cloud. Those are pretty, or Tencent. Tencent is going to have some big ones, but they're more focused on the business market and less on the commercial. But the biggest local one that I've seen, again, is the Switch Nap down in Chonburi. So Koh Chang is on the right, close to Vietnam. So, okay, is that why you said down by Trot? Now, that really interests me because in my mind, I'm thinking, okay, cool. So I basically take this bus, and I assume it probably stops at Pattaya on the way, maybe Rayong. But I take it down there, and then I could get the ferry, right, over to Koh Chang. And then from Trot, as far as I know, I can just like cruise across the border to Cambodia, right? Isn't that true? And then from there, I could probably get down to, what's the name of that sort of common expat beach in Sihanoukville? I could get down there from Trot. I don't know how long that would take, but that'd be really, I would love to be able to do a road trip. I'd love to be able to take like a, like a total Land Cruiser or something like that. Or, what did I used to have? A Land Rover, right? And just like drive one of those. That would be so cool, especially, I think in Cambodia, they drive on the right as they do in Vietnam. So that'd be like, sweet, I could do this. Over here, actually, I don't mind driving on the left. It's just weird in Bangkok and on the freeways. Once I get off, it's like, it's no big deal. Do they need powerful cooling units here for the data centers? They absolutely do. They need powerful cooling units for the data centers everywhere. Because at the end of the day, the way that you get a faster computer is you use a processor that generates more heat. That's the short answer. So for the most part, every watt of power that you use to power whatever you have, you need to double that and use that as the amount of energy you need to remove that heat from the local the source. So whether it's a CPU on a motherboard or whether it's so yeah, that's literally 50% of the battle is getting the friggin' heat out. The other is, of course, reliability and that sort of thing because, the companies that make hard drives don't make hard drives to last 15 years. They make hard drives so you'll buy more hard drives. So there's going to be a mean time between failure that's a constant. There are, well, they're now robots, but there are guys who have had it. I in fact know one of them. His full-time job in one of the Amazon data centers was replacing hard drives and then shredding them because there's a giant shredder that shreds the hard drive that used to have the data on it. It makes them into these little pieces of metal and plastic, and then he would take that down to. There's a debate whether it was he wouldn't clarify for me actually whether it was an incinerator or whether it was just like recycling, that sort of thing. But yeah, that's a real big bear, and the biggest companies in the world that do it really, really well actually make their own cooling units. So you don't just like go buy a train and like put that in, So Switch is one of the more respected data center companies out there. But for the most part, the big guys that do it. Facebook has gigantic data centers all over the world, and they're really fun inside for me. They might be a lot really, really boring for everybody else. Daniel says, Mike, still at it. Where is the second largest concentration of Hindi population in the U.S.? I don't know where the number one is. So I definitely don't know where the number two is either. We had a good turnout of viewers this time, still around 30. Really, still around 30? Thank you, guys. I really appreciate it. Let me check that out. What did we get up to, guys? Did we get up to like 42, 49, something like that? I just checked. Yeah, we're down to 26. But that's totally awesome, man. Shoot, when you guys and I were first hanging out, it was like 20, that sort of thing. We still got one person over on Twitch. We got 30 on YouTube. We got D-Live. VK doesn't really check in much. I maybe get like one person on VK.com a month. And if you don't know, VK.com is simply Facebook for Russia. But yeah, that's totally cool. And I appreciate the way you said that. Absolutely. We got a good turnout. It's not just me, man. This is like you guys are totally awesome. I really appreciate that. Why did you and Gracie choose to separate locations during this lockdown time? Great question, Daniel. So we had literally just got back from vacation, being on vacation while I'm on vacation. We were down in Koh Sichang, and then we came up to Bang Sien, and then we came back here around the end of February, and that was on a Friday. And that night, we decided that Gracie needed to get on a plane and go back to the Philippines because the Saturday, meaning the next day, Duterte announced that you can come into Manila all day long. But after midnight on Saturday, if you come into Manila, you can't leave Manila. She was coming up to about probably day 45 or so of her 60 days that she's allowed to stay here. So she was on her second, for her extension, right? And so it was like, okay, if you stay here, and at that time, trust me, there was none of this amnesty stuff. They were just like, oh yeah, well, we may shut down Thailand, but we'll only do it for like a couple hours. And then, no, we had no clue in February what May, March, and April were going to look like, right? So it was simply like, okay, well, if you go home now via Don Muang, then you'll be able to get into Manila and through Manila and then down to her house. When she got through Manila and then down to either Rojas or Calibo, I think it was Rojas, and then she took like a bus or a jeepney or whatever it is to her house. The minute she got to, not the minute, that when she got to her house shortly thereafter, less than a day, the health department showed up and she was actually in quarantine for 14 days once she got home. Because they were like, oh my God, you've been to that nasty Thailand place where the medical care is superior and they only have 56 dead people. More people have died this year in Thailand from complications from electric toasters than have gotten than have died from COVID. So they're doing pretty good. But that was the main reason. And at the time was like, okay, yeah, and then she'll be able to come back eventually. But it was also like, okay, I don't think I'm going to go then to the Philippines because, again, this is a medical disaster. This is a financial disappointment for me, but it's not a financial disaster, okay? Like, I don't own a business, and I haven't had to, like, fire people. And, we own a business, but we really didn't have any employees. We kind of do, but it's sort of – she's kind of an assistant anyway, and she's helping my business partner on other things. So it's not like we needed to absolutely cripple our payroll and bankrupt our industry. Bankrupt us. So she sadly left because it was like, all right, well, if you don't go home now, then we don't know when you're going to get home. And a couple of times she said to me, and trust me, I've agreed with her, which is, God, I wish I never left, because she basically got, stranded there. But the reality is it's really, really good timing that she went there because her poor mom got in a motorbike accident and she needed to take her mom to the hospital. And if you know anything about the Philippines, you don't just like show up to the hospital by yourself. You don't dial 911 and they come and pick you up and take care of you. And then when you're absolutely perfectly medical care, then they take you home. No, I mean, it was brutal because they had hospitals that had absolutely no room. Her mom showed up, and of course, she had a big slice on her heel, but she was coughing, so therefore they thought she had pneumonia. So she had to get test 1 and test 2 and all of this. I mean, it was a disaster that if her poor mom had to deal with it like by herself or with her, her other daughter who's already got like 2 kids, it was just been. So it was a blessing actually that Gracie was home, and it's a big disappointment, of course, that she's not here. But for the most part, I haven't seen her in 2.5 months or so. But the good news is this isn't like the first time we've been apart this long. Because obviously we met and then I came back to the United States to work like a fool. No, it was fine. So we've been apart and we're in the same time zone, so it's not as bad. But trust me, it's imperfect, and I cannot wait till she gets back here. Oh my God, I would shoot myself if they were my daily job, the hard drive guy. It depends. Trust me, I completely agree with you, dude. I couldn't do it. I couldn't do the same thing over and over and over again. I got guys that I know that are incredibly creative and entrepreneurial and that sort of thing, and they got a job at Qualcomm, and basically all they do all day, every day is they write shell scripts and they write code, and it's the same old thing. Whereas when they were working with me, they would write some shell script, and then the following day they would install a server, and then the next day they would put it in a wireless mesh network, and then they would, troubleshoot some laptop thing, and then they would figure out some code, and then they would upgrade Chrome. And it was just like all over the place. Working in the systems team, as far as I'm concerned, is where you want to be. You do not want to be in a data center 24/7. You're not going to work there 24/7, but 3 8-hour shifts replacing hard drives. The only way to get around most of those data centers is if you have a bicycle. You can't walk it fast enough. Do they use the big spike thing that shatters the hard drives? It depends. Yeah, I know what you mean. It like comes down and just whoosh. No, what they were doing is they were using, like you've seen a paper shredder, right? We'll multiply that. You've probably seen that on YouTube. Those ones that like you can put a motorcycle in and it'll crush it. It's just like giant. You can put a hot water heater in and it crushes it. So it's not that massive, but it's things like that. And it basically just, it shreds the whole thing. And that's the quickest way for them to ensure all their customers that their data is really, really gone. Yes, I'm game. Road trip. Absolutely, dude. Let's do it. Come on over. Metro Phoenix, all the call centers. Yeah. That makes sense to me. Yeah, I forgot that there was so many there. Riverside, California, they had an Indian community. Yeah, that would be a good one. My connection is FooBar. Is it really? Where are you at? Make it fix it. I don't think you should have decent connection. I hope it's not me. Not the FooBar virus. Oh no. Windows 7 is now obsolete. Glitches are appearing more and more. Yeah, Windows 7 is old, dude. I would highly recommend you upgrade. And I think next week some malls will open. You could probably go into a Power Buy. You can probably have one of the kids there, or go to an IT mall. Those guys are much more skilled. They'll do it for you, big time. You never did the free upgrade. Oh yeah, I mean yeah. I could bring the chat up, but not Mike's. What are you talking about? This is not a contest. You just did differently than me. I can't wait to hear your opinion. I could get a warning to upgrade or something. Cheap Charlie kicks in, and it's but yeah. I mean. If you go to a website and you go to a bank ever, there's not any security updates for Windows 7. So I'm not trying to scare you, but it would be wise. I recommend that most people replace their machines every no more than 4 years. 3 years is ideal, but I've gone 4 years before. It's not a big deal. I read that the cutoff for upgrading is not enforced, and you can still upgrade to Windows 10 for free. Maybe. I don't know. I can't remember how that works. Damo. Hey, good to see you, Australia. What's happening, man? What is it, 3:20 for you right now? 3:20, 4:20? I can't remember whether it's 2 or 3 hours, but good to see you, Damo. Thanks for coming by, man. I really appreciate it. Always good to see you here. They navigated across the Atlantic on the Mayflower with Windows 7. Absolutely. It's amazing. You know that they shot a guy onto the moon with less power than there's in your phone? No, I love that. I bank online. What could happen? The short answer is not a lot. Trust me. At the end of the day, you're going to open up a browser. It's going to use an SSL connection, which is simply an encrypted tunnel between you and the bank. The likelihood of anything crazy happening is, but again, I don't know what kind of websites you go to. I'm not judging you. But every now and then, many people will click on something that they shouldn't, and it will download something. So the short answer is that the easiest thing for you to do is just to keep your operating system as updated as possible. And when the manufacturer gets to the point where they're like, hey, so we're moving on to the next version, then you just simply need to update it. So don't worry too much about it. Don't freak yourself out. But absolutely, the next time you get a chance, then just simply upgrade it. You can run Windows 10 without ever activating it. Well, guys, you know what? It is 119er from where I'm at, 119, 120 here in the Big Mango. And I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to go for a little bit of an adventure. I'm going to cruise down to, I'm going to get online and I'm going to book my flight over to Samui for Tuesday and see how that goes. And I'm also going to maybe take BTS over to Ekamai and see what's going on with the buses over there, see what the schedule is for that. As far as I know, none of the trains are going to be running to anywhere I want to go until June. But who knows? Stuck in Australia working this weekend, should be in Phuket celebrating my birthday. Oh, dude, yeah, absolutely. That'd be a great place to do it. Have a soapy massage. Yeah, absolutely, dude. You should totally get nice and clean. You should totally get nice and clean, Damo. I'd love to join you in Phuket, dude. That'd be awesome. But missed the first hour or two. We'll rewind. Thanks for another live cast. Thank you guys so much. It's Mike from LiveMyAssOff.com saying, I hope you're living the dream. Let me just put this thing up one last time, because if you're not living the dream, then let me know how I can help. I used to give out my email, but I realized that does not scale. That did not work well, and I felt really bad that I wasn't being able to give people the proper attention that they deserved. Go to livemyassoff.com/calendar. You can absolutely book an hour with us to chat. You don't have to use the whole hour, or we can use more if there's time too. But I'd really like to answer any of your specific questions we have. But that said, I love having you guys here in the chat. I hope I answered any of your questions. I hope you guys enjoyed it as much as I did. And with that, I hope you're living your ass off. Talk to you guys.